Chapter 81, Guild. Dream walked over to the building and went through the open gates. When he got inside, a large plaza greeted him. The plaza had a few hundred people in it. On one side, it was filled with tables and doubled as a restaurant. Dream could see food being served, and the people at the tables looked like hunters with their armor and weapons. It reminded him of the mountain, just without the food. On the other side were different reception stations where people did some business. Dozens of people were coming and going with different papers in their hands. Since Dream needed to register, he went over to the reception area and found an open lane. He walked up to the man at the counter. "Hi, how can I help you?" The greeting from the man was a bit bland, as he had probably been working for a while. Dream got to the point. "Hi, I'm wondering where I can register for the academy. I was told to come here." "That won't be necessary." A voice suddenly came from behind Dream. He felt it was awfully familiar and turned around. "Old man, hey, you ditched me. Let's talk elsewhere." Riddick waved Dream over, and they left the reception area. They went over to the restaurant area and found themselves a table. When they sat down, Riddick put up a barrier around them and spoke first. "Sorry for leaving early. Sophia should have told you, but I didn't want to force you to come here if you had some other plans, which was unnecessary, but I appreciate the thought. But how did you know I was here?" "I got an alert on the tablet. I had been reading it, and Sophia told me that you were here." "Oh, neat. I contacted him while you were bouncing between buildings. Didn't want to disturb your fun." "Right." Dream just nodded. He was indeed having fun. "Anyway, you really do want to join the academy? I think it would be fun, although I have no idea what to expect." "What kind of stuff do they teach?" "Magic of all kinds. It's mainly magic sequences and its theory, though it's also alchemy and enchanting. They deal primarily with the elements and techniques for using magic. There are also competitions, expeditions, and various other activities to keep the students entertained and sharp. The competition and pressure there is intense. Well, I can imagine. It's the biggest magic school on the continent. Everyone wants to get in there. And it's why the requirements are also strict, though you would be able to enter easily and be hailed as a genius with the way you are. However, my advice would be to hide your masterclass. So the first thing I would have to do is get you in through connections, so they don't insist on getting your status, which they will do if you enter the normal way." "Oh, you don't need to worry about that. I can modify my status plate however I want." "Seriously? Who do you think I am?" "That's how I got through the gates. I changed it on the spot, and it was all good. Just tell me the best things to put on the plate and I can. I'm not even going to argue with you, though that does make things easier." "So you're set on entering the academy? You'll have to pretend you're much weaker than you are, as exposing your abilities can garner attention you don't want. That shouldn't be hard for you. But if you're opposed to it, then we need another plan." "I am pretty set, and no, I'm not opposed. I had already assumed I would need to. That's why I set my mana emissions to certain levels. Nobody will be able to see through it. Not even you." "I can see that." Riddick let out mana and surrounded Dream with it. Getting a look, all he could see was the body of a strong man and a mana level of C-. He saw none of the mithril bones or extraordinary mana levels like before. Riddick figured that unless he made contact with Dream and infused lots of mana while activating several magic spells, he wouldn't be able to find out his true nature. And it wasn't like anybody at his level was going to do that to Dream, so he knew he was safe. Then here's what's going to happen. The academy is still in the middle of its year, so no new applicants are being submitted right now. But with me here, you won't need to worry about getting in. I'll talk to the ones above and have you put in. You'll of course need to be there, and they'll test you, making sure that you qualify to enter. All right, you know the people who run the academy? Of course. I've worked with plenty of them. That's also what I've been doing since I've gotten here. I've made my return known, and I'm beginning to re-establish myself. The entire community should know of my return by now, and none of my reputation has died out. I have plenty of influence, not to mention how I'm still a Class 3. Getting you into the academy is simple. Sounds good. Then that'll be the next thing I do. At the earliest, I can have you in 2 days. After the testing, we'll figure out the details like your classes, and we'll also give you a rundown of how the school works. One thing to note is that there is housing, so you'll be living with all the other students in a dorm. Fun. Though there's one thing I need to know. What is it? Sure, I'm going to the academy to make friends, but I still have the goal of getting to Class 3 and making my mana pathways. I don't exactly plan to spend a year just breezing through school life. I'm going to spend time leveling up, and once I get to my class advancement, I'll need the technique. So I need to know how to get that. Dream laid out his plans for the future. He didn't mind spending some time at this academy. He might be able to learn something valuable and socialize a bit. But the main reason he came here was for the pathways. I understand. The usual way to get the techniques is through affiliation. If you become a member of the Spire and prove yourself, you'll be given them. There's also merits where you do things for them, such as various missions, and that'll help prove your ability. Loyalty isn't too important, but the point I'm trying to make is that they won't just give you them. Though there is another way. What other way? Find the books. There have been plenty of Class 3s in the past, and the techniques come in the form of magic books. If you somehow stumble upon someone with a book, and it had the technique in it, you can use that. As long as it's compatible, of course. The compatibility of mana pathways is beyond important. Good or bad pathways will decide whether you stop at Class 3 or move on. That relies more on luck. But alright, I'll keep my eyes peeled. I didn't even know there were magic books. Of course, if you inlay magic sequences into a book and give it power, you can use it to easily cast spells. I've never used a magic sequence before either, which is why you're so abnormal. Normal people have to use sequences to guide the mana, but you just do. You manipulate it, which is another thing you should avoid doing while in the academy. Don't use magic. Learn to use sequences. Only people on the Class 3 level are supposed to be able to manipulate mana, and that's due to the pathways. Others don't have that power. What about the girls? They literally had a manipulation skill. They're also an anomaly like you. Just know that everyone under Class 3 shouldn't be able to manipulate. Sure. Anyway, is that all? You'll go talk to people, and I'll take a test, get submitted into the school, and be normal for a while? That's the plan. I'll go talk to the people I need to, and you'll hang out until then. It might not happen tomorrow, but the next day. Is there a way I can contact you? Do you have another bracelet? I can make one. Dream took out some titanium and device parts and formed them. In mere moments, he had an enchanted metal watch that could contact him from anywhere. Here, the upgraded version. The watch flew over into Riddick's hands. He took it and put it on his wrist where it self-adjusted to fit his size. He then felt the connection be made with his mana. Interesting, right? You can do whatever you want over mana. Talk, send messages, what have you. There's also that intelligence wiki who was on your tablet. Oh, okay. Then I'll be off. You can go find a hotel or wander the city until you hear from me. You have that money I gave you. Okay, but quick question. Where the hell is everything? There's no map for this place. I had to ask a monitor who pulled me over for directions to the guild. Dream let out one more question as Riddick stood up. He pulled you over? What were you doing? Jumping across buildings? You're not supposed to do that. Oh, really? And how was I supposed to know that? Good point. Just look at the signs of the buildings. There aren't really any maps that show everything. Fine. I'll make it work. See you later. Goodbye. Riddick walked off out of the building and flew into the sky. Dream also got up and walked out of the building. He looked around and saw several streets. He figured a hotel would be close and took a street. Bar, restaurant, hotel. It didn't take much walking for him to find a place. It was a tall building closely resembling hotels on Earth, just a wood building instead of metal. He walked in and went up to the reception, getting a room for a day. When he got his room number, he went over and checked it out. Not bad. Dream walked in and found basic utilities. Bedroom, bathroom, and a small living area. He took a seat on the bed. You've got a day to kill. What do you want to do? I don't know. Practice maybe. All right, come on up. Sophia pulled his consciousness up into the mind space where he appeared in the fighting area they used. Sophia stood in front of him. Your reflexes have improved dramatically. Let's see how much. Wasting no time, Sophia dashed over to him and threw a punch at his face. It was fast, really fast, and Dream, who didn't see it coming, moved his head out of the way. Whoosh. Nice. Oh yeah. Dream smiled as Sophia pulled away. He could feel how fast that reaction was. It felt like one of those ultra instinct moments where you do something without thinking about it. Except now, it would be like that all the time. Now I know you'll still have no problem beating me. Dream activated his muscles as he spoke, feeling the extreme power within them just waiting to explode. He could control every muscle in his body to its utmost, not only allowing more power, but precision and flexibility. He felt good. This was his peak state. But it won't be so easy now. Then show me. Sophia approached once more. Dream watched her. Pushing his concentration to the max time seemed to slow down. But even then, Sophia kept her pace. She was speeding up along with Dream's perception. Though this didn't deter him, he braced. Let's dance. The next day, Dream and Sophia were still fighting. They hadn't stopped for a full 18 hours, and they weren't planning on it either. Back and forth, they attempted to beat the other into oblivion. In this place, there was no death, so there was no need to worry about death. Everything they did was with the intention to kill the other. Though it seemed extreme, that's what it became. At first, Dream didn't fight Sophia anywhere near with the intention to kill. But after getting killed multiple times, that began to change. He no longer had reservations about fighting her. This also allowed him to control his intent better. Dream gradually learned to control his killing intent. He could flip it almost like a switch. This was because when he had first fought Sophia with the intent to kill and the fight ended, he had a bit of trouble getting it out of his head the thought to kill her. But after a bit of relaxation with Sophia, he returned to normal. This repeated itself the next time they fought, and he was able to better control himself, thus earning him this new skill. It also allowed their fights to become much more productive. Dream could truly improve and wouldn't have any trouble should he get into a real life and death fight. As Sophia and Dream fought, they suddenly got an interruption. It was from the bracelet. Both of them pulled away from each other at the same time. Looks like Riddick finished on his end. Sophia spoke as blood poured from her arm and head. Dream looked even worse. He had half his thigh missing and deep gashes all around. He nodded to her while wiping white blood off his face. All right, then I guess this fight is at its end. You did very well. It wasn't so one-sided as usual. Still can't beat you though, but thanks. Sure, go ahead and head down. Okay. The next moment, Dream's consciousness moved back into his body. He was still sitting on the hotel bed. He looked at the watch, seeing Riddick's call trying to get through. Click. Hello. Dream. Hi. I've spoken to the counselors and headmaster. You've been admitted. Admitted? What about the test? Since it was me who was asking for your admission, they let it through without question. Looks like your reputation precedes you. Apparently so. They said that anyone who is recommended by me wouldn't be disappointing. And it's not like I'm worried about your ability. So that's one less obstacle for you. Though they do at least want to meet you. Not just to see a face, but you'll also need to select classes and get your uniform and such. Which is happening today. Today? When? Meeting is in half an hour. Thanks for the heads up. What? Are you doing something? No, but that's not the point. Sigh, all right. Where am I heading for this? Head to the academy. I'll be outside waiting to take you to the counselor. And I don't need to remind you to hide your ability. Nope. Then I'll see you soon. Click. They hung up and Dream stood from the bed, stretching out. Well, I'm already dressed anyway. Let's head out. Dream left the room, never to return. He walked out of the building and activated stealth, rising into the sky. He turned towards the direction of the academy. Time to go back to school, I guess. Never thought I'd be going to a magic academy, though. It'll be fun. Probably. Hopefully. With that, he began flying over to the location, only taking a minute or so to arrive. Chapter 82, Student. Dream arrived at the front of the academy. He had gone to the castle that the monitor pointed him to a day ago, though he also tracked the watch on Riddick just in case. As he flew over, he got a good look at the castle that was the academy. It was basically 4 different spires in a square connected by walls. It was very tall and covered a huge amount of ground. Dream couldn't see hardly any buildings that size except for the biggest buildings in the city center. It was bigger than any college campus that he'd seen before. Made sense because it had to house all its students and faculty. After he got to the entrance, he spotted Riddick and flew over, landing in front of him and undoing stealth. Good day, old man. Boy, am I all good? What have you told them? I refrained from telling them much other than you're a recently advanced class 2. What have you set your class to? I was going to ask you for ideas. I would just set it to mage. It's common but versatile. All right, I'll set my stats to low Cs. When he said that, Dream's mana levels changed slightly. Riddick scanned him and found no problems. Good, then we're all set. Follow me. Riddick nodded to him and turned around, heading through the big castle gates. Dream followed right behind. When they walked through the gates, they came into a large plaza. The plaza had easily a few hundred people either flying around or walking every which way. There were also several floors and staircases leading upwards towards different pathways and hallways. Hey old man, at what level should I be able to fly? As you are is fine, but it definitely wouldn't be fast. I'll fly you around for now. Saying so, Riddick's mana enveloped Dream. They rose into the air and approached one of the floors. After flying into one of the pathways, he landed and released Dream. They continued walking through a large hallway like a school, passing through herds of students. Ding, ding, ding. Dream heard a bell ring. All the students began entering different rooms, and the surroundings became much quieter. Bell for class. Correct, signifying the beginning and end of each class. Looks like class just started. They began walking a bit faster as there was no one in their way. Soon, they exited the hallway and came up on an independent building. The sign said, Administration. Riddick walked through the doors. After they walked through, Dream saw an office-type area. Many doors were lining the walls leading into the rooms of different people. It reminded him of the standard school office building. Riddick began walking through the area past the receptionist. They soon came across counselor offices and stopped at a specific door. Knock, knock. Come in. Riddick opened the door he knocked on and entered. Dream followed behind and the door closed itself. That was fast. A man behind a big desk spoke to Riddick and turned to them. He looked at Dream, who was checking out all the bookshelves around the room. So this is him. Dream, was it? Yes, sir. Dream stopped looking around and faced the man. He looked to be an older man with some gray hairs making their way among the other black hair. He also had a nice beard. Well, Dream, under the recommendation of Riddick, you've been admitted to this academy, and I can already see that you are more than qualified. Being so young and already class 2, Dream felt the man's mana wash over him. Luckily, his disguise seemed to work as the man saw nothing wrong. Thank you. Although my level and stats are decent, I definitely have much to learn here in the way of spells and such. Of course, our teachers are the best in the world. There's no better place to learn magic than here. Speaking of, we need to get you set up. Come take a seat. The man motioned to the other side of his desk where there were 2 chairs. Riddick and Dream took a seat across from the man. I haven't introduced myself. My name is Amitel Fulren. I'm a counselor here at the academy. I also happen to be a friend of Riddick's, and I was surprised when he came to me with a student recommendation. You must be an interesting kid to catch his eye. I guess I am pretty great. I would use the word adequate da. Riddick. Fight me, old man. Humph. Riddick snorted at Dream and just went quiet. Although he was pretty sure he would obliterate Dream in a battle, he wasn't actually sure if he could come out without an injury or two. Dream's progress was hard to capture just by looking at him, not to mention his class. Amitel just watched the exchange and smiled. Anyway, today we're going to get you equipped with the things you need and put you in the classes of your choice. The latter is the most important, so we'll discuss it first. Alright, this is a list of the classes we offer. Take a look. Amitel handed Dream a small book. He opened it while Sophia scanned its contents. Usually people start out at a basic course and work their way up. Everyone works at a different pace. Some take the full year to complete the class, some only a month, and others a few years. There are tests that you can take to advance up a class, but these are only available in the first few months of the year, after which you need to ride it through. Since we're halfway through the year, whatever you choose you would remain in. As Amitel spoke, Sophia gave all the data to Dream. There were indeed a plethora of options. Everything from alchemy, cooking, blacksmithing, enchanting, magic sequences, combat training, practical application training, and many more. Though Dream automatically got rid of most options like enchanting or cooking or blacksmithing and set his sights on the magical classes. How many classes can we take? A full day would be 7 classes, but not very many students take this many, choosing usually 3 to 6. There are certain classes that are recommended like the sequence theory class and elemental magic class. I recommend you enter the basic levels for those. Other than that, the practical application classes are our second most popular, with enchanting being the third. What do you think, old man? Should I enter the basic classes or the intermediate for sequences and elemental? Start with basic and work your way to intermediate. You should be able to get to intermediate in a couple months. Speaking of Amitel, is there no way he would be able to advance even while late in the year? It's not impossible, just much harder. He would not only need to pass a harder advancement test, but also pass the final exam in the intermediate class. Otherwise, he would just repeat the same class. Good. Just keep the option open for him. You seem rather confident in his ability. He's a fast learner. Very well. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Anyway, Dream, you have any classes in mind? Or will you need time to think on it? I think those 2 basic classes and practical training class will be my first 3 choices. And I saw that there was a class for hunting. What is that? Ah, that's also one of our most popular classes. This class is one that goes to either dungeons or fields and hunts, though along with this comes dangers. Is that one you're interested in? Dream thought about it for a bit. He did need to level up, but he was also trying to hide his ability. He wouldn't be able to do both. Hunting alone would be a better option. He shook his head. No, but one that does is the healing class. What do they do there? In that one, they teach you about healing as well as put you to work in the hospital. It isn't for those who don't have a tough stomach, and not very many people are in that class, mainly because they don't have the aptitude for it. Healing is a very difficult thing to learn after all, but those who have the ability are highly regarded, whether by their comrades in the dungeons or patients in the hospital. Is that something you want to try? I think I will. Make that my 4th class. Any others? No, that'll be it. All right, then let's go get your books. Follow me. Amitel stood from his desk, and they all walked out the door. They went into another hallway and came up on another building. This is the library. It obviously holds all our books. It's usually very crowded in here, especially at night. He walked through the door, and they came into a massive room. Dream looked around in awe at the tall bookshelves and thousands upon thousands of books filling them. The mana concentration in this area was also higher than outside. This place is like the Library of Congress. I've never seen so many books before. It's apparently tightly guarded too. I've tried to poke at the books on the shelves, but they're guarded with a mana barrier. And the barrier is connected to that thing. Sophia pointed to the giant crystal core that was in the center of the library. That thing gave off an atrocious amount of mana, and it was connected to every book and shelf in the area. Dream wasn't sure who could have made that, but they were powerful and good at enchanting. Come over here. You'll have plenty of time later to revel in the sight of the core. Both Dream and Riddick tore their eyes away from the core and went over to Amitel, who was talking to a receptionist. The books for these classes, please. Of course. He handed the man at the desk a piece of paper. The man quickly got up and went into a back room. He came back out shortly. Here are the books for basic sequence theory, basic elemental sequencing, and healing. Dream, come get your books. All right. Dream walked over and grabbed the 3 thick books from the counter. Sophia instantly scanned them as he put them into his inventory. An interesting way they use magic. Don't give me all that information yet. I'll look at it in class. Dream held off on understanding it now. He wanted to try doing it himself. All right, now let's go get your uniform. They walked out of the library and into another hallway. Soon, they came up on another building. They walked in. Will I have to get measured? No, we get an approximate size, and the clothing will form itself to you. It's enchanted with various things as well, like heat control and tear resistance, and even some self-repairing. Nice. They went over to an outfitter who looked over Dream before disappearing into the back. He soon came out with a set of clothing. The uniform looked surprisingly similar to a suit. There was a shirt, pants, and coat that could be wrapped almost like a trench coat. The coat and pants were black with blue trim while the shirt was navy blue. It seemed the school color was blue and black, though he wondered why they only brought out one suit. Some people wear the uniform, but it's not required so many others wear what they want. So I can wear what I want. Yes, but still take this anyway. Sure. Dream went over and put the suit in his inventory. Good. There's only one more thing you need. Come with me. Amitel brought them out of the outfitter's building and went back to the admin building. They went to his office where Amitel found himself a box. He took out a device. Can I see your title plate? Sure. Dream took out his copper title plate. Copper plate? Have you gotten your plate updated? No, I haven't. No matter. Let's make a new one. Amitel went back to the box and pulled out a silver plate and another device. The device looked just like the dome used when he first got his copper plate back at the mountain. He set everything on the desk. Fill out your information on this paper really quick and we'll verify everything. Dream took the paper Amitel handed him and filled out the fields. Species, gender, level, class, stats, and finally name. He set everything to his fake status, like low C stats and mage class as well as level 104. He handed the paper to him and put his hands on the dome. Amitel insert the silver plate under the dome and activated it with his mana. The dome glowed and data began appearing inside the dome. Soon, the data glowed and was inlaid into the plate. He took it out. All right, this is your new title plate. But before I give it to you, I'm going to stamp it with the Academy's student affiliation. This way, anyone who sees it will know you're a student here. Oh, cool. Amitel put the silver plate into the second device, which inlaid some more data in the form of a seal. The process was quick, and he soon handed it over to Dream. Congratulations, Dream. You are now a student of the Academy. Your documents will be processed, and your teachers will be made aware of your entering tonight. Tomorrow will be your first day of school. Here's the student handbook. I suggest reading it as it has the rules and layout of the Academy. You'll want it for navigation. Amitel handed Dream a book. Sophia scanned it and Dream was given the data. Thank you. Of course, though we aren't done quite yet. We still need to get you your room. Will I be paired with someone else? There usually is pairing, but you won't be since you've come in late. Here. Amitel took out a piece of paper. It had various writing on it and was stamped with a seal down below. Take that to the office and housing, and they'll give you your room and key. Riddick can guide you. Thanks. No problem. You can always come see me if you need any counseling. I am a counselor after all. Other than that, I welcome you to the Academy. Go ahead and get yourself situated and have a good first day tomorrow. Thanks for your help, Amitel. Riddick. Anything for an old friend. I look forward to this one's progress. Then we'll be off. Riddick. Thank you. Dream. Dream gave one last thanks and left with Riddick. He was officially a student now, and it only took an hour. Chapter 83, First Day. Dream and Riddick left Amitel's office together. So that's it? Barely an hour, and I'm a student. Dream spoke to Riddick as they walked. He nodded. That's what happens when one of the top counselors personally admits and sets you up. Otherwise, it would take longer. But even then, not more than a day. Huh. All right. So how's this house of mine going to be? Don't expect too much. It's not bad, but not as comfortable as our cabin. Definitely not as big. Oh, I'll make it work. So what about you? Where will you be while I'm here? I'm going to be developing myself over in another spire. It actually isn't far from here. If you have time, you could visit my research area. I see. Maybe I will. We're here. Dream looked up and saw a massive building. The place they were at was a bit away from where all the classes and other school buildings were. It was the dormitory. They walked into this building and went over to a counter where a woman was sitting around. She saw them approach. Can I help you? Riddick said nothing as he handed her the document. She read over it and got up, disappearing into a back room before coming back out with an item. Here's the key. Room 420 will be yours. Thanks. Blaze it. Saying bye, both of them rose up through an opening in the roof. They rose to the fourth floor and walked over to his room. Riddick handed Dream the key. Here, your room. Thanks. He took the key and stuck it in a keyhole in the door, turning it and unlocking the door. Click. It opened and they walked in. The room really wasn't that big, as Riddick said. There was a small living area, a bedroom with a bed, a bookshelf, a lockable chest, and a bathroom. It was bigger than a hotel room, but not by that much. It was also rather clean, though he picked up on a musky scent, probably from the dude that lived here before. Dream turned to Riddick. Care to help me clean? I'll leave that to you. I still have other people to meet today, so I'll be going. I recommend walking around and getting a look at your classes and the various buildings. And read that handbook. I did when I got it. Of course you did. Then make yourself comfortable here. This'll be your home for a while. Sure. Oh, and what's the deal with the library? Is that somewhere I want to go? The library? It's actually not as extraordinary as you think. Tons of miscellaneous knowledge, not much of which will help with your magic. Not to mention how you can only pull a book a day. All the valuable knowledge is held directly by the class 3s and 4s, not in an open place like that. So honestly, I wouldn't waste all your time there. Oh, that's rather unfortunate. Then what are all those books there? As I said, miscellaneous knowledge, records of people of the spire, some history, geography, and even storybooks. They mostly use it as a place to store random texts. All right then. Then I'll be going. With a goodbye. Riddick left the room and shut the door. Dream took a look around the place. I guess I'll take this time to sanitize everything. That smell isn't nice. Dream activated his mana and began sweeping over the area, turning it into his own little haven. For the rest of that day, Dream cleaned through his room and made it his own. He added things like couches, a nicer bed, and a table. Just simple stuff. The entire place was also deep cleaned and smelled fresh by the end. The room was still kind of depressing though. It was wood and the lighting wasn't the best. There was also no window, so it seemed more like a little prison than a comfy room. But with some of his own lights and comfy items, it didn't feel so bad anymore. He spent the rest of the day in his room waiting for tomorrow with Sophia. He was excited and curious. It would be fun. It's time for school. It's time for school. Wake up. Dream was awoken by Sophia, who seemed to be more excited about this than him. He smiled and got out of bed. We gotta make sure you look nice. Here, try this. As Dream stood up, his clothes were changed. Sophia dressed him in dark jeans, a white button-down shirt, and a brown wool waistcoat. His hair was done up as he rolled up his sleeves. Looking good. Feeling good. I'm liking the old school vibe. So everything I need is in my inventory like books. How long until class starts? It says in the book at 7 a.m. or a little after sunrise. You have 20 minutes. I guess they have a timed schedule. Then let's start walking. Don't want to be late on the first day. Dream brushed himself off before walking out the door. When he did, he could see many other people doing the same. Look, people, it's not like you've never been outside before. Say hi or keep walking. Don't just stare. Dream couldn't help but smile as he saw other students. They were all older than he thought, looking to be late teenagers and even some college-aged people. He also saw that there were both guys and girls coming from the rooms. Apparently, this school didn't separate the genders. But since Dream didn't want to seem weird, he turned and began walking out. He came to the drop that led to the first floor and went through it, slowly floating down and landing on the ground. Many others went right behind him and did the same thing. Crowds of people walked through the dormitory gates and over to their classes. Dream looked at his schedule inside the handbook. Let's see. Sequencing theory is first, then elemental sequencing, then practical, then healing. Just like I chose them, Dream kept walking over to where his class was. He went through several hallways following the blip that Sophia put in his vision. He soon came up on the door to a classroom. Happy first day to me. Dream didn't dally and pushed open the door, entering the classroom. As he walked in, he immediately picked up on various chatter. His heart nervously palpated as he looked around all the rows of students. Turns out the class sizes are rather large. Dream counted at least 60 people. The classroom was laid out similar to college lecture halls, with layered rows of desks. Everyone was sitting around in their own groups doing their own thing. Half boys, half girls. Perfectly balanced. But what's with the capes? Edna would not be pleased. You must be the transfer. As Dream observed, he heard a voice come from behind. He turned around and saw a woman looking at him. Are you the transfer? Dream, is it? Yes, I am. Are you the teacher? Yes, I am. Are you the student? Dream slowly grinned as the woman mimicked him. She also smiled. Yes, I am. Dream. Good. My name is Elisa Parsley. Many students call me Miss Parsley, or just Miss Parse. I guess I'll be your sequencing teacher for the rest of the year. And I guess I'll be your student. Miss Parsley put up her hand for a shake, which Dream took. She was a good-looking mature woman and wore some classic mage robes. She seemed to be in her 30s, but for all Dream knew, she was much older. She was also a class 2, having C+ level mana. Happy to have you. Stay up here. I'll introduce you when class starts. All right. Dream nodded and stood over to the side. It seemed the teacher was cool, so that's one less thing to be worried about. Miss Parsley walked over to her desk in the front and turned to the chattering class. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, and everyone began to quiet down and take their seats. Their eyes quickly shifted to Dream, who was standing alone in the front of the class. They began getting loud again. Quiet down, everyone. I have an announcement. This is Dream. He's new to the school and he's joining this class. Be sure to help him out with our lessons if he needs it. Dream, you can go ahead and take an open seat up there. Sure. Dream went and walked over to the last and highest row and took a seat near the walkway next to a girl, nodding to her as he sat. He could sense mana being passed between everyone as he did. Telepathy? Yup. I could tap into their chats if you want. No thanks. Looks like there won't be any tests like on Earth, since everyone can just cheat. Dream let them have their privacy and face the teacher. All right, You've actually come at a good time, Dream. Today we're going to be discussing two-layer sequencing circles. Open your books to page 133 and take a look at the diagram. Dream took out his book and flipped to the page. When he saw what was on it, he put on a dumb face. Magic circles? No way. Yes way. They've got a runic language and everything. Dream analyzed the diagram of a two-layered magic circle. It was basically just a magic circle placed on top of another, each equipped with their own unique runes. He assumed that there were sequences that worked between the two circles, giving amplified effects. Dream immediately had many questions. Why couldn't you just make a bigger circle? Why not something other than a circle? And what the hell were the runes for? Why not use the spoken language that everyone speaks? As Dream had his own inner monologue and stared intently at the book, everyone around him was sneaking glances at him. And although he was looking at the book, he still had awareness of everything around him. Dream, was it? Are you able to talk over telepathy? Dream suddenly got a connection from someone. He traced the mana to the girl sitting next to him and was a little excited. He responded while showing nothing on the outside. Yes, I can. What's your name? My name's Britannia. I was just going to say that seat is actually taken by my friend. The one across the way is open for you come tomorrow. Thanks for the heads up. Dream's mood was immediately killed. He was expecting a friendly hello, not some "this seat's taken" bullshit. Sophia also didn't take kindly to her. What a bitch. Whatever. At least I know now. Let's just focus on the book. Dream brushed it aside and sat back with the book in hand. He flipped back to the beginning of the book so he could grasp the basics. Among the pages there were many diagrams and obviously lots of text. The majority was actually about the runic language used in the circles and their meanings. Using Sophia's help, he was quickly given the data from the pages and learned the basics to forming a circle. So it's really similar to enchanting. I just need to compile the words in my head like speaking a language and bring them out through mana instead of sound. I connect all the runes in a certain order based on what I want to do through the circle around it. So it's like writing sentences on a line sheet of paper, with the circle as the lines and runes instead of words. And I write with my mana, though the only thing I don't understand is bringing the mana through the body. The book said that one needed to channel the mana through their body and out onto their hands, which is where the circle was made. But Dream has never really channeled mana through his body. They were separate. His mind was what controlled all the mana, not his body. The only way mana interacted with his body was through enhancements. I have a theory about that. Go on. It's similar to the DNA dilemma with the wolves. The people on this planet have evolved with mana in mind, so the mana is interconnected with their bodies. You didn't have that. When you were given mana, it existed as a separate substance to exert remote control over. These people probably have a much deeper connection with mana. Whether that's good or bad remains to be seen since you're doing just fine. Makes sense. Well, I'll just skip the channeling part since that's not how I work. I can still do everything else. Dream put the thoughts aside and focused on the steps shown in the book. He brought up his palm and moved the mana to it. Then, he began forming his mana into the circle. He tried not to use enchanting techniques and just did what the book said, even though some of it didn't make sense. As he formed the mana, bright lines and runes began to slowly show themselves above his palm. The runes and circle flashed yellow-green as they fell into place in the designated spots above his palm. Soon, he had a rotating magic circle above his palm, just waiting to be activated. Now all I have to do is insert mana. But didn't I just spend mana making the circle? It's very inefficient, I know, though this is only the first practice example. As you get further in, the concepts actually get interesting. Good to know, though this is already plenty of fun. Dream smiled like a kid as he checked out the circle. It was pretty and colorful. He moved his hand around and pointed it at the shadows under his desk and such, using it as a flashlight. As he messed around, everyone looked at him like he was stupid. They all knew that he made the very first practice circle. They had all done it themselves a million times and recognized it at a glance. But why was he grinning like a fool over it? The teacher, Miss Parsley, also noticed and turned around. She looked at Dream and saw him dangling his hand upside down as if the circle would fall off of it. Dream? Are you okay? Oh yes, I'm fine. Dream snapped out of his Curious George moment and cut the mana from the circle, making it disappear. Everyone chuckled at his little display. All right, enough. All of you were doing the same thing at some point. I want you to study this section a bit tonight, and tomorrow we'll practice. I don't expect any of you to be able to get it within the week, but who knows? Class dismissed. Ding, ding, ding. When the bell rang, everyone got up and began to leave the classroom. Dream, come here. Miss Parsley called him over. He walked over. I'm not sure how far along you are, but from the looks of today it wasn't far, which is fine, but you may have to work harder so you can catch up. What are your classes? I have this, elemental sequencing, practical, then healing. Healing, huh? All right. After your healing class, you can come back to this classroom. I'll be here, and we can work on catching you up. Oh, are you sure? I can just read the book. I may be a bit behind, but I was able to get in here for a reason. Give me this week and I'll be caught up. Very well. But don't be afraid to ask for help. If I don't see that you've caught up, then we'll do some tutoring. Sure. Thanks, Miss Parsley. Of course. Go on ahead to your next class. Saying bye, Dream left the room in the direction of his next class. She's really nice. Hopefully the other teachers are half as decent as her. Chapter 84, Classes. Dream soon arrived at his elemental sequencing class. He walked in and repeated the same process of standing for an introduction. The teacher this time was an older man named Mr. Modric, who looked to be in his 70s and was also a class 2. He had a rough voice and plenty of gray hair, giving Dream an old, wise man vibe. Class, this is Dream. He's new here, and he's going to be joining us. Be sure to help him out if he needs it. Go ahead and find a seat up there, Dream. The teacher pointed and Dream went over, finding an empty seat. Though before he took a seat, he asked the person next to it if it had already been taken. After hearing that it wasn't, he took it. All right, today we're going to continue practicing. Everyone open back up to page 76 and take a look at the water diagram. Dream took out his book and flipped to page 76. On it was a magic circle that could supposedly gather and control water. Dream brought up his hand and mimicked the diagram. Shine. The circle formed and came to life above his palm. This time the runes gave off a blue glow. After the circle was completed, water began to conglomerate above it, forming a sphere of water. This isn't much different than the practice one. It helps when you know the rune language. Plus, with your enchanting skills, this stuff is easy. True, though there isn't much I can do with this circle. All it does is gather water and launches it. I could use it as a squirt gun, but that's it. Although that seems like it, there's a bit more to it. These magic circles actually pick up on not the matter, but the type of mana. That circle pulls in the water-type elemental mana. The secondary effect of having that type of mana accumulate in one place is that it pulls water in with it. So they're controlling mana and not matter? Precisely. The different types of mana are all around us, mixing in with each other. So they pull on these mana to do what they want. Okay, I mean, I get it, but it seems like a crappy way to fight. You gotta take the time to make the circle, then wait for it to gather the element, then get it to launch at someone. I could end my opponent before they processed the runes, without even using my gun. Again, you're the oddball here. Though they may suck for combat purposes, we should consider testing the limits of these circles. They work very different than your magic and yield different results. You've always wondered why Iris was able to wield flames, which should be impossible. Well, this may give the answer. Maybe. Well, there's no reason why we can't. So, why is everyone looking at me? Dream observed his surroundings and found that everyone was staring at him. Was he naked or something? Good job making the circle, Dream. Mr. Modric came up to him and observed the circle above his hand. Dream was worried he did something weird. Oh, thanks. That is what we were practicing, right? It is. I think it was just a little surprising that you are already able to do it. Oh, I mean, it's not that hard. Kind of like doing the practice circle at the beginning of the sequencing book. Sure. Well, feel free to go around and help anybody who needs it. Take it as a chance to get to know your new classmates. Okay. Everybody got back to their own thing as Dream put away the circle. He looked at the guy to his left. You need help? Sure. After hesitating a second, the guy just nodded his head. Dream turned his chair to him. All right, what's your name? Nathan. I'm actually in your sequencing class. The one before this. Deadass? What a coincidence. Actually, most of us in this class are in the other one with you. Oh, interesting. Dream looked back around and did indeed see some familiar faces. Guess him looking like an idiot in the first class caused them to be surprised when he pulled out the water circle. Well, never mind that. What's your trouble, Nathan? Oh, I guess it's just the forming. Pulling out the mana correctly is difficult. Let me see you try it. Okay. Nathan brought up his hand and began. Dream could sense the mana traveling through his arm and out his palm. As the mana came out of the palm, he immediately began to form the circle. He made each rune according to the instructions, but suddenly, as he was making one of the last runes, the rest of the circle began to dissipate. Once one part of the circle fell apart, the rest followed, and he failed. I see. You need more mana. I think I just need to do it faster. If I could get it all formed before it starts dissipating, then there would be no problem. It would also help my casting time. No, you definitely need more mana. The reason it dissipates towards the end is because it's not being fueled enough. You also need to maintain the entire circle at once. You're too focused on the runes you're making that you forget about the ones you've made. Go ahead and create each rune with 40% more mana. But aren't you supposed to use less mana? If you use too much, then you'll run out of fuel before your enemy. You should worry about conservation when you can actually make the circle. Just try it. You aren't fighting anyone now. Dream sat back and watched Nathan huff slightly before trying it again. His mana moved up his arm and out his palm just like last time. Though this time he took a little longer and infused more mana into each rune. He went one by one, and as he reached the end, the runes at the beginning began to dissipate. The circle fell apart once more. Your concentration isn't there. The mana levels were good, but you're forgetting about the runes at the beginning as you reach the end. What do you mean forgetting? You make one rune, then move on to the next, then the next. You take it one part at a time. In this situation, that's no good. You need to take it all as a whole and form it as a whole. How am I supposed to form all the runes at once? Let me just show you. Dream brought up his hand and created the circle outline with no runes. Then, he formed one rune and put it where it was supposed to go. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Dream didn't form any more runes after the first. What are you doing? You see how it's not dissipating? I only have one rune, but the circle is maintaining itself. Do you know why? Because you keep loading it with mana. Wrong. Do you sense any mana dissipating? Nathan looked at the circle and shook his head. He couldn't feel any mana coming off of it. If I don't want my mana to dissipate, then I tell it not to. You don't. As you form the circle, you forget to control your runes, letting them do whatever they want. And since they want to dissipate, that causes problems for your circle. Now watch this. Dream focused back on the circle and formed all the runes, except for the last one. He let the circle sit in his hand without being completed. But even after waiting a while, it never showed signs of dissipating. If you're controlling your runes properly, then you won't have to worry about it breaking. I can hold an incomplete circle for however long I want. Obviously, at some point I'll get tired, but that'll take a while. And so, finally, Dream formed the last rune. The circle flashed and waited for his activation. Voila! Now you try it. After watching Dream's little display, Nathan couldn't help but take his word for it. He brought up his hand once more and moved the mana, forming runes on top. After a bit, he got to the point where he was before, but the circle didn't dissipate, though he looked to be under a little more strain than before as well, a sign that he was heightening his concentration. Soon, he had a complete circle above his hand. I did it. Good job. And once you complete it, it doesn't take much more concentration since it'll pretty much hold itself together. Now just keep practicing that and it'll get easier. Dream smiled and relaxed back. It felt good being able to teach people, though he wondered why this stuff wasn't common knowledge. Shouldn't they put that stuff in the book? Turns out, Nathan wasn't the only one listening either. Most of the class had faced them and focused in on their conversation. After it finished, many of them began to try it themselves. Hey, I did it. Me too. A few of the people were able to finish it on the first try, while others repeated a couple of times before they got it. After 45 minutes or so, nearly half the class had made the circle while others had made most of it before failing. Throughout the period, the teacher looked on in surprise. He didn't expect half his class to grasp the concept after overhearing a conversation with the new kid. Was there something he was doing wrong? All right, class. We have a few minutes before the period ends. Since we've made so much progress, I want you to take a look at the next page tonight. It'll give you an idea of what we're going to deal with after this. Other than that, you're dismissed with the bell. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, The bell rang, and everyone stood to leave. Dream also left with the class towards his next period. I have practical next. It said it was in some kind of gymnasium. This'll be interesting. Wonder what we'll do. Dream didn't take too much time to walk to the gymnasium. When he got there, he went through the doors and found that the area was basically the size of a stadium. It surprised him a bit, but he just guessed that this was this school's version of a field. Every school had a field. After basking in the sun that came through the roof of the stadium, Dream looked around for people. Why are there only 5 people here? Dream looked at the 5 people along the walls of the stadium. This was supposed to be a popular class. Where was everyone? Dream walked over to the quiet group. Excuse me, do you guys know where everyone is? The 5 turned and looked at him curiously before one spoke up. Who are you? Oh, my name's Dream. I'm new here. Makes sense. Everyone is given extra time before this class to change clothes. Didn't even think of that. Then how are you guys here so fast? We wear our practical clothes underneath our regular clothes. I see. Not sure how intense this class is, but I guess I don't want to ruin these clothes either. Flick. Dream snapped his fingers and was dressed in athletic clothes. He then reflexively began shaking out his muscles to warm up, even though that was no longer necessary. Inventory? Class 2. Oh, yeah I am. Though I only just recently advanced. Congratulations. Thanks. So, what do we do in this class? We practice magic against each other. Isn't that dangerous? Can be, but that's what healers are for, right? Dream nodded and looked back towards the gym entrance. More people were beginning to pile in. Dream just moved over to the wall and sat against it, waiting for class to start. Some 15 minutes later, the gym was filled with people. Dream counted 130 people. It was a lot considering everyone would be fighting each other. After everybody had arrived, a person who Dream assumed to be the teacher flew up above everyone and looked down. Attention! The man in the air yelled out while amplifying his voice with mana. His voice filled the entire stadium and everyone went quiet, looking up towards him. Today we're going to be doing speed casting. Aw. Sounds of discontent came from the crowd. Looks like this workout wasn't particularly popular. Don't give me that. Get your drills done and meet with your captains. But before that, is Dream out there? Yes, I am. Dream stood up and responded. Everyone in the stadium turned to look at him. Good. Stay there. Everyone else, get going. When he said that, everyone gave Dream one last glance before spreading across the stadium. The man in the air flew done in front of him. You're the new kid? I am. You're more than I expected. Everyone here calls me instructor. Nice to meet you, instructor. Likewise. So here's a rundown of what we do. The instructor went on to explain the drills that everyone does every day. It was a basic fitness regime using no mana with the purpose of improving the body. The theory was that the better your body, the better your mana flow. While this didn't really apply to Dream, it definitely applied to the others. Even before he built his new body, his flesh body was at its peak. He had been a college-level athlete after all, despite his injury. Even when he couldn't run, he never stopped working out. Anyway, there were the drills at the beginning of the class and then began the real workout. He explained today's workout, speed casting. Basically, everyone pairs up and stands opposite one another. Neither of them move, and when the signal is given, they have to launch a rock at the other. Obviously, the first one to get the rock off wins. So it's a duel? Yes. Though a rock is really the only thing we use. It won't hurt them too badly, but it hurts enough to where they're motivated to try. If it were something weak being used, then nobody would care. Makes sense. Dream nodded while laughing on the inside. This was a cowboy duel with magic. Maybe he need to bring out his big iron and show them what's what. After the instructor explained everything, Dream joined in on the drills. They were simple push-ups, squat jumps, and some long sprints across the stadium. He dropped to an empty space on the floor and knocked out 100 push-ups without feeling anything before popping back up and doing some light squat jumps. It was all just for show, and he didn't gain anything from it. Even the instructor who was watching him could see how easily he'd done everything. Looks like they found a good addition. This kid's pretty good. Chapter 85. Practical. To finish the drills, Dream had to do a sprint from one end of the stadium to the other, then back. This actually caused him to get a bit excited. It had been a long time since he'd done a proper sprint, so as he approached the starting line, his heart began to beat a bit faster in nervousness. It's like a habit, getting nervous before a sprint. I was never able to control that. It felt like butterflies were in his stomach, though before the nervousness made him feel weak. His mind unconsciously eased and the tension naturally dissipated. This was the subtle change that more power would bring about. Since his power came primarily from the mind, it meant his psyche was naturally stronger as well. He wouldn't get nervous, fearful, or tense as easily anymore. When Dream stepped to the line, he instinctively took a starting stance. His left foot went forward, right foot back, right arm down, and left arm back. The people around him looked at him weirdly, wondering why he was in such a confusing stance. After taking a deep breath in and listening to his heartbeat, he activated his muscles and pushed off. His body took on perfect form as all his force was directed backward. And without even knowing it, he had flown forward 60 meters in a single step. Fwip. The air displacement caused a slight whipping sound as he flew. He didn't activate any magic, so air resistance was a thing. When his alternate foot hit the ground, another bound was taken and he flew forward another 70 meters. Already he was close to the end of the stadium, though before he could go any further, he suddenly noticed someone in front of him. A girl had unknowingly walked in his path, and she was only 20 meters away. She had also barely turned her head and saw Dream coming for her. She panicked and threw her arms up while stumbling backward. Usually, all logic would dictate that he was way too close and going way too fast to stop in time. But this was a world of magic. Logic was different here. Quickly activating the magic in his body, Dream began to use flight magic on himself. And right before he hit the girl, he stopped. Whoosh. Air was pressurized from the sudden stop. The girl, expecting to be steamrolled, surprisingly wasn't and lost her balance. Whoa now. Dream threw out his hand and grabbed her arm, also using a bit of magic to stabilize her and bring her to her feet. Sorry about that. I guess I got carried away. Oh, got a little bit of dust on you. The girl froze in place after being stabilized, only recovering when Dream reached out his hand to brush off her shoulder.
Thanks. Sure.
The girl blushed a little after being brushed off by a guy while so close. Speaking of, she wasn't sure who he was. She looked him over. He was tall, and she could easily see how muscular he was from the ripped forearms and biceps not being covered by the short-sleeve shirt. He was handsome as well, earning an even deeper blush, though she still couldn't recognize him. Who are you? Oh, I'm Dream, the new kid. Oh,
Right.
she remembered that there was a new guy who was called out by the instructor, but she hadn't been able to get a look, so this was him. Hey, new guy, stop flirting around and finish up. Heh, sure thing, instructor. Dream grinned and patted the girl's shoulder before jogging off and finishing the drill. He really hadn't meant to run into anybody. He was just engrossed in his form and the sprint that he barely paid attention to his front, though he also wasn't going his fastest either. With his strength, Dream could easily cross the stadium in a bound, so he had definitely dialed it down before taking off, though he still wanted to feel that power from taking off, so he used a bit more strength than usual. The girl as well as all the bystanders recovered and finished their drills. Soon, they moved on to the main workout. The instructor floated over everyone and spoke. All right, pair up, everyone. Dream, you can pair up with your little girlfriend that you almost killed. She'll walk you through everything. Everyone else, get going. The instructor dropped a big box filled with rocks on the ground. He then smiled towards Dream. Sure thing, instructor. Dream smiled back and looked around, finding the girl outside the crowd by herself. Hearing the instructor, everyone else smirked and went off to their own partners. Hi. The girl walked over to Dream, trying her best to be confident. Hi. So, I guess we're partners today. Yeah, so you're Dream? I am. What's your name? Arena. So you've never done this activity before? Never. Though I got some of an explanation from instructor. Care to show me how it's done? You want to be hit? Sure. Might as well be hit once. All right. Arena grabbed 2 rocks from the box, and they walked over to an open area. She tossed 1 rock to Dream, who just held it in his hand. It was a smooth skipping rock. Nothing special about it other than it being reinforced. Arena stood opposite to him and explained. All right. So we use earth magic circles to shoot the rock. There are 2 points to this lesson. What are they? One is to cast the circle faster than the other, thereby hitting them first. But there's another lesson that's more an unwritten one. It tests your ability to cast not only under pressure, but even after being hit. Most people when hit stop casting the circle either because they get disturbed or they stop themselves. Why do they stop themselves? Don't know, but the way I do it is to cast anyway after being hit. Not many people like it since the whole point is to avoid being hit when you've won. But I do it anyway. Alright, well, let me see you cast first. Hit me with your best shot. Dream opened his arms up as if welcoming a hug. Arena looked at him weirdly for a second before lifting the rock. You asked for it. The next moment, Arena put up her palm with the rock on it. A magic circle was quickly formed and launched the rock straight towards Dream's chest. That's faster than I thought. Dream watched the rock fly towards him at over 100 miles per hour. It was a bit faster than normal baseball pitches, and if he were a normal person, this could injure him badly. As he watched, he debated whether or not to dodge, grab the rock, or just let it hit him. Eventually, he just shrugged and let it hit his chest, though he made sure it wouldn't break the rock. Thunk. Asterisk grunt asterisk. Dream recoiled a tiny bit and grunted, putting his hand to his chest while the rock fell to the floor. He smiled and looked at Arena. That stings a bit. It's going to. Looks like you can handle yourself, though. I'd be surprised if others couldn't. It's not that bad. Then prepare to be shocked. There's a reason people hate this activity. It not only drains your mana, making you weaker, but it also works your mind. People don't like to be hit when they're weak and tired. Arena said that with a little disdain in her voice. He could tell that she was a competitive girl, though he could make a couple of other inferences as well. People don't usually partner with you for this activity, do they? W-wa? That's mean. Of course I can find a partner. No, she can't. A voice came from a little ways away, insulting Arena. She turned to where it came from with a fierce look, but didn't find the person. Ugh, whatever. I don't want them as partners either. Well, I'm your partner right now, so let's duel. Here's your rock. Seeing Arena's spirits dampen, Dream felt a bit bad. Apparently, she wasn't very liked with how competitive she was. He threw the rock back to her, and she caught it. He then lifted his palm, practicing the circle. A green circle formed itself above his palm. This was the Earth Magic Circle, and it was identical to Arena's. He had asked her to go first since he didn't know the circle to be used, and just copied what she made. Alright, I think I got it. Ready?
Sure.
Arena picked herself up, and they both raised their hands. You call it. Dream spoke to Arena, who nodded. Go. Quickly. They both formed the circle in their palm. Their speeds were the same, and soon the rocks launched. Clack. The rocks actually collided in midair. Arena looked at Dream with a surprised expression. I didn't know you were so good. There's always room to improve. Let's see. About a second and a half? We should see if we can get it down to a second flat. That's really difficult. Only the intermediate classes have those times. Well, if we want to be intermediate, that's what we need to get to. Right. Right. She nodded, but Dream could feel her mood worsening again. He got confused. What's wrong? Nothing. Let's go again. Arena raised her hand with the rock, causing Dream to do the same. The last duel, Dream had intentionally matched her speed and hit the rock. Turns out, he had also found out his limits, or the lack of them. I don't actually need to spend time casting. I can do it instantly. The mana is already filling my body, and it takes virtually no time to move it from my palm to outside my palm. And the right speed of the runes is basically matched to my agility. I could make this puny circle in less time that she takes to blink, all due to the magic skill that ate the scribe and imbue skill, as well as the enchants that I put on your body while asleep. Dream nodded in his mind. Part of the reason why his mana could be moved so fast was because Sophia enchanted his body once more with an enchant that concentrates mana within him. She had taken the idea from the dome core and mana balls and scaled it to Dream's body, using his bones as an anchor. Now, his body's mana levels were easily several times denser than outside. So not only was his body tougher with the mana filling it, but he had much finer control over the mana. This made writing runes child's play, maybe easier than breathing. Dream battled with Arena for the rest of the class period. He kept her pace the whole time and even slipped up sometimes. He took many hits, and she took many hits. By the end of the class, he could see how tired she was from lack of mana. The people of this world have much harsher withdrawals than someone like me. Mana dependency. I would say it's normal. This was one of the drawbacks of being evolved to mana. They relied on it more. It was almost like an addiction. When class ended, Arena said bye to Dream as they left with the rest of the class. The next period was actually lunch, and everyone got an hour and a half of free time. Most people went to the cafeteria to eat and replenish some energy, especially those who came out of practical. Dream decided to follow the crowd over and check things out. He wouldn't mind grabbing a bite to eat himself. He soon arrived at a building that wasn't crazy tall, but really big. Dream counted out a few thousand tables in this massive area. The manpower required to feed so many people was also huge, and he could see the biggest kitchen he had ever laid eyes on. Meat was cooked hundreds of pounds at a time and divided between many different dishes. It was like a buffet where you could just walk up with a plate and grab what you want, and many students were doing so. Meat still reigns supreme, I guess. Let's get myself some. Dream went and grabbed a plate, getting in line and filling it with a few pounds of various items. He then walked around in search of an empty table. Oh, there's one. Out by the corner was an empty table, which he promptly took the edge seat of. Once he sat down, he dug in. When it came to food, Dream didn't need all that much, if any at all. His main bodily systems like his muscles and nervous systems ran on heat and electrical signals. And one of the things Sophia had done was enchant his body to use his thermal skill as power. His body couldn't perform with just chemical systems, needing much more energy than they could provide. So since he had a skill which could solve the problem, why not make use of it? This made it so Dream didn't require hardly any food to survive, especially since he didn't have things like intestines or kidneys or a liver anymore. But he still liked to eat very much, and it wasn't something he would give up. Thus, he still had something similar to a stomach that would handle anything he ingested. Dream ate the good food by himself happily. He actually went back for seconds and thirds, trying the different things they had there. Most of the meat they had was class 1, but it still tasted really good. They made it into sandwiches and whatnot. Eventually, he returned his plate and left the cafeteria. I still have a little bit of time. Let's go check out this healing class. He turned and began walking in the direction of the class, arriving with a little time before the bell. He walked in. Who are you? Oh, are you the new student? As Dream walked in, he was greeted with a rough-looking teacher sitting at his desk. It was a mid-aged looking man with a scruffy beard and a bit of a mean look on his face. Something told Dream that he wouldn't be the most pleasant teacher in the world. There were also several students already in the class sitting at their desks reading the textbook. They all looked over to him for a bit before turning back to the book. Dream turned to the teacher and nodded. Yes, I am the new student. Chapter 86, Friends. Yes, I am the new student. Well, I don't know who thought it would be a good idea to throw some random student into my class halfway through the year, but depending on where you're at, you've got a lot of catching up to do. Sit. Let's figure out where you are. The teacher brought out a wooden chair and placed it near his desk. Dream nodded while taking a seat. He also took out his book. How far through the book has the class gotten? 3/4. In fact, we've already done some live practice with patients in the hospital. That's the point of this class after all. But we don't allow failures who will only botch things or make mistakes. In the next 2 weeks, if I don't see that you are either caught up with us or at least competent, then you'll leave this class. Is that clear?
Yes.
Good. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signifying the end of lunch. Since you have much to do in these 2 weeks, you'll only follow along with us while reading the book. If you need help, then you can either find a willing student or come to me outside of class. At the end of this week, I'll check in and make sure you're on track. At the end of next week will be your test. Today, get started reading. There are many empty seats, so take one. Okay. Since he had outlined everything he needed to do, Dream had no questions. He stood up and went up to the top desks, taking a random seat that was most likely to be empty. At the same time, people began to enter the classroom. Though even after the bell rang signifying the beginning of class, there still weren't more than 30 people in the classroom. The teacher stood and began class. We have a new student. His name is Dream. He's going to be spending his time catching up since he was recently admitted here. Anyway, today we're going back to the hospital. Dream, you stay here and focus on reading. Or wander. I won't be here to monitor your progress, so do what you wish. As he spoke, the class began to get up and leave the room. Dream watched, a bit baffled that the teacher was actually going to just leave him here. He eventually spoke up. Can I go to the hospital with the class? Only if you can stay out of the way. Can you do that? Yes, I can. Then let's go. The teacher walked out with the class, and Dream followed behind. The best way for him to catch up to everyone's standard was to see exactly how they did things. Though he could just have Sophia give him the data from the book, he wanted to do things himself. Healing was an interesting topic. After all, the class actually left the school and headed to another nearby spire. The sign said that it was the hospital, and it was very spacious since it needed to fit plenty of people. They walked into it and were immediately met with a big lobby of people. The class just kept walking and went up a few floors before coming into a ward. There were many curtains around rows of beds, most of which had somebody on it. Dream could smell blood and dirt. Overall, it definitely didn't have the usual sanitized scent of Earth hospitals. Though since everybody in this world was more powerful, it removing the incessant need for cleanliness. Oh, you guys are here. Go find your lead doctors. They have plenty of tasks for you guys. A man who seemed to be a supervisor found the class and came over. This clearly wasn't their first time doing this. He quickly gave them directions and went back off to do his own thing. All the students also split off into groups and headed every which way. What do I do? Dream just stood there. He didn't have a lead doctor. Mara, take Dream with you. The teacher shouted out a name, and a girl who was walking away froze. Dream turned to the girl who he was now apparently supposed to go with. The girl also turned to him, but only glanced before turning back around and walking off again. She's shy, so don't expect her to say much. Just go with her and keep to yourself.
Sure.
Dream nodded and walked in the direction she left. He soon caught up and just trailed behind her, not saying anything. They eventually tracked down a doctor, who saw the girl and lit up a bit. Mara, there you are. Command. Who are you? An old man spoke to her, but saw Dream trailing behind Mara and looked to him curiously. I'm a new student in the class. The teacher put me with her. A new student, huh? Not every day that one comes in the middle of the year. And that bracelet, right when he comes back as well. Sorry. Dream tilted his head and queried as the old man mumbled under his breath. He actually heard everything, but he was surprised that this old man might have a connection to Riddick. In nothing. Anyway, we have much to do. My name's Merlin. I'm not sure how skilled in healing you are since you're new, so you can just follow along. I was just about to head out to check up on a new patient.
Come.
Merlin waved them along, to which they followed. After walking a bit, they came upon a bed with a groaning man in it. All right, so what seems to be the issue? Merlin and Mara came to different sides of the bed while Dream stood by Merlin. When Mara got to the man's side, she immediately created a 3-layer magic circle in her hand and pointed it to the man. Dream watched her while the man described to Merlin what happened. I got caught off guard. Damned crawlers. They went straight for the gaps in my armor. I think they were poisonous too. We barely saw them coming. He has severe lacerations and puncture wounds on the abdomen and legs. An infection is also spreading from those wounds. Those crawlers were indeed poisonous. Mara gave her diagnosis and Merlin nodded. After she spoke, she created two-layered circles in her hands, placing them on his leg and abdomen where the wounds were. They began to slow their bleeding. While they were doing this, Dream had also scanned the man's entire body. They were right about the infection, but he wondered if they knew how bad it was. The poison is already near his heart and lungs. I'm not sure what kind of poison this is or how sturdy this guy is, but I would say that he's going to die within the next several minutes if that poison isn't stopped. He won't die. It looks like his immune system along with whatever Mara is doing is helping. He also hasn't lost enough blood for it to be lethal. But yes, I'm curious as to the nature of that poison. As Dream had an inner monologue, Merlin looked to Mara. She noticed his gaze and got confused, but soon perked up and brought out yet another circle, hovering it over the infected wounds. This poison is a lethal variant. Solidification? Mara. Correct. Go and get the antidote. You have 44 seconds. Merlin. Right. After they exchanged words, Mara stopped her circle and darted off. Dream was confused until the man began to wail out in pain. Arg. Dream took another look at the man. Scanning him, he saw that the poison traveling through his veins began to stop flowing. It even began to solidify into a solid crystal substance. The veins from the wounds all the way to his heart and even his lungs were seized, preventing blood flow and even the movement of muscles. The man became partially paralyzed. Amazing. I've never seen a poison like this before. It's pretty genius, the way it solidifies inside the veins like that. It would kill any normal person with a fraction of what this man has been infected with, It has truly an odd synthesis, this poison. The poison is actually supplied with its own mana. The mana keeps it in liquid form, and when the mana runs out, it crystallizes. It even expands slightly, like ice. His vascular system will be severely damaged for a while, though he'll still survive given his strong physique and mana level. Though if someone were to act now, he could be spared much recovery time. Anything I can do? It would hurt, but if we broke up the crystals, then he would be greatly helped. At least until Mara comes back with this antidote. How would we do that? While using a magic circle. Maybe if we use sound waves to shatter them. I'll give you the sequence for it. Sophia began to give Dream some data about the formation of runes into a two-layered magic circle. He nodded and walked up to the man who was seizing. I have something that might alleviate the problem, at least until she comes back with the antidote. Are you confident in your method? I'm not opposed to you helping, but if you aren't certain, then I would recommend refraining. I am confident, then go ahead. He nodded and began to form the magic circle in his hand. He put it over the chest of the man. Then the circle activated. VVRRR. Ah! Asterisk. The circle caused vibrations that moved through his body, breaking up the crystals. This was obviously extremely painful, causing the man to yell out. Merlin was startled by the yell and thought that Dream had hurt the man somehow. He was about to intervene and stop Dream, but as he looked into his body, he saw what Dream was doing. He was then startled once more, seeing the effectiveness of what he was doing. Shattering the crystals with sound? How is that possible? If used right, sound can do some miraculous things, though it's not like I'm solving the problem. The crystals will still have to be removed with whatever antidote you guys have, but this will at least prevent him from receiving so much damage. I've never seen such an application before. This is brilliant. Have you had experience with this poison before? Merlin looked to him with excited eyes. Dream just scratched his head. I've had a little bit of experience. I honestly found this method by chance.
It's worked rather well.
I see that. I have the antidote. Mara arrived and brought up a bottle to the man's mouth. He drank it, and within a few seconds, his face began to ease. Dream could see the antidote being processed rapidly and distributed through his bloodstream. How did the antidote work so quickly? Mara spoke up after a while, confused. Merlin smiled. That's due to this young man right here. He used a brilliant method to shatter the crystals, allowing the antidote to flow and have increased effectiveness. Usually, it would be obstructed and have to slowly break past the crystal barriers, but he removed that obstacle. This will also greatly speed up this man's recovery. He could be healed within a few days. Oh, Mara nodded and fell into thought. Merlin turned back to Dream. What is your name? I don't think I've heard it. Dream. Well, Dream, I don't know what importance you place on that spell of yours, but on behalf of this hospital, I would like to request the sequence. This is only one of many that get poisoned, and its application would help many people. You would, of course, be compensated properly for such knowledge. Oh, I guess. I have no issue with that. Great. After this class ends, I'll bring you to my office where we can discuss it further. For now, we have more people to help. Merlin turned to the man and told him that a nurse would be with him shortly to dress the wounds. After that, the three left and moved on to the next person. The next patient wasn't in nearly as bad of a state than the man before, only having flesh wounds, though Mara still went up and did her diagnosis as well as use a healing spell. Dream watched from across the bed and copied every circle she made. Through her, he was able to see where they were at in the class. He wouldn't need to worry about looking out of place. Other than the three-layered diagnosis circle, most of the spells were one- or two-layered. He also saw some runes in the three-layer circle that weren't in the sequencing book. He figured that Mara was ahead, probably in the intermediate class given her expertise. For the next 3 hours, they moved around from patient to patient. Apparently, this class was much longer than the others. Good thing he didn't have any classes after this one. Eventually, the teacher called them all over and dismissed everyone. They could stay and continue to help, or they could leave, whatever they wanted to do. Since Dream needed to talk with Merlin, he stayed. Dream went and found Merlin along with Mara. Okay, Dream, come with me. Merlin led them up a few floors and into his office. They all took a seat. First of all, good job to both of you. Looks like despite being a new student, you still have some expertise in healing. A little bit. I don't think I've gotten to her level though. Dream pointed to Mara next to him. She just said nothing while Merlin smiled. Well, Mara is a bit of a special case. She's been under my tutelage since little. Truth is, she's far ahead of the rest of the class. Then, why is she in it? If you haven't noticed, she's a bit shy. Grandpa. Mara shrunk a little in embarrassment. Dream nodded knowingly. I wanted her to make friends, but even after so long, she struggles. But after today, I've got an idea. Since Dream is new and needs a bit of help with the spells and techniques, Mara, why don't you pair up with him during classes and such? You can be in charge of teaching him.
Be but daft.
I wasn't asking. You, young lady, need to start making friends. That is, if Dream here would be open to the idea. Merlin looked to Dream, who was still wondering how they suddenly got on the topic of making friends. Though since it was technically one of the reasons he was here as well, he didn't really see anything wrong with the idea. Sure. Always happy to make friends. You hear that, Mara? It'll be fine. You two can find each other during lunch in this class and go over things. I'll let your teacher know. Until then, let's discuss this spell of yours, Dream. Chapter 87, Facility. Merlin moved on to the topic of the acoustic spell that Dream used on the poison. In regards to the sequence, we would like to buy its usage rights. It would be taught to all staff, and even be passed to the guild to notify hunters about this potentially life-saving method. Hunters constantly run into this type of poison when hunting those crawlers, and many are lost. But not only would this be able to extend their life, but it can also allow much faster and thorough recovery. That's fine. This is just a spell I know, not some trump card of mine. So I don't care how it would be used. Very well. Now in terms of payment, it would be hard to calculate, so I would need to pass it over to the people who handle it. But it would be at least 1,000 gold. What are your thoughts on that? Oh, I mean, too low? No, I just don't have problems with money, so I guess I don't need it, especially if it's a troublesome process. I'll just give you the sequence and payment can be taken care of later. I understand, but knowledge is valuable, so I'll be sure to get you what you deserve. That's fine. Then if there's nothing more, you can imprint the sequence on this paper. Merlin brought out 2 sheets of paper, both already enchanted. Dream took them one in each hand and began imprinting each layer of the 2-layer circle on the papers. Within moments, the circles had been drawn out on the paper, along with how the circles connected. Dream set the papers back down on the desk. All right, to be able to imprint the circles so fast, you really are an interesting one. Merlin looked at him with a surprised face. Mara also had wide eyes. Dream inwardly cursed while smiling sheepishly. Oh, I guess. No matter. Thank you for the sequences. You've just saved many lives. It was nothing much. Well, I'll go get this submitted to the hospital. Mara will come with me. I look forward to seeing you again next time. Likewise. They stood and shook hands. After that, they all left the office and went their separate ways. Dream left the hospital, and since he had nothing else to do, decided to wander around the city for a bit. How did I get partnered up with someone I just met? I'm more wondering why he wanted to pair you two so eagerly. He definitely has some connection to Riddick. Disregarding him pairing you two, he seemed awfully confident in your ability when healing. I doubt he would let some random new kid just have his way with a man on the verge of death like that. I agree, though I'm not too concerned about it. We can just ask the old man. Dream brought up his smartwatch and rung up Riddick. He soon heard a voice from the other end. Dream? How was your first day? It was good. I actually just got out of healing class. It's also the reason for my call. Something happened? Do you know a man named Merlin? I do. He's the head of the hospital. You met him? How? Well, I actually got paired up with this girl while we were at the hospital, and she's apparently under his tutelage. Us 3 were going around for the last few hours helping all these people. But anyway, I get the feeling he knows about the connection between us. I wanted to get your input. He's an extremely skilled healer, and we have a good relationship. He was one of the people I reunited with when I came back. Did you tell him about me? No, but he's an extremely observant man. He might have seen something and made the connection. The bracelet. He saw mine. I'm wearing mine too, so that's probably it. Though it doesn't really matter. Nothing to worry about. Though I am interested in this girl you spoke of. He didn't have anyone under his tutelage last time I saw him. Oh, she's in the class. She seems close to him, calling him grandpa. A granddaughter maybe? He actually went and paired us up. She's going to teach me healing now. You'd be the one doing the teaching if anything. And no, he never had kids. Maybe I'll go speak to him. She must be interesting if he actually took her as his disciple. All right. Well, I was just making sure I didn't need to worry about anything. You don't. Are you done for the day? Yeah. I'm just wandering the city right now. How's the material in the textbooks? Let's just say I read through and understood it all the moment I got the books. It's an interesting system, but right now it's too shallow to give me anything. I'll need the more advanced copies to start developing something out of it. I figured as much. If you want, I can get you the copies for the advanced classes. I could do that or just test up into those classes. You could, but I recommend waiting a week or so before doing that. If people see you test up 2 levels in a short amount of time, they'll start talking. How about this? I'll talk to Amitel and make sure the test is ready. At the end of the week, you'll take the test and get into the intermediate class. At the same time, I'll get you the advanced sequencing book. You can give it another month before testing up again. Sound good? That works. Make sure it's for both the sequencing and elemental class. Of course. Until then, have fun with that girl Merlin paired you with. Sure. After that, they both hung up. Dream just smirked and kept walking. It's getting to be sunset. I still have a lot of time in the day as well as night. I need to figure out something to do with all these free hours. You could go hunting, or we can work on another project. Any projects in mind? Well, we can begin deploying scanners to look for materials. You wouldn't have to do the mining personally either. That would give us a bunch of materials. Though, what would we need it for? For if we need to build things in the future. I know you haven't forgotten what's out there and what we need to prepare for. We've got demons to fight and princesses to save. And I've got ideas for machines that can help us. We'll need materials for all of that, though. All right, I'm guessing we'll need a lot of devices, so we'll need some space. We can't build much in that little dorm room. I already have an area good for a little base. Outside the city, obviously. All right, well, no reason I can't start now. Dream stopped wandering around and began flying to the city gates. He soon reached the gate and had no problems leaving, especially now that his title plate was stamped with the Academy symbol. After leaving the city, he began heading to where Sophia indicated. It was around 200 miles away, and with Dream's speeds, he reached it within 10 minutes. The area was a big hill-filled valley. There weren't any mountains, but the land definitely wasn't smooth. We can build a base under the hills. Underground? Well, unless you plan to mine these materials yourself, we'll need robots to do it and a way to transport the materials. And since we're moving tons of rocks and still trying to be secretive about it, it'll need to be mostly underground. All right, so where do we start? According to the layout of the land, this is what I've planned out. After she spoke, Dream Vision was filled with the design of the facility overlapping on his view of the land beneath him. Sophia had planned out a truly massive area. There would be tolls that carry the ore and fly into a giant mouth in the earth, leading them into the underground facility where they dropped everything off and left. From there, the ore would be processed and melted. All of the crap that they didn't need would get disposed of and carried away by more of tolls. Then everything would get refined and turned into the ingots or metal sheets that they could use. Everything was planned out to the smallest detail, and it would be entirely automated. This seems like a lot. It's not much. I think you underestimate your skills and what they can do. You've only used them for small tools, but we can do so much more than just a railgun. We'll have to summon the materials for the facility, and I'll be using the materials we have to build the mining robots, giving us greater efficiency. All right, then we should get started. Go down to the ground. Dream floated down to where Sophia wanted. It was right above the middle of the facility. You ready? Am I about to lose all my mana? Not at all, though it'll take a while, so I hope you enjoy watching. After she said that, Dream felt his mana explode out from his body and spread out into the ground. Not long after, he could feel the ground shake, rumble. Massive amounts of dirt and stone were taken control of and lifted into the sky. Sophia was basically scooping out a huge chunk of earth and tossing it aside. After she put all the dirt and stone aside, Dream looked down and could see a massive 200-meter deep crater. Soon after, Sophia began summoning out the materials and tools needed for the facility. Tons upon tons of structural material was summoned and formed into the skeleton of the facility. Screws and bolts tightened themselves, and welding was done wherever needed. It took only 15 minutes before the outline of the facility was completed. Although it looked easy and smooth, Dream had begun to feel the stress on his soul. The precision needed to control everything was something only Sophia could handle, but she still did it through his soul. He still bore that burden. As Dream became more powerful and developed his skills, he began to realize more and more his connection to Sophia and how they interacted. Sophia was a skill that assimilated with part of his soul and gained intelligence. At first, they were still rather separated. Sophia could think semi-independently from Dream and vice versa, and if she did something with his skills like enchant an item, he wouldn't know how she did it, since she was the one who actually did it. But that began to change, especially after the Class 2 advancement. As he gained power, he began to become aware of the things Sophia did and thought. He started to understand what she did when she did it without her telling him, like when they built the collar for John. Dream didn't need to ask how it was enchanted or watch the enchantment. He was just able to know through Sophia. Same with his body. Although he didn't ask about it, Dream knew the decisions Sophia made and the enchantments she made while building the body in his mind space. Overall, their connection was deepening, and when they built something, like right now, they would understand each other's thinking and what the other was doing without needing to communicate. So currently, Dream understood everything Sophia was doing, from screwing bolts to welding corners. He was aware of it all, just as she was. Dream watched more materials being summoned and put into place. Platforms were secured into the ground. Walls were built. The conveyor system began to be put into place. The smelters were assembled. The rocks grinders were put in place. All the different components of the factory were being brought together from the ground up. Eventually, the massive gate for the facility was made. It could open and close should they need to hide the place, and it's where everything would go in and out, like the roof of a stadium. As they reached the peak of construction, Dream also felt the peak of the pressure on his soul. Though it wasn't that bad, it still gave him some fatigue and tiredness. Nothing a good night's rest couldn't handle, though. Soon the facility was completed, though they still weren't completely done. Everything like the conveyor system and smelters are totally automated, but we still need manpower for any labor, like unloading raw materials and such. For this we'll need robots. After she said that, more materials began to move over and assemble into robots designed for moving heavy objects and doing any laborious jobs inside the facility. Though they didn't hardly look like humans, they didn't need to be. Sophia also created the central system that would run and monitor the whole facility, including the robots. When she finished, there was a big crowd of neatly lined up robots in the facility. Though this is when Dream raised a question. Are my skills going to be used to power everything? Correct. We're going to be making our own core that'll power the entire facility. For that, we're going to use non-summon materials like that titanium. All right. When he gave the thumbs up, Sophia removed a huge chunk of titanium from his inventory. It was formed into a big metal ball about 20 feet in diameter. Then, it was placed into a cradle inside the facility that was built specifically for this core. The cradle looked very similar to that altar for the dome core, except instead of wood, it was metal. The cradle had its own veins that would pull mana from the core and send it to the places that needed it. This core would also work in tandem with the central electrical system. Everything would merge seamlessly. When the core was placed, Sophia proceeded to enchant it with a massive mana vortex. Initially, Dream still had most of his mana, but this enchantment alone tanked it by 40%. But you get what you give, and the vortex along with the rest of the enchantment began to form the dense mana core shortly. Although it won't be nearly as dense as the dome core, it'll be more than enough to power this entire facility. The mana from this core will be used to create heat to melt metals, as well as be converted to electricity to power certain systems. In fact, the main system should be booting up right now. Click. VRR. With a clunk, the system began to run and electricity began to flow to the various machines. As a test, different sections of the facility began to run, making sure they operated normally. After that, Sophia enchanted the robots with their own small vortexes that would allow them to run. Although Dream eventually had to take out some mana cubes to supplement, they got all the robots up and running. Now, until we actually get materials for processing, this facility will remain dormant, though that won't be for very long. I've already summoned the scanners and the drones that will scatter them, so we can start anytime. Chapter 88, Friends. I already have the scanners and the drones to carry them. We'll just need to finish enchanting this place a bit, and we can deploy. As Dream overlooked the facility, his mana was still covering the area and enchanting everything. Sophia was applying stealth and reinforcement enchantments, ensuring that nobody would be able to find this place. Once she was done, she picked back up all the dirt and rock that had been removed and moved it back on top of the facility. She began to bury the area and pack in the dirt, making it look like this place never had a huge crater in it. One couldn't even see the gates of the facility. What kind of scanners and drones are we using? Dream landed on the ground while Sophia pulled out the scanner. The scanner is just one big metal detector, like what those people use at the beach, except thousands of times more powerful. These were used back on Earth, and I haven't made many modifications since they're very effective. We'll have drones to fly them to different areas and scan. The scanning process will go on for about a day before we get results. All right, I have no problems. Deploying scanners. When she spoke, over 200 scanners and drones were brought out and sent away. It wasn't long before they disappeared in the distance. We'll wait until we get results to deploy the mining teams. Until then, let's get some rest. Agreed. Dream nodded and turned in the direction of the spire. It was already night, and he had to wake up for class tomorrow. The next day, Dream woke up and went to his sequencing class. Since he was now planning to test up, he just read through the whole book and practiced its concepts. The class was just getting into two-layer circles, but Dream didn't pay any heed and practiced what he needed. During the class, he was pulling out two-layer circles left and right. He even made some of his own, but the others wouldn't know that just by looking. Unfortunately, the book didn't move on to three-layer circles, so he couldn't do much more than that, other than much of the class being stunned. Nothing really happened, and he moved on to the elemental class. In this class, it was much of the same. He scanned through the book and immediately grasped the concepts of controlling certain elements with the elemental mana. The looks on everyone's faces when he practiced a two-layer water circle was priceless. After the elemental class, he moved on to the practical class. In this, he was paired up again with Irina during their workout. Her competitive nature showed even more as they had a small spar for the workout. But although she had the drive, Dream could see how her ability was lacking. So he actually stopped the spar halfway and decided to work with her. What are you doing? Irina tilted her head in confusion after Dream suddenly stopped. You need to change the way you do things. What do you mean? I mean your magic. Have you ever considered getting rid of your magic circles? Dream put up an illusion and sound barrier around them. Irina didn't notice and was only confused about Dream's question. How can you get rid of using sequences? They're what gives us magic. Not true. Watch this. Whoa. After he spoke, Irina suddenly felt the ground beneath her give way. Her feet sunk into the stone ground and were trapped. At the same time, Dream pulled water from the air with his bare hands and formed it into an ice lance. He shot the ice lance straight towards Irina's face. With how fast things happened, Irina could only freeze up in panic. Dream obviously wasn't about to kill her and stopped the lance right in front of her face. You don't need magic circles to perform magic. How? Simple. You control mana with your will. After sparring for a while, I've come to notice peculiarities in how you control your mana, as well as how it saturates your body. And I think you might have a talent for manipulation. As he spoke, he released Irina's feet and evaporated the ice lance. He then walked up to her, taking out a small cube of metal. Take this and fill it with your mana. What? Irina was confused but still took the cube. It fit into the palm of her hand, and she attempted to fill it with her mana like Dream said. Dream could see her weak stream of mana flow into the cube. When it was filled, he nodded. Good. Now make it hover above your hand. No magic circles. How am I supposed to do that? Use your mana as an extension of your mind. You controlled that mana to fill the cube. Now anchor it to the cube and lift the mana, thereby lifting the cube. In simpler terms, just lift the cube with your mind. I'll try. She wasn't sure what Dream was blabbering about, but she understood trying to lift the cube with her mind. Concentrating on the mana within the cube, she began trying to lift it. After a while, she was actually able to lift it above her palm a little over an inch, though she clearly struggled, and eventually it fell back into her hand. This is useless, says the one who could have been killed by me several times over using that very technique. Look, I know a way that can help you train manipulation. I feel that it would suit you better than using these sequences. It would take a lot of effort, and you might lose progress before you gain it, but you have the drive, and it's not like you're that far along with sequences anyway. No offense. Irina went quiet. She wanted to doubt this whole manipulation thing, but she clearly saw how Dream used it and how effective it was. Like he said, with a mere thought he could have ended her, using no magic circles either. And it all happened so quickly. He seemed like so much more than he really was, and she wasn't in the position to doubt his abilities. But she still had questions. Why are you willing to teach me something like this? If it really is as powerful as you're letting on, well, honestly, the whole reason I'm even at this school is to make friends. And I guess I enjoy passing on knowledge to others. So what better way to make friends than helping someone? You seem like a good person, and I'm able to help you gain power. So why not? You're not looking to put me in debt to you? Not being insulting or anything, but I highly doubt you have something that interests me. Look, I'm just trying to be helpful to someone. That seems to be a foreign concept to many people here. Irina went quiet once more, and sensing her continued doubt, Dream just put it simply. Look, I'm offering another way of doing things. It may help you, or I'm wrong and it won't. Either way, there's not really any risk to it. You can take my help or not. I don't mind either way. All right. Irina gave her answer with a surprising amount of conviction. I've got nothing to lose, so why not? So, how are we gonna do this? Oh, well, when do you have free time? During lunch and after fourth class. Oh, same. Then we can meet up during lunch and after fourth period. Though healing is my fourth, and sometimes we go to the hospital. Plus the class went for like 3 hours. So we'd need some place to meet. What about the dorms? Dorms? Yeah, that would probably work best. So let's see. We can stay with each other after this for lunch, and after fourth period, you can come over to my dorm. Sound good? Oh, okay. What's your dorm number? For 20. I leave it unlocked, so if I'm not there when you show up, then you can just show yourself in. You let people into your room without you there? No, but it's not like I have anything valuable there. Somebody could steal everything and I wouldn't care. Anyway, lunch is coming up, and you need to rest. So we'll start tonight. Okay. Irina nodded. If she was doing something new, she did want to be rested. The class ended and lunch came. Dream and Irina went with each other to the cafeteria and ate before splitting off for their fourth period. Interesting thing was, Mara never showed, though he figured since he never told her what he did during lunch, she wouldn't know where to find him. Dream went to the healing class where they went to the hospital again. They did the same things as last time, separating into groups and going off to help patients. Dream met back up with Merlin and Mara and followed them around. Mara also tried to teach him some things as they went around seeing a variety of injuries. But since she was still super shy and quiet, she found it difficult and Merlin often chimed in. As they were helping a patient, Dream suddenly got a notification. Dream, we have our first confirmation of a dig site. Oh, that was fast. Do we know what the material is? From the readings, it's iron, and lots of it. How much is a lot? Hard to get an exact number, but from the area it covers, I'm guessing at least several hundred tons. Nice. And we now have the proper facilities to make steel, giving us a supply of materials stronger than titanium. I'm going to begin summoning the necessary equipment, but since you've taken on the role of a sensei with Irina, we'll have to launch the mining operation later tonight. Not necessarily. I'll just take half an hour to fly over there really quick and set things up when my class ends. My new disciple can wait a bit. Such a good teacher. But that's all right. It won't take much time to set everything up. After tonight, we'll have a mine and a refinery. Maybe we'll be able to find some additional materials from the ore as well. It'll be a good harvest. Dream smiled as he thought about gaining some resources. He didn't know everything that he would use it on, but it was nice not having to go and buy it from people. Not to mention the fact that running a little mining operation was pretty cool. As the healing class came to an end, Merlin pulled them aside a bit early and talked about their little pairing. So Mara, did you go and find Dream at lunch? And no, I didn't know where he was. She has different classes and I didn't know where she was either. I see. Then Dream, where do you go at lunch? Usually the cafeteria. Where in the cafeteria? I'm usually by myself in the back corner. Then that's where you can find each other. Okay, Mara. Okay. Dream just shrugged his shoulders at this super awkward pairing. He didn't know why Merlin wanted them to hang out so badly, but he didn't have a reason why not. He just went with it. After that conversation, Mara stayed back as Dream left the hospital. He headed straight for the gates to leave the city. After he went through and started flying to the facility, he received a call on his bracelet. It was Riddick. Hello? It's me. Hello. Hi. So I talked to Merlin, and first off, if he wasn't 100% sure that we were connected, then he is now.
But other than that, that disciple of his has an interesting story.
What story might that be? Is she a genius or something? Well, medically, yes. That's what happens when you've been raised by a medical prodigy like him for nearly 20 years. So he's been teaching her since she was a child? He's been more like her father. Not long after I disappeared, he took on an assignment to help out at a nearby small kingdom with some other mages. A section of it had been decimated by some monsters that were being manipulated by criminals. Long story short, a few thousand died and this girl's parents were among them. While he was going through the area, he saw this girl attempting to heal her dead parents with some pseudo-restoration magic. She was only 4 at the time, and he was impressed, so he took her in.
The rest is as you can guess.
Shit, that's dark. He told you all of that? Of course. We're good friends, and it's nothing that he needs to hide. Especially now that he knows you're connected to me. He also told me about him trying to pair you two up so she can teach you.
His attempt at getting her to make a friend,
And it would be a good friend to make. He told me how shy she was, and it's obviously due to that trauma from many years ago. She remembers that? In full detail. It's one of the things he found while teaching her. Her memory is apparently unparalleled, and she learns extremely fast. If that's the case, she would be a good friend for you. Once you get past her shyness, of course. I mean, I'm not going to make a friend just because she can be useful. I'm not a psychopath. I'm not saying you should, and it's nice to hear that you think that way. I'm just saying that a friendship with her has a high chance of lasting. It's hard to be friends with someone who's weak. You'll only split apart over time. But if it's someone powerful, then they can keep up with you. Right. Well, that's all I really had to say. In a couple days, I'll get Amitel to ready your advancement test. Okay, then I'll talk to you later. They hung up and Dream went into thought. He hadn't thought about friends and whether they could keep up with him in terms of power. He couldn't argue that they would split apart. It was highly likely they would go off to do different things. Not to mention lifespan. Someone who's class 4 would far outlive a class 1 or 2. He didn't know by how much, but it could be thousands of years versus hundreds. He had never considered it, and it was a new concept, one that he now had to consider. Not that he would avoid making friends because they were weak, but it couldn't be entirely left out. Mindsets change. Even on Earth, people got rich while others didn't. And sometimes that led to people splitting apart, whether it was because of time or jobs. Like if your friend suddenly became your boss. Things might get weird, especially if that same friend ever had to fire you. Not exactly the same situation, but it paints a picture. Eventually, Dream just dropped the subject. He would cross that bridge when he came to it. We're here. Soon, Sophia called out. He looked down and could see nothing but hills of dirt and rock, but he knew what lay under it, and soon he would be putting it to use. Chapter 89, Teach. Dream hovered down to the land above the facility. I've already got everything summoned. Bring it out. When he said that, items started flooding out of his inventory. They were assorted and plentiful. There was aircraft for transport, machines for mining, and everything in between. All of these machines were designed specifically for mining in the most efficient way possible. Whether it was drilling, using controlled explosions, or even proximity scanning to make sure they had everything, it was there. The entire operation force had a few hundred machines and over a dozen heavy aircraft. The aircraft was designed not only to move materials back to the facility for processing, but to transport all of the machines wherever they needed to go. After everything was summoned out, Sophia got to work and modified everything. One big issue with being on another world was that they lacked designated sources of power, whether it was fuel or energy. Eventually, these machines would die, and they had no way to fuel them back up. But with Dream's magic, they could set it up so that they could generate all the electricity they wanted wherever they were. It used his thermal fluctuation magic. He could enchant any object he wanted to generate heat using mana as fuel, and this could be converted to electricity. This would act as a battery and charger, which Sophia used as power sources and incorporated into all the devices they made. So once Sophia had used the majority of his mana and swapped the power sources for the machines, they all revved to life and boarded their designated aircraft, which also revved to life. Soon, they were loaded and the aircraft began to rise up, heading to the mining site. The mining site is another 100 or so miles away. They'll arrive and deploy themselves with the AI that I've installed controlling them. I've also scouted the area and there's nothing that will disturb them. Even if there is, there are some Guardian bots equipped with weapons that'll take care of issues. Nice. Then let's get back to the Spire. Arena is probably waiting. Dream rose back up into the sky and flew back to the city. 15 minutes later, he was back at the academy, heading to his dorm. And sure enough, when he arrived, Arena was already there waiting outside his door. I told you you could show yourself in. I don't think you understand how weird that is. But besides that, where were you? I got caught up at the hospital, people dying and such. But anyway, let's head in. Dream opened the door and walked into the room with Arena behind him. When they walked in, a very simple living area greeted them. There's hardly anything here. I don't need a bunch of crap put on display. There's enough to be plenty comfortable. And anything else I need is in my inventory. What do you have in your dorm? All my books, clothes, and everything else I need. I don't have an inventory, so I can't store everything. Well, maybe that'll change after I'm done with you. Go ahead and take a seat on a couch. Dream pointed over to one of 3 couches in the living area that surrounded a small coffee table. She sat on one, and he sat across from her while bringing out some food, setting it on the table. If you want any, I'm all right. Then we can get started. Dream sat back and put his leg on his knee, getting comfortable. Arena wasn't so laid back though. Dream could tell that she was very nervous, unable to control her strong heartbeat and high blood pressure. Though he could see nothing on the outside, there was no hiding anything underneath. The first thing I'm gonna do is explain to you the concept of mana manipulation. Dream put up his hand and brought out a chunk of metal, the same one he gave to her during practical. Mana is an extension of the mind dash. Isn't it a part of your body? No. Then why do we control it with our body? You don't. You might think you do because you feel your mana as you move it, but you do not control mana with your body. It all happens up here. He pointed to his head. Arena nodded. I don't know if this is taught, but every organic being, whether it's plants, animals, or humans, has a soul. For humans, this soul is what makes us us. We cannot see it, but it is there. It houses your mind, and it's where we do all of our thinking. The soul is connected to our brain, or our heads, and this lets us control our body. Think of it like a puppet and its master. The soul is the master, while the puppet is our body. You get all that? I did, though I find it surprising that even plants have souls. Does that mean they can think like us? No, their soul isn't developed enough. Extremely simple. Okay, anyway, mana is also an invisible substance, and it is controlled directly by our souls. We can control mana in different ways, and through manipulating it, we can create magic. So how do you make magic without magic circles? To know that, you have to know what magic circles are. Do you know what magic circles are? Making them allows us to use magic. False. Making them allows you to control your mana. Because people's souls are too weak and their minds aren't developed enough, they don't have the ability to directly make magic. Instead, they have to form their mana into runes and circles in a sequence, letting them organize their mind and make a spell. But if your mind and soul are strong enough, you can skip the process of making a circle and instead directly manipulate mana into spells. So when I was trying to levitate that ball above my palm, I couldn't do it because my mind is weak? Yes and no. Your mind also isn't used to directly manipulating things, so it'll be difficult. But since you're willing to give manipulation a shot, I'm here to guide you down the road of making it easier. By strengthening my mind, that's one way. Another thing I'll also have to do is educate you. Your view of the world and its inner workings is currently ignorant and flawed. And one key to manipulation is understanding what you're manipulating and the consequences of such. For example, whoosh. Dream brought up his other hand and began sucking air towards it, making a dense ball of it to the point where it was visible like fog. What's in my hand right now? Air. And what is air? I don't know. And that's a problem. You won't be able to control air if you don't know what you're really controlling. Up until now, the circle has done everything for you. That'll be no longer. But we're going to start small and easy. Dream leaned forward and placed 2 objects on the table, getting rid of the food. One was a metal cube, and the other was a cup of water. The cube is the easiest to practice manipulation with, while water is harder. Air is the hardest. What about fire? Fire is not a substance, so it's not exactly something to be manipulated. That's one of the flawed views that you have that we will fix. But talking isn't going to help you right now. The first step in your journey is working out your mind. And you're going to do the same thing I had you do during practical. Levitate the cube? Yup. Let me see you try right now. Irina leaned forward and slowly took the metal cube in her palm. She lifted it and began to infuse mana into it. The same scene as last occurred, and she struggled before raising the cube an inch before letting it fall.
Again.
What? Do that again.
Now.
She didn't speak and tried to lift it again, getting it an inch high before it fell once more.
Again.
She did it once more.
Again.
And once more.
Again.
How many times? Irina snapped to him, exasperated. Until you can't. Until your mind is exhausted. You keep lifting that thing until you can lift it higher. Push yourself. Did you not come here to do just that? I know it's different. Your mind being tired is worse than your body being tired. But even if you weren't trying to learn manipulation, you can't go far in magic without your mind being strong. You think those at the Class 3 level have weak minds? The mind is what creates magic. If you want better magic, then you need a stronger mind. What I'm having you do is just the most direct and efficient way to train your mind. So, what are you gonna do? Irina stayed quiet, but eventually, she sighed and began focusing on the cube, lifting it and dropping it. Dream nodded and stood up, walking to the kitchen as to not disturb her. When she understood that a strong mind was needed to gain power, Irina didn't ask anything more and just did what he told her. Dream figured that with her personality, once she got over the fact that this was what she needed to do, then she wouldn't have any problems doing it. She was competitive, and he never saw her doing anything but working hard during practical. She obviously had the drive, and now she had a direction to push. For the next 3 hours, Irina did nothing but lift the cube. It was a weight for her mind, and she constantly repped it, only taking a couple of short breaks. But as a result of her super hard work, she was mentally and even physically exhausted as she had expended plenty of mana. Dream had been reading a book across from her and finally looked over to her when he heard the cube fall from her hand onto the floor. He had been watching her the whole time, monitoring the mana in her body, and saw how she weakened over time. Finally, with no mana and a weak mind, she couldn't do it anymore. Tired?
Yes.
Irina weakly answered. When he looked at her face, he saw that she looked about ready to cry. This confused him until Sophia chimed in. Her mind is weak, fragile, and vulnerable, so her emotions are going to reflect that. Don't be surprised if she starts bawling. Great. At least I know she worked hard. Dream closed his eyes and prepared himself to deal with such a situation. He sat up and faced her. You okay? How are you feeling? Asterisk sniff asterisk no. Oh God. What? You made me work super hard and sniff now my head hurts. After Dream spoke, tears started pouring out from Irina. He face-bombed and she went off on him while sniffling. A poor choice in words, though it probably would have happened either way. Never mind. I'm just wondering how I'm going to get her back to her dorm. Dream watched her get mad at him and bawl while thinking about how to handle this hot mess. You're probably not going to be able to get her anywhere, especially without attention. Get ready to give up your bed. Asterisk sigh asterisk I guess so. Dream accepted his fate and faced a still emotional Irina. So, it's late. Let's get you to bed. No, I'm tired. You don't know what you're saying. Come on. Well, maybe if you weren't so smart, I wouldn't be so stupid. So I took your smarts? Yes. So it makes you emotional and an idiot. Yes, huh? Let's just get you to bed. You'll be sleeping well tonight. Dream picked her up as she weakly punched and kicked him like a child. He carried her and put her on his bed, covering her up with the sheets. There. Just relax and go to sleep. No, you yawn. I don't want to. Dream used his cognition skill a bit and made her tired, causing her to yawn and fall asleep. He turned off the lights and walked out of the room. Asterisk sigh asterisk not so bad. The skill makes it pretty easy. Only if they're weak like that. But yes. So how's the mining operation coming along? They should be there by now, right? Yes, they got there a while ago. They've already set up and just recently pulled a sample from underground, confirming the presence of iron. Full-fledged operations are underway, and it won't be too long before the first batch gets to the facility. Nice. I'm looking forward to getting that steel. In the meantime, I guess I should experiment more with magic circles. Dream laid down on the couch and put his hands behind his head, getting comfortable. Moments later, the dark living area lit up in various colors while runes began forming themselves by the dozen. Soon, there were over 30 magic circles had formed themselves all around Dream. and even the mana concentration in the room began to increase. He began to ponder while looking at all the circles. Although it seems like circles are a primitive magic, there actually might be more to it. I really need to get my hands on those advanced copies. The way it works is different. I agree. As we find out more about how mana affects the physical world and the ways it's employed, we begin to find more possibilities. One of the questions I'm still trying to find the answer to is, how does Scarlet manipulate fire? Or is it even fire? Luna's power of water and earth is simple, and she even has the ability to cool. But fire? I would love to see her use that power again with my new abilities. You would also love to see her in general. I would. But that's the least possible thing I can do right now besides going to Earth. I wonder how long I'll be stuck here. Who knows? Though there's a high chance we can get in contact with those angels if we fight the demons. Talking to one would be huge. It would be. But knowing the demon threat, I'm not sure I want to fight them now. I don't feel ready. Maybe that's something we should prepare for using those materials. There are lots of things we can make in terms of weapons. And you know how many ideas I have. I do. But we can't do anything now. Let's focus on this magic first. Analyzing these runes is interesting. Dream went deep into thought while watching all the formations and sequences floating in the air, not caring about how late it was getting into the night. Chapter 90. Study. As the sun began to rise, Irina also began to rouse from her sleep. As her brain began to run, she noticed her mental clarity being sharper than ever. She felt refreshed, not a speck of fatigue, like she could hop out of the bed and take on the day with confidence. But as she opened her eyes and felt around, she understood that she wasn't where she was supposed to be. Then, she began to recall last night. Oh God, you awake? Hearing that voice, she seemed to snap to it. She looked over and could see Dream looking through the doorway from the living area. I got breakfast on the table. Apparently, if you go early enough to the cafeteria, they serve breakfast. I got some and brought it back since you're probably hungry. Hope you're not vegetarian. If that's even a thing here. Dream walked over to the kitchen and put some dishes out on the table. Irina slowly got out of bed and looked herself over, noticing she was still dressed in her original clothes. She walked out of the bedroom and saw Dream sitting at the table eating a slab of meat. Come sit. You're probably pretty hungry from last night. And what happened exactly? Irina sat down across the table from Dream and looked at the plate of food. You worked really hard for 3 hours, and when you couldn't work anymore, you broke down into an emotional mess and I had to put you to bed like a child. Oh God, I know. You were bawling and everything. And you weren't exactly in the best state, so I just gave you my bed. Easier than walking through the halls carrying a crying girl. Not that you would have been able to give me your room number for me to find. I can't believe you saw me cry. Whoa, let's not start again then. Dream attempted to pacify her as she looked at him with teary and wronged eyes. He did not feel like dealing with another breakdown. Look, I know you're hungry, so just eat and we can talk later. Boo dash. Eat. Dream pointed to the plate in front of her. She closed her mouth in irritation and huffed before beginning to eat. Once she took her first bite, a wave of hunger hit her, and she began to scarf down everything else. Dream brought out more food once she was done, which she didn't hesitate to take for herself. Half an hour and 3 pounds of meat later, Irina was leaning back into her seat with a full belly and pacified expression. Dream snickered. So, how's my gluttonous little student? Shut up. I was just a little hungry. Heh, but really, how are you after last night? My mind feels really sharp and refreshed. And I apologize for acting the way I did. Irina had an embarrassed and shameful expression as she spoke. She remembered all of her childish actions last night, and she hated how she let herself be seen that way. Don't worry about it. Since I'm having you do this stuff, I'll naturally take care of the aftermath. Although, this is only the beginning. Here. Dream took out the cube and tossed it to her. She caught it. Try. All right. Irina lifted the cube and began to levitate it. It actually floated to about 4 inches above her hand, and she kept it there for over a minute before it fell. Dream smiled at her. Fantastic. In one night, you've made lots of progress. I'm proud. Thanks. Now you just have to keep going. What I had in mind was for you to lift that cube throughout the day. Like, all day. Yep. All through the morning classes, and during practical I'll have a workout for you. You'll stop during lunch and 4th period, and then start again when we meet here. Capiche? Okay. Good. Now, we should probably get to practical. It'll be starting soon. Wait, what about the other classes? Already passed. How long did I sleep? Quite a while. But it's all right. You needed it. And don't worry about those sequencing classes. Although I'm going to be teaching you manipulation, there's still an application for magic circles. Manipulation will make those circles much easier to form, and I'll be showing you how to incorporate the two. So don't worry about missing classes.
Fine.
Irina sat back. She had already begun to accept her fate. Part of it was because of her progress. She had taken a bigger step in one night than she has in the last couple of months. She liked the feeling. But the second part was because of Dream. She began to understand how much more powerful he was than her. Not only that, but she trusted him a surprising amount. She wasn't quite sure why, but she had come to like this strange man in weird clothes. They finished up and headed out of the room. When they walked through the door, Irina noticed the ambient mana change. Wait, was the mana density higher in your room? It was. I happen to be an enchanter, and I like the mana around me being dense. Although that wasn't why the mana was dense, he wasn't lying. Irina nodded, but couldn't help but feel surprised on the inside. How could he be an enchanter as well? The reason why the mana density in the room was so high was because all through the night, Dream had messed around with magic circles. He actually didn't get a wink of sleep, but it wasn't like he really needed it anymore. He didn't feel tired at all and just maintained his peak state. The two walked over to practical and got there on time. The class started, and they partnered up as always. Dream gave her a workout that they would do that helped with strengthening the mind. Though it did nothing for Dream, it was stressful for her. And it wasn't long before she was panting. But they only had an hour, and it would take more time to push her to her limits. So Dream didn't try to push her too hard. It was also best to make sure that if Irina did turn into an emotional mess, then it would be in private, not in front of a crowd. So they moved on to lunch where Irina ate some more food. Also, Mara actually showed up to his table. Hi. She walked over to his table with her head down, trying to hide from the eyes that weren't on her. Though she did have a bit of a surprised look when she saw Irina at the table. Oh hi, come sit. I'll introduce you to Irina. This is Mara. Mara, this is Irina. Hi. Hi. Both greeted each other as Mara sat down, but neither were sociable enough to go beyond that. Dream just stared at the two antisocial outcasts for a bit before gobbling down the rest of his food. You hungry, Mara? Dream. No, I'm fine. All right. Oh, I've been meaning to ask, what sequencing class are you in?
Advanced.
Seriously? Hearing that, Irina raised her voice in surprise and looked straight at Mara. Why ya? Mara. Irina's only in the basic course, but we're working on that. Dream. Working on it? Mara. I've become her teacher. I see. Mara went quiet, Dream nodded, and Irina was still staring at Mara like she was some kind of alien. After a while of silence, Mara began getting fidgety. Dream noticed, but pretended like he didn't. But after almost 10 minutes of her looking like she was about to pee, he had to speak up. Are you okay? Yeah. Mara said that as she looked around at all the people in the cafeteria. Seeing her so anxious and knowing her tragic origins, Dream couldn't help but feel a bit bad. Let's get out of the cafeteria. We still have a while before fourth period. Irina, pack up some food if you're still hungry. Hang on. Irina scarfed down the rest of her dish before standing up. Dream also got up. Let's go. Okay. Dream and Irina began walking, though he didn't go far before stopping and turning around. You coming with us? He spoke to Mara, who was still sitting at the table with her head down. She looked up at him with a bit of a surprised look. Since Merlin wanted us to practice, maybe you could give me a few tips as we walk. I could use the help. Okay. She gave a soft nod and stood up, walking with them. Dream walked down several hallways heading in the direction of the dorms. While they walked, he asked Mara about some healing sequences, to which she didn't shy away from and gave advice. He noticed that when it came to matters of healing, she became much more open. So he tried to stick to that stuff and get her talking more. Soon, they came up on the dorm building. This was when Mara snapped out of her teacher mode and saw where they were. D dorms? Yeah, they're quieter, so I figured it'd be better to be here. Irina and I actually practiced last night at mine. You mean I practiced while you just watched? Ouch, caught me. Come on, my dorm's this way. Wait, really? Irina. Dream walked in with an angry Irina right behind him. Mara couldn't get any objections out and just followed under Dream's beckon. "Welcome to my humble abode. You can go ahead and sit on the couch." They all walked into Dream's simple room. Dream and Irina just plopped down onto the couch, while Mara took her time before sitting at the corner of a couch away from them. After a bit of silence, Dream spoke up. "So I guess I have an interesting piece of news." "What is it?" "I'm going to be advancing to the intermediate class in a few days." "Wait, advancing? How are you supposed to advance when they don't offer that in the second half of the year?" "The counselor I talked to said he would let me. So in 5 days, I'm taking the test." "Seriously?" "Seriously. You know what? You might be able to as well, if you work hard enough."
And another thing I just thought of, Mara is in the advanced class, so she would be able to give you the insights for what's in the intermediate class.
"Me? What about you? You're the one taking the test. I plan on learning everything myself, so what do you think? Want to head up a class?" Irina went into thought. Although it seemed good to be able to advance, it would be much harder to keep up since they were already halfway through the year. Not only would she need to pass the test, but also catch up on the intermediate material and pass the final exam at the end of the year. It would take lots of effort, and she would have to work her ass off. But I'll try. I may not be able to do it right when you do, but I think I could eventually prepare myself. Well, there's no reason not to shoot high. Here's what we'll do. I'll train you in my techniques, while Mara will help you with intermediate magic. What do you think about that, Mara? I could help. Okay, then that's what we'll do. I've got the test at the end of the week. We'll shoot to try and have Irina take the test at that time too. So these next 5 days will be really intense for you. Dream smiled at Irina while Mara's lips also slightly curved up. I can handle it. I've never been afraid of pain. Heh, we'll see about that. Mara and I have healing after this, while you have your own 4th period. Irina already comes here after 4th period. So Mara, do you want to join us? You would just leave with me after healing. I can do that, but I'll need to talk with Grandpa. That's fine. I can also talk with him. We'll have one big study session after 4th period. This'll be fun. The two girls nodded. Irina felt eager to begin preparing, and Mara was eager to talk about sequences. Dream was just happy that he was able to make some nice friends. After lunch ended, Dream and Mara went off to healing while Irina left to her own class. Healing was the same thing as last, helping at the hospital. After 3 hours of running around and discussing sequences with Mara, they both went to talk to Merlin about the study session. When he heard about it, he was quick to accept that arrangement. His whole goal was to get Mara socializing. He was happy that she even wanted to do something with someone other than him, so of course he wouldn't reject. After that was settled, they headed back to the dorm since 4th period was over. All three met up once more, and they got to work. All right, the first thing we're going to do is have Mara teach you intermediate sequencing. We're going to skip over the unnecessary details of basic sequencing and get you ahead. Okay, you two will study for 2 hours, and once we hit the 2-hour mark, you get to play with the cube. Okay. The reason I want you to study first is so that you can use your mind to its fullest and absorb the information. Then, you'll work it out, and when you're exhausted, you'll sleep and be rejuvenated in the morning with all the new information in your head. Rinse and repeat. This will be our nightly routine. And you'll have another routine throughout the day which we'll talk about more later. For now, you two can get to studying. Okay, all right. Both Mara and Irina seemed energetic, and Dream set them up so they could work to their fullest. One question: what are you going to do during all this? Since Dream had the test, Irina wondered what he was going to do to prepare. He rejected Mara's help, so what else was there for him to do? I'm going to be playing around with the magic circles. Playing around? Well, let's just say I'm studying them. Not sequence-wise, but fundamentally. I'm trying to figure out how they work and all. And since I'll probably be a distraction, I'm going to go to the room. You guys can just work out here. Saying so, Dream stood up, though he suddenly remembered something and stopped. Oh, let me activate the enchantment first. Enchantment? The girls tilted their heads. Dream didn't explain and began enchanting the couches and isolating the room. He also poured out some of his mana into the room. The girls watched him and didn't see anything, but they could feel the mana density quickly rise. Their minds attained more clarity and they felt energetic. After a minute, the density had tripled, and the girls were feeling fantastic. All right, I'll be in the room if you need anything. Dream walked out and closed himself in the bedroom. The girls just reveled in the feeling of having heightened senses. Chapter 91. Intermediate Students. When Dream closed himself in the bedroom, he went and laid on the bed. Let's resume our study. After he said that, runes began to form themselves all around the room, from the floor to ceiling, wall to wall. Every square foot had runes forming, and soon, magic circles. The mana density in the room skyrocketed. What Dream and Sophia had been working on last night was figuring out how different types of mana interacted with each other. One big question Dream had was, how exactly does mana, formed into runes, pull in specific types of mana? Dream manipulated mana, and his biggest strength was his ability to affect the physical world with mana. His second biggest was creating magic using mana, just simply known as magic. But Dream felt that he lacked in the magic department. Sure, he could enchant, but he was imbuing items with the ability to use copies of his skills. This was what he did with the mining robots and their power sources. But that wasn't doing something outside reality. The whole point of magic was to bend the world. It seemingly broke the universe based on how the user wanted. But Dream didn't feel that he was doing anything universe-breaking. He wasn't trying to literally bend the universe, but he wanted to do or make something unnatural or supernatural. And it seemed to him that the circles could be a way to do something like that. Magic circles were the will of a soul that was codified and infused into the world. It worked by controlling specific types of mana, like elemental mana, to affect physical objects, unlike Dream, who directly controlled the object. Now, one might think that directly controlling an object might be better, but there are certain peculiarities in the way matter reacts when being controlled by its designated type of mana that makes this application unique. Let's take water. When Dream makes a magic circle, the circle pulls in water elemental mana to it. The elemental mana increases in concentration, and eventually, that mana begins to affect the physical water around it. And it's this influence exerted on matter by mana that intrigues Dream. It worked very different from his magic, but for him who loved gaining and using more knowledge, this was only a good thing. So as Dream lay on the bed and filled the room with magic circles, he monitored each one along with Sophia closely, trying to see how it all interacts. He also experimented with the runes, attempting to create his own way of affecting elemental mana without the circles. For this, he almost needed to create his own internal language, but they basically had that already. Dream and Sophia had been using their soul language for enchanting. It was way more efficient, and they couldn't hardly mess up while using it. But enchanting was a bit different from these circles, and they wanted to know the effects of language and runes on the effectiveness of the circle. This was a battle of which language worked better, for them at least. For a few hours, Dream just lay there with his eyes closed, processing the overall data alongside Sophia. This went on until they were disturbed. Hey Dream, I was actually able to. Arena burst into the bedroom with Mara in tow. She was trying to pass along good news, but she was enthralled by the sight of magic circles filling the room. How? How can there be so many sequences? Arena stood there stunned, and Mara reacted no differently. When she saw the assortment of single and double layer circles along with runes floating all over the place, she didn't know what to think. Not only that, but she could feel the super high mana density inside the room. Dream noticed them and sat up, facing them. What happened? What is all this? They're magic circles. Well, I see that. But how are there so many? Once your mind is strong enough, these become child's play. And along with the manipulation techniques I'm teaching you, you'll be able to do this pretty soon. I have a question. Mara spoke up. Dream turned to her. I don't recognize a lot of the runes you're using, and the circles are maintaining themselves despite having only a portion of the runes from the language. How are you doing that? A good question. To understand that, you need to understand the normal language you use and why you use it. Why are the runes designed the way they are? And what happens when you use other languages? Come sit. Dream invited them over, and they sat across from him on the bed while looking all around the room. He then began to pull them down his rabbit hole. That night, Dream spoke with Mara until the sun rose while Arena had worked herself too much to listen to such complex concepts. So come morning, Dream had put Arena to sleep while Mara left for classes. This would be the second day in a row that neither Dream nor Arena went to their morning classes. That day, the three repeated the cycle. Arena would wake up late. They'd go to practical, meet up with Mara at lunch, split again for healing, and meet up once more in the evening in Dream's dorm. Throughout the day, both of them helped Arena where they could, and during healing, Dream and Mara would be talking with each other the entire time about magical concepts over telepathy. And like that, 5 days passed, and they came to the deadline for taking the advancement test. Dream's deadline anyway. But for Arena, this could be the day too. Do you really think I'm ready, Mara? Arena. Arena was sitting next to Mara on the couch, who had been showing her a set of sequences. I think you are. Mara. Really? You've learned all of the basic sequencing concepts and have already moved into the intermediate realm. As far as I know, you're ahead of Dream in pure academic knowledge. So yes, I think you're ready. Okay, so Dream. When's this test? They both looked over to Dream, who had over a dozen sequences floating around him. They had gotten used to this sight after seeing him do it for several days. I've talked to the counselor, and he said we'll do it after fourth period. It's lunch right now. So we've got a few hours. Mara. I'm so nervous. You'll do fine. Worst case you don't pass. And I'm pretty sure we'll be able to try again later. Easy for you to say. Not everyone can just talk to such a high-level counselor whenever they want. How did you come to meet him anyway? Heh. Dream snickered. This was definitely not the first time Arena had tried to pry into this topic. Not only that, but she and Mara both had tried to get him to say where he was from and how he came to know the stuff he did. His manipulation techniques had obviously been exposed to Mara, and her curiosity overwhelmed her shyness, so they both had tried to find out his secrets. But Dream wouldn't easily give away who he was. Whether it was him having fun seeing them pout or just plain distrust, he hadn't given them any hints. But despite this, it hadn't caused Mara or Arena to be wary. Everybody had their secrets, and eventually it just became them playing around with him. After talking and finalizing everything for this test, they went to their fourth period. For Arena, these 3 hours passed too slowly. But for Dream, who wasn't worried, and Mara, who wasn't taking it, it was quick, and they soon met back up at his dorm. All right, you ready? Outside the room, Arena was nervously fidgeting. Dream hadn't made her work out at all so she could be in peak shape, but it seemed like her nerves were still getting to her. You'll be fine. Now come on. Time to go meet the counselor. Dream waved them on, and they followed. They walked out of the dorms and, interestingly, didn't go to the administration building. Instead, they arrived at the big practice stadium. Why are we here? It's a magic test. It would be difficult to test us inside a small office. Dream pushed open the door to the stadium used for their practical class and went in. 2 people were already there and greeted them when they came in. Dream, you're here. Boy. Amitel and Riddick stood in the center of the stadium. The 3 walked over. What's up, old man? Are these your friends? They are. This is Arena, and this is Mara. I see. Nice to meet you too. I hope this brat hasn't given you too much trouble. And no, at least not that much. Arena nervously answered while Mara stayed silent. She still wasn't comfortable around people she'd never met. All right. I'm under the impression that there are 2 people taking this test. Arena will be the second, correct? Amitel.
Yes.
Arena. Then there's no time to lose. I have a series of knowledge and practical tests that'll make sure you fully understand the extent of the basic sequencing concepts. I will judge whether or not you move on to the next level based on your performance. Understood. First will be Dream. Step up to the line. Dream nodded and moved to where Amitel indicated. In front of him were several wooden and metal targets. First, I want you to show me a 26-rune, 2-layer sequence. Whoosh. Dream raised his palm and immediately made a circle. It didn't take more than a second to form. Very good. Now, I want a 42-rune, 2-layer sequence. Once again, Dream formed the circle, but in the other hand, both 2-layer circles maintain themselves. Interesting. Now, I want you to make a water elemental, 22-rune, single-layer circle. Its purpose will be to conglomerate a ball of water. Dream dissipated both circles and formed the water circle in his hand. Soon, the elemental mana flowed to the circle, and with it, water. Well done. Now earth. Whoosh. Good. Now 2-layer water. Whoosh. 2-layer earth. Whoosh. Dream made circle after circle. He did everything exactly as Amitel wanted. The counselor nodded and moved on. Now, the final test will be to test your circles against those targets. Destroy 2 targets on the left and 2 on the right. Dream nodded and formed 2 magic circles in his hands, pointing them to the left and right. Earth began to form on the left and water on the right. Then, They were launched towards the targets. The left targets were wooden, and the right ones were metal. They obviously differed in difficulty, but Dream just dealt with them all at once. 2 rocks were launched at the wooden targets, punching giant holes in the center of the targets. Meanwhile, the water slashed the 2 targets on the right in half, causing half the metal plate to fall to the floor. Clank. Very good. Congratulations, Dream. You have passed the test. You are now an intermediate student.
Thanks.
Dream casually stepped off the line and walked next to Riddick. Amitel then called up Arena. Amitel gave slightly differing, but mostly the same sequencing tests, and she did them all perfectly. Dream had taught her how to incorporate manipulation with sequence forming, and it had greatly increased her ability to not only learn the runes, but form and maintain circles. As Riddick watched, he noticed the similarities in how Dream controlled his mana to how Arena controlled hers. Dream had actually explained to him how he was teaching Arena manipulation, and it looked like she had made plenty of progress. Soon, Arena finished her sequencing test and was told to destroy the same targets that Dream did. She did, and was expecting for the test to end there, but Amitel gave her one last question. Before we end, can you show me a 3-layer circle? Oh, all right. Arena didn't question it and created a 3-layer circle. Amitel smiled. Good job, and congratulations. You are now an intermediate student. Thank you. Arena smiled brightly and squealed a bit before calming herself and backing away from the line. Amitel glanced towards Mara before speaking again. I'll arrange for your class today, and by tonight you'll have the information. Until then, here are the documents for your books. Return the basic books, and you'll get the intermediate ones. You'll also be moving up to an intermediate practical class appropriate for your skills. Any questions? Arena and Dream read over the documents. Dream nodded in approval, but Arena noticed something off. Wait, we'll be moving up in the elemental class too? Yes, sequencing, elemental, and practical. All 3 are integrated, and I tested you for all 3, so you will naturally move up in all 3. Okay, Arena was even more excited than before. She only thought it was for sequencing, but what Amitel said made sense. Then if there's nothing else, I'll be going. You can exchange for the books now, so I suggest you do that. We will. Good. I'll talk to you later, Riddick.
Sure.
Saying bye, Amitel left the stadium. Riddick turned to Dream. Dream, may I speak to you alone? Oh, sure. Mara, if you don't mind taking Arena to get her new books.
Sure.
The girls nodded and left, leaving Riddick and Dream alone. I have some news that I feel you should know about. Something happened? I think you already know about them. The demons. I do. Then I'll keep it short. I got reports about them making contact with soldiers and mercenaries from the Mercenary Empire. They've come to the continent? They weren't already? Both Riddick and Dream were surprised by each other's comments. Dream explained. No, the demons originated from the 3rd continent. They've already wiped out a few kingdoms, and I had known that it wouldn't be long before they came up to the human continent, but I didn't think it'd be so fast. Interesting. Well, the report said that the soldiers and demons have already gotten into several battles, and the Mercenary Empire is using its power to quell the threat, which will be easy for them. But they did note that their strength is increasing constantly. One week, there are only Class 1s. The next, there are Class 2s. And there's a lot of them, and those are only their vanguard forces. Their main force is still on the 3rd continent, so there's much more to the demons than they think. Knowing this, if you don't mind, I'd like to get the intelligence that you have. I want to send it over to the Mercenary Empire. I also wanted to get your opinion on this demon threat. Well, I'll let you in on some insider info. Demons have come to my home world as well. I've been collecting intelligence from there too, and I can confidently say that if left alone, it has the potential to be world-ending. It's not a threat to take lightly. So yes, I will give you what I have for you to send. Thanks. And the people up top have thoughts similar to yours, just not as dramatic. They understand the abnormality of the demons and want to do something about it. And hearing what you have to say, I've also made up my mind.
Here.
Riddick took some books out of his inventory and handed them to Dream. These are the intermediate, advanced, and master copies of sequencing theory. There's a master copy? There is. It's for high-level Class 2s and Class 3s. And it's not something that's just given out. I had thought about refraining from giving you the master copy, but since there's a new threat, I've changed my mind. Another reason is because I might be leaving to the Mercenary Empire? Correct. The empires are sending out support troops in accordance with the alliance. And knowing my skill set, I was the top candidate. When will you leave? Depends on the reports, but a month at most. And the report that I'm going to pass on from you may accelerate my leave. Who knows? I may be gone in a week. Dream went into thought. He wasn't worried about Riddick leaving, but the increasing threat of the demons. He was also wondering if he should leave with Riddick. But after thinking about the preparations he wanted to make, he didn't bring it up. Chapter 92, Flux. I don't have any problem with you leaving. In fact, this may be a good opportunity. There are definitely Class 3s over there, and they're just walking bundles of experience for you. Who knows? They may be able to push you up to Class 4. If they're already at the level to where I can level up, this may be worse than we think. But I agree. Riddick nodded and became less opposed to leaving after hearing Dream. Well, I can't go with you, but I can help with any preparations you need, whether it's enchantments, transportation, or whatever else. So if you need anything, let me know. I could actually use your help with some things, so I'll take you up on that offer. Just wait for my call. Sure. Anything else? Other than that intelligence, no. Right. Actually, hang on. Dream took out some metal from his inventory and began forging it. He made another tablet and enchanted it. You can use this as a printer. It'll print whatever is on the screen onto a piece of paper using mana. So I'll send you the data on that, and you can just use that to print it. Wiki will help you if you need anything. Very well. Then I'll be going. Dream and Riddick left the stadium and said bye, going their separate ways. Dream compiled a report in his head with the intelligence about the demons he had and sent it to the tablet. He then walked back to the dorm. When he walked into his dorm, he found that Irina and Mara were already there. Oh, what's up? Hi. I can't believe we did it. Irina stood and got all excited again. Mara smiled seeing that. You worked hard, but this is only the beginning. We'll be back on our schedule tomorrow, just incorporating intermediate magic, which I also need to begin studying. Okay, but why aren't you more excited? We've gone up a class. I've been looking forward to this day for 2 years. Heh, congratulations. We really do need to celebrate. Oh, why don't I get some alcohol and bring it here? We can drink tonight. Ivy never had alcohol. Mara, really? Then we really need to drink tonight. I'll be back in a bit. Irina excitedly ran out of the room, leaving Dream and Mara alone. She really is excited. Mara. Yeah, she is. Though I won't be getting drunk tonight. What's it like? I guess it's not bad. It can be fun if you don't go overboard. Were you thinking of trying it? I guess I could. Huh. Well, no pressure. Do what you're comfortable with. Mara nodded to him. She had become very comfortable with them, especially Irina. They had been bonding a lot over Irina's training, and it was easier to befriend her since they were both girls. Not that her and Dream had a bad relationship, it was just different. Overall, the three had become really close. Mara was comfortable enough with them to try something she never had before, and Irina wasn't guarded emotionally from them since they saw her cry basically every night. And Dream was always very casual with them, and they felt he was really easy to be around. So although the three were very different, they got along great. Soon, Irina came back with plenty of alcohol. Where did you even get this? You don't have an inventory. Dream spoke confusedly. She hadn't been gone for very long and came back with 2 whole bags of bottles. I went to a shop near the academy, although it costed me quite a bit. How much? Like a gold. But it's all right. How much money do you have on you right now? Maybe a few gold. Take this. Dream took out a bag from his inventory and dropped it on the table. It clanked heavily against the wood, and one could immediately tell that there was a lot of money in there. I don't need it. It wasn't that much. I'm not repaying you for the alcohol. Think of it as an allowance from your teacher. I can't have my student barely able to pay for some drinks. There's like 60 some odd gold in there. It's yours now. Boo dash. No buts. You'll pay me back in hard work. This is only what you deserve. Sniff. Oh God. Shut up. Thank you. Oh. Irina came over and gave Dream a hug. He didn't reject and hugged back. He also waved over Mara. Come here. No, that's fine. Not asking. Come give your friend a hug. She's sad or something. Mara sighed and came over, awkwardly getting in on the hug. Irina noticed and invited her in while still weeping a bit. Asterisk sniff asterisk thanks. Irina. Sure. Mara. They all released each other. Arena picked up a bottle from the table and opened it up. All right, it's time for drinking. Mara, just follow my lead. Saying that, Arena threw the bottle back, guzzling half before setting it down. Yeah, don't follow her lead.
Here.
Dream brought out a glass before pouring some beer like drink into it and handing it to Mara. Pace yourself. Okay. Blake. Mara tried some, and it immediately became clear how she wasn't a fan. Dream chuckled and had her try a different glass. Try this. It's juicy. That's because it's made with juice. You'll like it better. Dream had handed her a different bottle with a margarita mix in it. Meanwhile, Arena went to town with her own liquor. For the next few hours, Dream kept bringing out different liquors for them to try. It didn't take long for Mara to get buzzed, and Arena wasn't trying to pace herself, so she was gone even faster. Dream just sat back and watched their funny little interactions. Turns out alcohol was the perfect way to get Mara all riled up and outgoing. But it soon turned into another sob fest when Arena began crying for some reason. Dream stopped trying to find the reason a while ago and just let her do her thing. Though Mara seemed to be affected by the mood, and although she didn't want to, she also began crying. It wasn't long before Dream had an angry crybaby yelling at him and another quietly sobbing on his lap. He felt like a parent. I did not sign up for this. Hee hee. You let two emotionally awkward girls get drunk. What did you think was going to happen? Fair point. Dream sighed and accepted his fate. After a while, both girls fell asleep when Dream began stroking their hair as they lay next to him. There might also have been some magic thrown in there, but that's beside the point. They were both asleep now, and silence finally descended upon the room. He carried them over to the bed to sleep. Sigh all right. On to my next order of business. How's the facility? It's moving along well. You'll be thrilled to see the numbers. Over these past 5 days, Dream definitely did not idle on the mining operations. Every night when Arena fell asleep and Mara left, he would go out to the facility and expand his fleet. The iron deposit was only the first of several deposits that they found. After Dream had gone out and deployed more scanners and expanded their range, he was able to find deposits of more iron, some silicon, gold, and even silver. He also deployed more mining teams that went out to dig these deposits. These mining teams were extremely efficient. He would get batches throughout the day carrying dozens of tons of minerals, and they would automatically process themselves at the facility. So right now, Dream had tons of materials just waiting to be used. How much of everything? 400 tons of steel, 30 tons of gold, 20 tons of silver, and the silicon hasn't been processed yet. We also have lots of phosphorus and sulfur as byproducts from the refining. Nice, especially that silver, or I should say mithril. Do we know what grade it is? On the scale of 1 through 8, 50% is grade 6, while the rest decreases in grade. No grade 7, huh? You know what we need to figure out? Why the hell silver has grades? What makes it stronger? I would love to know if we could take that silver and boost its grade. It seems to be some natural process, so I see no reason why we couldn't replicate it. Then let's head down there and try. Dream stood up and left the girls in the dorm, locking it so nobody would stumble in on them. He quickly left the city and made it to the facility. He went inside and walked past all the bustling machines and robots before coming to the storage area. I like this kind of sight. When he entered, he was greeted with massive pallets of steel ingots and sheets. There were also some pallets of silver and gold, but those were in much smaller amounts. Dream went over to the silver first. He grabbed an ingot bigger than his hand off a pallet. Grade 6? Where's a grade 2? Dream looked around before an ingot came flying over to him. He caught it and saw that it was a grade 2. He then brought out a table and chair and sat down to inspect the ingots. So, what are the differences between these? There isn't. Like, none? Well, other than the mana concentration, no. Physically, this is just silver. And atomically, these two ingots are identical. They're the stable isotope of 109, and they have their correct amount of electrons, just as silver should. So, why does one have more mana than the other? I don't know, but it's interesting. This means that mana doesn't actually affect physical objects. Then how do I do everything I do if mana doesn't affect physical objects? Again, I'm not sure. But when you look at this silver, it's only silver, despite it being stronger than normal silver. That means that the silver is taking on properties outside of itself. Sure, we can manipulate this silver to do different things, But the matter that makes up the silver is never breaking the rules of the fundamental forces. It still bonds the way it should, and the particles act accordingly. But that still brings us back to the initial problem. How does it become stronger if nothing is physically affecting it? The properties are a result of the mana, but the mana doesn't actually interact with the material physically, otherwise this silver would look and act different atomically. I mean, if the fundamental forces that constituted the rules of matter changed due to mana, then this whole world would cease to exist. So we can firmly determine that mana does nothing physically, but it still has its influence on matter, or at least we think it does. So theoretically, if we remove the mana inside the silver, it would lose its strength. Let's try that. After he spoke, Dream sucked all the mana within the silver away. All the mana was removed, and the silver was turned into regular silver. This manaless silver acts as base silver would. It's not nearly as strong as steel, unlike when it has mana. I also noticed something when removing the mana. It was harder to remove the mana from the grade 6 silver than the grade 2 silver. It was like it was attracted to it, like a magnet. Even right now, I can feel the attractive force on the mana coming from the silver. I'm picking up on that too. Very weird. Extremely. The grade 2 attractive force is weaker than the grade 6. So the difference between them lies within the origin of this attractive force. Something that attracts mana, and it's attached to this silver. It's different than mana, and we can't see it. It's a totally different energy. I think we've made a new discovery. This mysterious energy that attracts mana and attaches itself to ordinary matter. It lets mana give materials miraculous properties without actually affecting the material. And yes, we can't detect it, but now we know it's there. What should we call it? How about flux? Flux. Cool. Dream nodded at the name. This flux seemed to be the middleman between mana and matter, and it's what caused this silver to strengthen and gain its properties. So, how do we control this flux? It seems that if we get more flux in one place, then it'll bring in more mana, which is what makes silver into this mithril. But we can't detect this flux. Well, let's look at it from an Earth perspective. Materials from Earth, before it gained mana, had none of this flux. Remember when you infused a bunch of mana into that bullet and it exploded? Well, it wasn't because of the mana, since mana can't affect physical matter. It was likely this flux. Maybe the flux was overloaded with mana and exploded. Even with the materials like this mithril, if you infuse more than its base amount of mana, it'll slowly release the mana until it returns to its normal levels. So how does this let us control flux? Well, it's hard to explain why, but I think mana also has a certain effect on flux. This explosion is an example of that, how mana can affect flux. So I'm not sure how, but I think if we experiment with mana concentrations in weak materials like grade 1 or 2 mithril, then we'll be able to see how flux interacts with mana. That's really all we can do right now either way. So let's start. Dream stopped thinking about it and began the experiment. He brought over several ingots of grade 1 through 6 mithril and put them on the table. So the first thing we should do is see what these explosions do. Dream picked up a bar of grade 1 mithril and began dumping mana into it. This stuff was closer to regular silver than mithril, and it couldn't contain a lot of mana. So it didn't take long for him to begin reaching its limits. But it was interesting how he discovered these limits. The mana becomes unstable when it reaches its limits. I can see that. It's like gas in a container. When there's more, the pressure to escape increases. So let's see what happens when we push it to the very limit. Dream kept infusing his mana little by little. The mana became more and more unstable until finally, it exploded. Boom. Material magic has leveled up. Material magic has leveled up. Material magic has leveled up. Material magic has... The bar exploded into nothing. From what Dream could see, the bar literally just disappeared. He also felt pressure from the explosion on his hand, but it was minor. Not only that, but he got several level ups. Material magic leveled up 8 times. So what happened? When it exploded, all the atoms of the bar were separated and released, though the explosion wasn't enough to make it deadly or cause nuclear reactions. Oh, look over there. Sophia pointed in a direction and Dream looked. A couple feet away on the floor was some chunks of silver in varying sizes, though none were bigger than a marble. He also found some chunks on his clothes, and even some on his hand. They must have rebonded. It was just hard to notice due to the insane speeds. So that's what the pressure on my hand was. So that seems to be the only way mana can affect matter, through exploding the flux. But even then, it's only the flux that really affects the matter. So does mana separate flux? Bring over those chunks of silver. I saw something during the explosion, and I think I know the answer. Dream did what she said, and the thousands of little pieces of silver brought themselves to the table. She scanned them with mana and also removed mana, testing the flux. I was right. The flux has been dissipated. These chunks and their pull on mana is incredibly small now, almost non-existent. So the flux has been removed. And you know what I noticed when the bar exploded? The immediate surroundings pulled on the nearby mana, an obvious result of the flux being spread out. We can use this. Dream. I think I know how to make stronger materials. Chapter 93, Stress. In front of Dream was a giant sphere of mithril. After assisting Sophia in putting this together, he was getting ready to carry out another experiment. Sophia had come up with a way to utilize those mana explosions and distribute the flux to other materials. The result was this ball of metal about 5 meters in diameter. Its outer layer was made of grade 4 mithril, and the core was made from grade 3 mithril. What we need to do is explode the core, which will release the flux to the outer layer. Though the process of explosion will result in a violent expansion of the core, so I've thrown in a thin vacuum layer between the layers in hopes that nothing extreme will happen. Fun. Then let's get started. Dream didn't ask any questions and began filling the core with his mana. It took a decent amount, but not much before he began feeling its instability, and soon, it exploded. Thud. Material magic has leveled up. 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 A low sound came from the ball, and Dream could sense how the core had exploded and reformed into many smaller chunks. Its volume had actually decreased a bit. He also got 4 more skill level ups. Okay, so good news and bad news. What? Good news is, the flux is working as expected. The grade 4 shell has been evenly enhanced to grade 4.5, which means our experiment is a success. And the bad news? We may have created a capsule filled with some particle radiation, or possibly plasma. Either way, there are particles like neutrons, alpha particles, and electrons that are flying around in there. So if I were to open it up, the reaction between the gas flowing in due to the vacuum and the particles flowing out will be unpredictable. Are we talking nuclear explosion type stuff? That's a good question. Oh God. All right, just slow the particles down before we open it. We won't until we can be sure that it won't destroy me and everything within 100 miles of here. Dream began panicking when he thought about the possibility of accidentally creating an atomic bomb. He didn't think doing this would casually result in something so dangerous. Eventually, Sophia got everything that was moving inside slowed down and even modified the metal to help make things safer. She then opened it up and dumped out the depleted silver. Okay, I'll take that into account next time. Turns out, the more flux there is, the more intense the explosion. This could make for interesting weapon designs. Like nuclear weapons? That's one option. If we made a ball of metal with high flux content and put some hydrogen gas in its center, then that would effectively make a hydrogen bomb. The flux explosion would cause the hydrogen gas to fuse under the pressure, which would result in the nuclear explosion. Although we would need to calculate the pressure of the flux explosion, it could be done. But it could also be applied to small-scale weapons. Like my gun? Yes, we can use flux explosions as a propellant. Again, I would need to calculate the pressure of flux explosions, but it could be done. It may or may not be better than your electromagnetic gun. Very cool. So we've found 3 uses for flux explosions.
To make better metals, to make better bullets, and to make nuclear bombs.
This might be one of the biggest and most useful discoveries that we've made. Given enough time and mana, we'll be able to make new tools, gear, technology, and most of all, better materials. We can make our own grade 8 mithril. Maybe even this pure mithril that only the strongest in the world have. I know, but even after I've gained the skills and power that I have, we've only just discovered this extraordinary energy, flux. Its nature is so magical. It's not of the physical universe, something alien. It makes me wonder what kind of other secrets are out there, and the power of the beings who can wield those secrets. When something so small like this is already so powerful, Dream fell into thought. He thought he had already discovered a lot, but this opened his eyes once more. Something so exotic was sitting all around him, in plain sight. But he had only just opened his eyes enough to find it. He wondered what was out there, the things he could find if he was able to open his eyes a bit more. Dwell, one step at a time. For now, we're going to concentrate on this flux and making better metals. This flux doesn't only apply to mithril, so we might be able to do something with that steel. That would be cool, but it's going to take tons of mana to make materials at higher levels than grade 6 mithril. The problem is that we actually have to explode this stuff by filling it with mana, and each grade we go up requires much higher mana levels. Well, for one, the mana only dissipates when it explodes. Not only that, but we have plenty of storages and ways to recover mana, so the amount isn't the problem. The problem is going to be the stress on your soul from moving such huge amounts of mana, not to mention the instability when it overloads, which you'll have to combat over and over again. I'm not too worried about that. Sure, it's stress, but it'll strengthen me in the process. I'm no stranger to moving volumes of mana greater than my own pool, so just point me in the direction and I'll push. All right, then let's get started. After she spoke, all the silver ingots around the warehouse began flying over and forming themselves into spheres with different layers. 20 tons, equaling 40,000 pounds, all split into 200 balls weighing 200 pounds each. Each ball had a grade of mithril in the core and the next grade up for the outer layer. Sophia had set him up with the most efficient way to enhance materials, and all he needed to do was the manual labor. But he understood that they still didn't understand everything about this process, and each explosion they performed was an experiment to improve efficiency. So he started from the lowest grades and would move his way up. Dream went to the lowest grade spheres consisting of grade 1 and 2 mithril. He infused his mana into 5 spheres at once, causing 5 simultaneous explosions. Material magic has leveled up. Magic has leveled up. Dream got another level up and Sophia studied each explosion thoroughly. When they moved on, the spheres were modified according to what Sophia saw and felt was best. Dream continued and caused more explosions. After each explosion, Sophia modified the spheres more and more. Sometimes she only changed the internal structure. Sometimes she also experimented with different shapes. Sometimes she would throw in some venting holes. Sometimes she would seal everything. The changes were varied and wild. But Dream knew that she was making more and more progress into understanding the nature of flux energy and the best way to distribute it. Dream went through each sphere from grade 1 through 6 and detonated them all. This left the spheres filled with depleted silver, which they would open up and take out before reforming the spheres and repeating the process. So Dream went through the spheres one by one again. He disregarded the already piling fatigue and pushed through. During this, he began thinking of Arena and how she would have the same machine-like repetitions. She would just work until she couldn't, and Dream was going to do the same. He went through hundreds of spheres that reformed again and again. Sometimes they would get smaller, but sometimes they would get bigger. They would form into more weird shapes like diamonds and prisms, even stars. Though this was another thing that piled up stress, the shaping. He would have to shape the metal through melting and cooling constantly, and sometimes Sophia would maintain the heat and explode the metal as an experiment itself. Very quickly, Dream ran out of mana, but as Sophia said, mana wasn't a problem. He could take it from a storage or just recycle it from the explosion. And even when he needed more mana than he could give, he would just pull it from somewhere else and funnel it where needed. This was especially so when he began hitting the higher grades that needed excessive amounts of mana to explode. Even a grade 6 sphere of mithril needed all of his mana infused into it at once for it to explode. So as he began approaching grade 7 spheres, he was handling over double his original mana pool. Over time, he began forgetting about time. He just moved on to the next thing he needed to do. That was until the sun rose, but he didn't care. He was too engrossed to care about school. But eventually, he had to stop, not because of school, but because he collapsed from exhaustion. I'm tired. Dream could barely get the words out after falling to the floor. He felt numb and in pain at the same time. His soul hurt, a lot, and it wasn't a pain that could be taken away or avoided. You did a good job. Go ahead and rest now. Dream didn't respond with words, instead immediately taking her advice and falling unconscious. When Dream woke back up, it was daytime. As he opened his eyes, he noticed he wasn't in the warehouse. He was instead laying on some grass. He wasn't sure where he was. Ugh, I don't feel good at all. Did I sleep for 2 hours or something? More like 24. If I was out for so long, then why do I still feel unhealed? Because it's going to take a little longer for your soul to heal. You'll have to give it another day. And during this time, you are to do anything besides the bare minimum. Asterisk psi asterisk, so where am I? Dream didn't argue and looked around. Outside the city. I walked you here as you slept. Oh, all right. Why? So you can go to school. If you go right now, you might be able to make it to your first class. I'm not saying you need to go to school or anything. I just thought it would be good to explain yourself to the girls. And you can relax and heal throughout the day without being bored inside a warehouse. Okay. Dream nodded and stood up from the grass floor. He could indeed see the city and began walking. Though he tried to fly, it hurt when he used his skills, so he didn't. Eventually, he entered the city and made his way to the academy. He first went back to the dorm, and when he entered his room, he found some documents that gave him his class numbers. He was in a new class after all, so he took the documents and began making his way to the class. Luckily, he got there right as the bell rang. Ding, ding, ding. All right, class. Toda, oh, who are you? Dream? The teacher noticed Dream walking in and stopped before he started. A shout also rang out, and Dream recognized who it was. He looked over to one of the top seats and saw Arena sitting there. He smiled and waved before turning back to the teacher, showing him the documents. I'm Dream. So you were the second new student. Why weren't you here yesterday? I'm in the healing class and I got busy with some work at the hospital. It took up most of my day yesterday. Sorry about that. Oh, I understand. That's no problem. Go ahead and take a seat up there next to our other new student. Okay. After Dream came up with the nice excuse of healing people to get out of his absence, he took a seat next to Arena, who was looking at him dumbly. He spoke to her using telepathy. Sorry about disappearing. What do you mean sorry? We woke up yesterday and you were just gone. You didn't even show up for our first day in the intermediate class. What the hell were you doing? Arena angrily replied to him, and it even showed on her face. I was working on something important, and it ended up being a workout of my own. I collapsed and slept for all of yesterday because of it. But even after all that time, I'm still not healed. I won't be able to do much until I recover. Arena took a look at him and noticed that he really did seem much weaker than before. His aura wasn't energetic and casual, instead being pained and tired. She got worried. Are you okay? Yeah, it hurts to use magic, but I brought it on myself. I'll be fine given some time. Well, if you need anything, just ask. We can take care of you too, you know? Thanks. And again, sorry for disappearing. It's fine. We were just concerned. After Mara went around the school and couldn't find you, she went to whoever her grandpa is and tried to get his help. He in turn went to that guy, you know, Riddick. But he said that you were fine, so we eventually dropped it. It's not like I died. Why did she go so far? She was just that worried about you. Maybe even more than me. It's not normal for people to just disappear for a day. So we could only assume the worst. Oh, Dream felt guilty. They really worried about him that much. Look at how nice they are. You need to properly apologize to them. Especially Mara. One of her only friends just up and vanishes. She probably didn't take that well. Yeah, I'll think of something. Dream was going to seriously apologize to Mara. He would also do something for Arena, though he would have to wait to heal a bit more before using his skills. I'll make it up to you guys. You don't have to. Just don't disappear like that without telling us first. We're friends now, right? Right. Arena nodded and smiled, satisfied. They went through the class quietly and soon moved on to the next, where they also got through it smoothly. Soon came lunch. Dream and Arena went to his dorm. She also told him how they used this place even though he wasn't here, which he was fine with. They settled down and soon, Mara came walking in. Hi Mara. Wait. Where are you going? Dream was surprised when Mara walked in, looked at him, then walked away. He hurriedly gave chase. It hurt, but he ran out and using his vastly superior strength and speed, moved in front of her before she could even react. Let me explain. Eek. Mara crashed into him after he just appeared in front of her. He caught her and held her shoulders. Hey, I'm really sorry about disappearing. You left. Well, if leaving the city and working myself to exhaustion counts as leaving, then yeah, I guess I did. Look, I just had something I needed to do, and I didn't expect it to lead to what it did. I was planning to be back when you guys woke up, but that was until I collapsed and slept for a day. Look, I heard about what you did, and I'm really grateful. I'm also really sorry. Arena talked to me and made sure that I would say something before vanishing like that. We shouldn't make each other worry, because we're friends, right? Dream let her go as he spoke and looked into her eyes. She had a hard time meeting his, but when she did and saw his weak aura as well as sincerity, it told her what she wanted. She lowered her head and nodded. Yeah, thanks. Want a hug? And no, that's Elaria. Come on, Arena. Bring it in. Okay. Arena skipped over, and they squished Mara between them. Although she'd fought a bit, she eventually just let herself be squeezed. Chapter 94. Healed. After a bit of calming down, Dream had gotten them back on track. They spent their lunch in the dorm, and the entire time, the girls were trying to get out of him what he was doing that made him so weak and exhausted. Though he wasn't about to tell them that he was transfusing flux energy to increase the strength of Mithril, so he just told them he was doing his own workout to train his skills. They could only accept his answer and move on with things. The girls ate food while Dream relaxed, and soon they moved on to fourth period. Dream and Mara went off to healing, but Dream couldn't participate at all since he was still hurt. He articulated this to Merlin, who had no problem, and let him just recover. Dream followed them around and watched Mara help everybody, though she constantly glanced at him, like she was making sure that he wasn't going anywhere. He felt a bit helpless seeing that. She's got bad abandonment issues. You disappearing seemed to hit her pretty hard. Yeah, it'll take a bit of time for her to stop worrying. He sighed, but took it as him making up for getting carried away, although he would still need to do it again. What he and Sophia discovered was too important not to devote time to. He needed to study more and build more. Once he recovered, he was going back the next chance he could. And if that meant he would miss class, then he would miss class. If that meant he would have to leave them again, then he would. He would let them know first, but he would still leave. When healing class ended, Dream and Mara went to his dorm where Arena had already arrived at. Although she was in the intermediate class now, Arena still had a long way to go. Her training and studying continued while Dream and Mara had their own discussions. After watching them for so long, Mara had come to be interested in manipulation. Having no reservations, Dream happily taught her and had her do the same things that Arena did, though she was able to do much more than Arena. In fact, she already had some experience with manipulation through healing. But her expertise was obviously far from Dream's, and he was soon able to find what she needed to work on. And so, Mara joined Arena on the perilous road of manipulation. Dream was actually rather happy with this, since he would be able to have time during the night to handle his own matters after they both knocked out. But at least for tonight, he could only rest. He actually went to bed early and told the girls to go easy on the workout so they could handle themselves. With that, he went to sleep, leaving the girls to their own thing. When Dream woke up several hours later, he felt refreshed and sharp. His soul had healed, and like a muscle being worked out, had grown a bit, though the difference was rather small. He would have to do that many more times to be able to see sizable results. Another thing he noticed was the two girls in his bed, one at the foot and one next to him. I thought I told them to take it easy. He sat up and looked at their disheveled states. Mara was cuddled in a ball next to him, and Arena was sprawled out like a drunk. According to Sophia, neither had heeded his advice and instead took it upon themselves to get a little comfortable. Over this past week, they had been staying over at his dorm more than their own. He didn't remember the last time Arena even went back to hers other than to change clothes. After floating up and off of the bed, Dream walked to the bathroom and looked at himself in the full-body mirror. He took off his shirt and checked himself out a bit. Have you done some refinements? I have. I usually mess with things while you sleep, further refining the enchantments and design. Just casually messing with biology. Well, it's not really biology as it is cybernetics. And if you haven't inferred this already, I don't think we can consider you a proper human anymore. More like a bionic. So instead of taking me farther down the evolutionary path, we pioneered a whole other species. You could say that. And its potential is much greater than a regular humans. Their bodies are weak, and although they can adapt, especially with the help of mana, it doesn't solve the inherent problem that is weakness. But with you, we were able to. You're a true transhuman. Am not trans, am not human. Fine. You're a true cybernetic anomaly. Better? We'll need to work on naming my new species. Anyway, I don't really remember where we were when I collapsed at the factory. How had things come along? I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. I was able to gather lots of data on Flux, and I've already began designing gear based on its properties. Though to really understand it, we'll need to see how Flux interacts with materials besides mithril. For example, steel. Then that'll be the next thing we do. We should also see about automating this process, or at least making tools that ease my load. I'm willing to work out my soul, but we can't make the progress we want if I'm collapsing all the time. I've also begun solving that problem, so rest assured. Plus, all the level ups you got are going to help with that problem. Oh, right.
Status.
Profile. Name, Dream. Species, human male. Class, Master Artificer. Titles, Origin Seeker. Level, 155. Stats, Strength, B. Agility, B. Stamina, B. Magic, B+. Passive skills, Sophia, LVL 65. Magic, LVL 39. Active skills, Summons from Another World. Material Magic, LVL 51. Dream looked over his info. Both of his magic skills were at level 30 before. So Material Magic went up 21 levels, while Magic went up only 9. Sophia also leveled up from 61 to 65. A pleasant surprise. Discovering and experimenting with Flux really power-leveled you. I can see that. All the more reason to get back to working on that stuff. Now I just need to figure out when I'll be able to go. Go where? A voice suddenly came from behind Dream. He turned around as if already knowing she was there. Good morning, Mara. Sleep well? Mara stared blankly at Dream, who still had his shirt off. She thoroughly scanned his whole body for a bit until her face flushed. What are you guys doing? Irina also came in from the bedroom, immediately setting her sight on the hunk of muscle in front of her. Oh my God, you can call me Dream. How did you do that? Although her face was red, Irina was overcome by curiosity. She had never seen such a developed body. I built myself. What does that mean? Means what it does. Now stop staring before your faces blow up. Dream had a bit of fun teasing them, to which they both huffed a bit before going to the kitchen. Dream laughed and threw on his classy casual clothes he always wore before walking out. So what were you saying about going somewhere? After he sat down at the table and set out some food for them to eat, Mara questioned him. I have projects and experiments, and they require my attention. It's what I was doing when I disappeared, and unfortunately, it wasn't a one-time thing. So since I'm healed, I'm going to be finding time to continue. I'm just trying to think of the best time when. What are these projects? Weapons and gear development. Can we come with you? I don't think so. It's far away, and it would take too much time to bring you guys. Not to mention that there is stuff I can't really have you see. What? You hiding slaves or something? Why can't we see? Irina spoke up. They had asked several times, and Dream always gave similar answers. This only made them wonder more, and also made them question how much he really trusted them. Dream understood this, but it wasn't something he could bend on. No, I'm not hiding slaves, and you can't see because the information is too valuable. Look, I think I'm going to be getting on my own schedule pretty soon, if not now. I need to be spending time doing these projects, and the night hours when you guys sleep might not cut it. Are you going to be leaving us? No, I'm not. I was thinking that from the time you guys went to sleep to lunch, I'll be gone. All other times, I'll be here. Won't you miss our sequencing classes? I will, but that's lower on my priority list. And it's not like I don't have the book. You know what? I'll start that schedule tomorrow. Although even then, it's not like I'll be away for that long. You guys won't even be awake for most of it, but you will be awake. When will you sleep if you're going from one thing to the other? Mara, you let me worry about that. And hey, if you guys get strong enough in the future, maybe I'll let you in on what I'm doing. If you're really that curious, then there's a little motivation. All right,
Fine.
both girls nodded, and although Mara wasn't very happy about it, it was better than him being away while they were awake. Look at you, being all considerate. Well, I didn't want to be too distant, although it's mainly for Mara's sake. I pity her a bit. If he wanted to, there was nothing stopping Dream from ditching the academy and spending all his time developing his magitech. But he still did enjoy being around them, and he wasn't that much of an asshole to just leave and never come back. Speaking of, I'm actually going to be making you two some things. For my apology, what are you making? Well, I can't tell you that now, can I? But don't worry, it's not going to be some crap. Oh, all right.
Thanks.
Sure.
Now let's get to class.
The three went through the day as they normally did. Arena and Mara trained their manipulation during classes while Dream studied magic sequences from the books Riddick gave him. At this point, Dream didn't care about learning with the class. The situation with the demons and their impending threat was growing, and although he still had time, it wasn't infinite. He needed to be ready to go there and begin fighting. And these sequences, in their unique way of controlling mana, could help him. Though instead of cracking open all the books at once, Dream had Sophia refrain from reading the master level book, instead only reading intermediate and advanced. They went through everything together and hypothesized on many things while also performing many experiments. They switched, mixed, and used different languages along with their own to form the circles, and they sought to understand how exactly it controlled mana. But their experiments were a bit different than before, because they were now aware of the energy known as flux. Although it was difficult to sense its effects since they couldn't explode the magic circles, they still understood somewhat how it worked and attempted to factor it in. So they did, and their understanding of magic circles grew deeper. They saw different ways to enchant objects using the concepts from circles, and they were able to make more complex and deep configurations and programs. This would be especially helpful as they began to harness more massive amounts of mana and energy, as well as try to affect smaller objects like atoms and such. So after the day passed and the girls fell asleep at night, Dream went back out to the facility. When he got to the storage room, he found that it was reorganized. I had the robots clean things up. I see. So how did things go? See for yourself. Sophia brought over several spheres of metal. Out of the 40,000 pounds of metal that we started with, we were able to get through most of it and attain 1,400 pounds of grade 7 mithril. So out of 100 pounds, we get 4 of grade 7. 4% conversion rate. But we have lots of pounds, and that number depends on what we get when we mine. More silver is being mined as we speak, and since 2 days ago, we've attained another 11 tons. Not to mention that I've devised more efficient ways to transfer flux and reduce losses / That's good, although we don't need to convert everything to grade 7. We can keep some at grade 6 and 5 since there will be more that way. But I guess it depends on what we plan to build. I've got plenty of plans, the top priority of which is a new gun and a new set of armor. Hee, I'm excited. I'm also excited. But before all that, let's test this flux transfer on other materials as you talked about before. Starting with steel. Dream looked over and waved a few ingots of steel over, setting them down in front of him. Sophia took the metal and went to work. She formed 2 layers just like with the mithril grades, and they exploded the metal. Boom. So, it's absorbing rather slowly. The flux doesn't seem to absorb as well in steel, or I should say iron. Definitely different than the silver that readily absorbed it. So does that mean it won't really work? Not necessarily. In fact, this can mean that should we develop a higher grade steel, it'll be tougher than mithril at the same grade. It's the same situation with your body. Base steel is obviously much stronger than base silver. So if we get the same amounts of flux and mana for both, then the steel would come out on top in strength. Sound logic. But it's looking like steel is going to be a bit more difficult than silver to enhance. Nothing great comes quickly, although we can try and accelerate the process, like through compression. As she said that, the steel ball in front of him began to shrink. The depleted steel was taken out while the outer layer compressed, turning into a smaller ball. He could feel the mana absorption rate increase as this happened, and after a few minutes, the mana absorption stopped. Enhancement complete. We've confirmed that this process works, and now we just need to scale it and develop tools to make it efficient. Good. Because we have lots of metal to go through, Dream looked around the warehouse, seeing the massive amounts of ingots, steel sheets, and blocks. The amount of steel inside had increased from 400 tons to 700, and it would take months to go through everything if he had to do it himself. I've already prepared the tools and machines. We just need to enchant them and begin. I've got around 10 hours. Let's see how much I can make. After he said that, dozens of ingots began to float over to him. It was time to get started. Chapter 95, Construction. Since the tools he was going to make needed to handle lots of mana, Sophia decided that mithril was the best choice. Grade 6 mithril could handle Dream's entire mana pool before exploding, so they used that to develop tools with power comparable to his. Whenever they enchanted an item, it would almost never be able to surpass the amount of power that Dream could produce, depending on the maximum mana pool it had. So even after using grade 6 mithril, The device they made to help condense and infuse mana only had around 60% of his own infusion power. But who said they could only use one? Dream and Sophia definitely weren't only going to use a single tool. In fact, these tools were designed to be used in clusters, and they built 30. The next problem was mana supply. They could have all the infusion power they wanted, but the lack of mana would render them useless. So their next step was to develop cores. Like they did with the core to the facility, Sophia used grade 6 mithril and created a core that copied the core design of the dome. For this, they even halted operations going on in the facility and pulled mana from the main core as well as the other robots with cores built in. Using this mana, they quickly built 30 cores, one for each of the tools. When this was done, they put the cores into the infusion tools. When this happened, the tools flashed to life. They hovered above the ground while colors shone from the circuits that were sucking mana from the cores. They looked like sentinels, and if he hadn't just developed them as tools, one would think that they were weapons. I've developed a system of mana circuits that go along with the cores and machines that we build. They use examples from the dungeon core, magic circles, and enchanting. These bots are fully autonomous and can communicate over both mana and electronic communication. They are enchanted with both of your skills, though they obviously can't use them to your extent, but it's enough to do their job even with you away. Very nice. Show me what they can do. After he said that, all 30 bots flew over to a pallet of steel ingots. After taking several, the bots merged the steel ingots into a sphere just like with the mithril. Then, they all infused mana, causing the explosion. Boom. After that, they began removing the depleted steel and compressing the orb. Soon, it was enhanced. Nice. Though they're slower than us, they'll be working more hours. They also need more time to fill their cores. Once they've gotten to 100%, they'll be able to do that individually instead of a big group. 30 bots working 24/7. It'll make for very quick production, though it'll eventually slow down as the metal gets stronger and we enhance it more. Right now the steel is only at the level of grade 3 mithril, so it's easy to enhance, but it won't be as it gets to grade 6. But at least we have automation. Their cores should be full in a couple of hours, but they can still work now, so let's get them going. Okay. Sophia sent off the bots to begin working again. They quickly picked up ingots and went through the same process of explosion and compression. Dream nodded after seeing how useful they were. Now, you said something about a new weapon and armor. I did. We have plenty of grade 7 mithril, so I was planning on making the armor with it. And since I have enough data now to make flux bullets, we can build the gun around those. Let's focus on the armor first. Sure. So I was planning on creating an entirely new suit. Before we only modified the original suit. But like your body, we should create it around your skills and increase their base functionality. Okay, you have a design in mind? I do. Check it out. Sophia began to simulate the suit in Dream's mind. The suit was more streamlined than his previous one, but it looked no less complex. The suit was designed to be flush against his body and looked like a one-piece. But Dream knew that it was actually constructed from tens of billions of micro-machines. Each micro-machine was about the size of a red blood cell and built with two components, a core and a shell. The micro-machines would be able to bond together with other machines and separate at will, almost acting like a liquid metal. And though one would think that forging the suit as solid pieces would be better, the enchantments that allowed their functions would far outperform a forged metal suit. Each machine worked by harmonizing electronics and enchantments. Every individual machine would be enchanted, but all the machines would communicate and work together. And despite being a bunch of separate pieces, they could bond to create macro machines like armor or even a computer. In the case of being an armor, each cell and their enchantments would tie them together, so upon receiving impact, the force would be transmitted across the other cells using mana. This made for a flexible, thin, but ultra-sturdy armor. As Dream looked at the schematics and received the data, he realized that this was the most intensive piece of equipment that they could possibly make. It was a harmonization of everything they had learned so far and would require the utmost precision to construct. Though as a result of its complexity, it obviously wasn't something that could be created in a day. How long exactly would this take to make? With special tools designed to make this, and if there are no problems along the way, then about a week. I see. Well then, we should get started. Okay. Sophia didn't waste time and immediately brought over the grade 7 mithril ingots that they had. The first thing we need to build is the anchoring device. This will help us stabilize the suit as we build it, as well as assist us in its construction, for it will need the grade 7 mithril. That's fine. Then I'll begin. When she said that, a dozen ingots merged together and formed into a container. She then enchanted it with mana circuits and gave it a core. The total amount of mana that flooded to it and was infused by him equaled more than his total mana pool. Done. Now comes construction. The process will be slow, and we'll have to be inside that container while constructing it. It's not something a machine will be able to handle. All right, Dream didn't mind. He wouldn't want to leave such a delicate and intricate process to a machine either. For the sake of quality, they needed to personally handle this. After the anchoring tool was constructed, Dream stepped inside the open door and closed himself in. He could feel the insane mana density right as he stepped in. From a hatch came an ingot of silver. It fell into Dream's hands, and his mana was infused into the bar. Off the corner of the ingot, chunks of molecules were shaved off and floated towards the center of the container in front of Dream. The atoms began to reform into a core and then the spherical shell, creating a cell. Inside the structure was also a microcomputer that was capable of sending and receiving signals and using electricity. This computer was connected to the core of the cell, and they were programmed together to work as one unit. The process was quick, taking no longer than a fraction of a second. But this was only one cell, and there were over 100 billion. Dream wondered how they were supposed to complete this in only a week. But then the silver bar suddenly disintegrated. All the cell-sized chunks of atoms arranged themselves individually. The container Dream was in also whirred to life, and the mana inside began to agitate and flow towards the atoms. Then, along with the power behind Dream's soul, everything began to construct themselves. The massive cluster of atoms slowly began forming their cells. They formed a chaotic cloud of silver that seemingly had no purpose. But Dream knew that this was only the beginning. And once one bar was disintegrated, another came to take its place. After several hours when the sun had risen, more bars of silver had come in and disintegrated, adding to the cloud of silver. Dream's soul had also been fatigued, and he was rather tired, though it was nothing he couldn't soon recover from, unlike a few days ago. All right, we've gotten about 25% of the total material needed. In another 3 days or 30 hours of work, we'll have all the material for the suit. Then we'll need a few days to enchant it, which we need to do without interruption. All right, I'll figure something out. This cloud of silver is good to sit here. It'll be contained and stabilized by this tool. So yes. All right. After confirming, Dream walked out of the container. He needed to get back to the city soon for lunch. Don't forget we need to make a gift for the girls. Oh, right. I had actually thought of something, and I've made it a reality. If you want, I'll construct it now. When she said that, schematics appeared in Dream's mind. He nodded, seeing how they were exactly what he wanted. Sure, go ahead and make it. Maybe use some of the enhanced steel as a test. All right, then let's get going. Lunch is in 10 minutes. After grabbing some steel ingots, he flew off out of the factory, heading back to the academy. When he arrived at the dorm, the girls were already there. Hello. Hi. How goes practice? Good. The cube is starting to become easy. Look. Arena stood up and brought out her cube. She proceeded to make it fly around her body and spin like a top for a while before having float by her side. Such complex maneuvers seemed effortless, a far cry from when she had first started. Very cool. Yeah, and I'm learning more and more of the intermediate magic. Mara and I had been talking about that. Nice. Well, I've got something for you guys. So put that on hold for a second. Dream walked over and sat on the couch across from them. Remember the gift I told you guys about? Yes. Well, I have it. Here. Dream put out his palms. 2 necklaces appeared on them. The necklaces were made of the steel that Dream grabbed before flying here. The steel was formed into threads and twisted to make the band. And hanging off the band was a pendant embedded with silver. The pendant had various geometric designs on it, and both girls could sense the mana flowing inside it. Here, take them. He handed them the necklaces, which they took with interest. It's really nice. Arena. I like it. Mara. It's more than just for looks. Put them on. The girls nodded and put them on around their necks. When they did, it didn't take long for their expressions to change. What's it doing? I can feel the mana. It's increasing the mana concentration of your body. I've enchanted it with that function. The pendant is actually mithril,
and it can act as a small mana core.
How? You enchanted this? Mara looked at him with a dumb face. Dream just smiled. He had crafted this in the 10 minutes that he was flying here. And not to mention the project he was working on at the factory, this necklace was an amazingly simple piece of work for him. Mara seemed to think it was something extraordinary. Yeah, it's nothing crazy. I don't know if I can accept this. Mithril is too valuable. Arena started being all poor around him again. So Dream just looked her in the eyes and spoke. You can and you will accept it. Okay, Pumpkin. Okay. What about you, Mara? Like it? I didn't know you were an enchanter. I picked it up while I was at the Enchanted Mountain. With my manipulation techniques, it wasn't that difficult. You were at the Enchanted Mountain? Arena.
I was.
Arena stared at him for a second before shaking her head. He just shrugged. Anyway, I hope you like your presents. It'll help with your recovery and performance. I wanted it to be more than just an accessory. It will definitely help.
Thanks.
Both the girls felt the pendant around their necks and the mana flowing through their bodies. With that, Dream had officially apologized, though he'd have to go away again for even longer in a few days, so it would be short-lived. After getting back to their practice, the girls tested the effects of the increased mana concentration from the necklace. It allowed Arena to last longer while manipulating, and though it had a bit of a lesser effect on Mara, it did the same. It also slightly increased the mana pool for both girls, as well as enhancing their precision while controlling mana. It would prove to be a valuable accessory. After lunch, they continued with their schedule. Dream and Mara went to healing, and then came back for more practice. And at night, when the girls exhausted themselves and fell asleep, Dream left to go to the factory. While he was there, Dream maximized the time he was developing the material for his new armor. Ingots of grade 7 mithril were constantly broken down into particles and transmitters were placed within each cell. Sophia even designed an electrical system for each cell that would help with electrical communications and integrated it into all the cells. Although it didn't seem like they were doing much creating these silver cells, their complexity would be realized when the final enchantment came. There was a reason Sophia needed 3 whole days to enchant this piece. With each new ingot that disintegrated, Dream became more and more eager to see the final product. He watched as all the cells formed and were placed into the cloud of silver that was getting so dense you could see it, like a metallic fog. He also paid attention to the micro-enchantments on the cell core that integrated the electronic components. The micro-enchantments gave the cell mana storage, the ability to connect and communicate over mana, a way to produce heat and electricity, and connected it with the microcomputer. And although the computer was small and therefore limited in its processing power, it wasn't designed to be used independently, and the implications of such were terrifying. Dream focused totally on the construction and micro-enchantments for all 10 hours that he had. And come time to go back to the academy, he was almost reluctant. I guess it's not totally bad. We can study magic sequences at least. I wonder what your teachers are thinking considering you're just skipping the sequencing classes. If my teachers knew that I could easily kill 100 of them, they may have different thoughts. And the only reason really that I'm still going to healing class is because I can do some good and save some lives. It's amazing how often people get hurt, especially that one guy who's come in at least 3 times this week. Unfortunately, not everyone can get healing powers like yours. When they get injured, although they might heal much faster than a normal person, it's nothing that can be recovered from in a day. And especially if their livelihood rests on hunting, they can't afford to be hurt. So the healing services are in very high demand. Yeah, I could make a lot of money if I were to be a healer. Unfortunately, I don't need the money nor have the passion for being a dedicated healer. Wonder if that makes me a bad person? Maybe in the eyes of the dying person. It's a good thing they don't see me then. Oh well, let's go to school. Saying that, he began heading back to the academy. Chapter 96. Reunited. 3 days passed tediously, and Dream was now in the factory. As he stood inside the container for his armor, he stared at the cloud of silver cells in front of him. Although he knew that these cells weren't fragile in any way, he didn't dare touch the cloud for fear of affecting this delicate project. You can touch it. You sure? Yes. Sensing his desire to touch the metal cloud, Sophia stepped in. Hearing this, he threw away all reservations and slowly stuck his hand into the dense silver fog. His hand was enveloped by a metallic and dry feeling. It was like he stuck his hand into a liquid metal glove. Not that he really knew what that felt like. The fog was dense and viscous, not easily allowing his hand to pass through. Though with his strength, it was no issue. It's interesting. So now's time for the enchantment? It is. 3 days. Though with how intricate this piece is, things may happen and it could take longer. But no more than 5 days. Oh well, I gave myself 4. The girls wouldn't complain if I happened to be away for one more than promised, right? Prior to this, Dream had let Mara and Irina know that he would be gone for the next 4 days. Neither of them were happy about it. But what could they do? The reason Dream said 4 instead of 3 was because he would likely need to recover after this. Although he would be up in his imaginary cabin during the enchantment, his mind and soul would be actively building the enchantment alongside Sophia. And 3 straight days of intricate and precision enchantments would not take a light toll. So he wanted at least an additional day for after the work was done. Though another reason for the extra time was that he wanted to play with the new toy before going back to school. This'll be like a Christmas gift to myself. Speaking of, when is Christmas? 2 months. And your birthday is in 3. Oh yeah, I'll be 21. Finally drinking age. Though my alcohol virginity was taken long ago. Not to mention how I'm no longer on Earth. I wonder if the laws would change now that powers have been introduced. If the countries that enforce such a thing remain standing, that is. Anyway, I guess we should get started. Dream sat down and closed his eyes, though not before Sophia spoke up. One more thing before we start. I'm going to try something, but I'll need your permission. What's up? The orb. I want to try using it. When she said that, the diamond orb with black, swirling liquid mana inside came from a pocket in his clothes and floated in front of him, falling into his hand. Since we know that this is definitely mana, and that it's extremely dense mana, I've thought about incorporating it into the suit as a form of a core. This would of course require me to break it and reform it so that the mana inside could be utilized. I don't need to tell you how little we know about this substance, even if we do know that it's mana. So the risks of tampering with something unknown are there. If something happens, the power inside this thing has the potential to heavily injure you and even destroy the material for the suit. So I ask, would you like to experiment with this? Dream went into thought while looking at the orb. Sophia had analyzed the hell out of this thing, but they couldn't get much more than that it was liquid mana just like the dome core, so they knew next to nothing about it. However, the potential benefits of opening this up far outweighed the downsides. So Dream didn't need to think much about it. Even if this thing does destroy everything here, we have the materials for another, and I can always recover from injuries. I don't mind waiting should things go south, and the potential of this thing is immense. Hell, we might be totally overthinking this and this little orb isn't all that extraordinary. So yes, I give permission to use this as you see fit. Okay, come on up. The next moment, Sophia pulled Dream into his mind space. He was greeted with a beautiful girl and a sweet kiss. Ready to get started? Ready as I'll ever be. Then come with me. Sophia grabbed Dream's hand, and they teleported out of the cabin. The next moment, they were in the middle of nowhere. Their surroundings turned pitch black. There was no floor, no ceiling, nothing, not a speck of light. Dream was disoriented for a bit, until he saw a small silver speck in his vision. What's that? He walked over to the speck. It was about the size of a pea, and it looked very familiar. This is a cell? Yes. Sophia came up from behind, enlarging the silver speck. It's the cell of the suit, the building block. Here, we can see its atomic structure. Simulated, of course. We don't actually have the power to view individual atomic nuclei quite yet, but that's beside the point. Check this out. Sophia took the cell and pulled it apart, making 2 identical cells. Then, she threw them into the dark void in front of them. The cells began to rapidly proliferate, splitting apart and creating new cells. First there were hundreds, then thousands, millions, then billions, until they finally stopped, creating a bright sparkly cloud that lit up the surroundings. This is where we'll monitor the enchantment progress. The enchantment is going to be connecting billions of microcomputers and microcores, though because of the complexity, we'll have to take it in clusters of a few thousand at a time. Only a few thousand at a time? How are we going to complete this in 3 days? It'll be completed in stages. The first stage is where we build up the connections. Once we connect a few million, we'll then be able to use their combined processing power to assist us. The connections will spread like a virus, and thus will kick off the second stage. We will stand back at a certain point and provide the fuel as well as any corrections necessary to the virus. They'll spread by themselves, and their rate of infection will accelerate exponentially, creating short work of the connections. Oh, nice. Then, won't it take less than 3 days? Maybe if we stop there. But there's a third stage. This is the stage where, once everything is connected to each other, we will impart an intelligence to the suit and bind it with our own. I plan to use a connection similar to Luna's familiar connection, as well as the cognition skill to bind the suit to you. This won't make it in any way sentient, but it will become an exceptional artificial intelligence, and its processing capabilities will be unparalleled by anything besides my own, of course. Wow, that's ambitious. It is, and we'll get to watch it all, starting now. Right when she said that, one of the silver cells made a connection to the 10 others adjacent to it. Another 10 connections were made, then 20, then 50. The connections began to rapidly spread, but it was only a minuscule amount. Soon they approached 1,000, and all the cells began to spread to another 1,000. This was when Dream felt the strain on his mind and soul. To make all those connections at once wasn't easy, and it would be very easy to get out of control with the load he was bearing. Sophia knew his limits, of course, and brought the rate of spread to a constant rate. This was when Dream understood the time frame, and that this would take an entire day to get to their goal of a few million. But it was still an entire day, and the stress he was receiving from the processing would build up over that time period. Needless to say, he would definitely be tired. But as of right now, he didn't really care about that. He was too enraptured by the sight in front of him to care. It's beautiful. The cells and their connections looked like a star constellation. It looked amazing, unlike anything Dream had seen before. But he was also excited about the data streaming through his mind. It was all the connections and the micro-enchantments being performed, as well as how as the virus spread, the data and processing capabilities of the cluster slowly grew. He could see how they were constantly being tested by Sophia to make sure everything was running smoothly. Something about being productive like this gave Dream a certain satisfaction. He was working towards a goal, and they were pushing the limits of their knowledge to create a piece of art never before seen. He understood all the concepts that were going into the development and construction, and he could actively assist Sophia. They were connected after all, and as Dream began to connect with her more, he began to understand their roles in this almost symbiotic bond. Sophia was a skill with the purpose of data processing, and like many of the projects they had carried out so far, Sophia was an essential part of their development. The things Dream had done would never have come to reality if Sophia hadn't been there. But Dream had one thing that Sophia, despite her intellect, seemed to lack: understanding. There is a big difference between knowledge and wisdom. A book contains knowledge, as does a computer, but it takes wisdom to use that knowledge. It takes wisdom to understand the knowledge and take more out of it than what it gives. It's like physicists studying the universe. Sure, they need to use computers to process the knowledge and data, but it's them who understand the concepts. The computers don't have wisdom. They do. And Dream was finding out more and more that that's what his and Sophia's relationship was like. Dream couldn't do the things he did without Sophia, but she also couldn't do those things without him. And though one might argue that Sophia could totally build a suit like this without him, they would also need to consider whether she would take on the project in the first place. It was a matter of purpose. Without wisdom, there wasn't much sense of purpose. Like a boat without a captain, it would just float around with the whims of the sea, having no goal or destination. It didn't matter how technologically advanced the boat was, it still needed to be given commands. And that's what the captain was for. He guided the boat, used its facilities to the highest efficiency, and sought to achieve his goal or reach his destination to the best of his and the boat's abilities. And while Sophia had enough wisdom to achieve a certain level of sentience, even that came from Dream's soul. This was their relationship, and every day, Dream connected further with Sophia, and they could efficiently conquer tasks before them by combining their strengths. It was a sort of affinity, and despite being with each other for a while, they still hadn't achieved the highest affinity. But they were always subconsciously working on it. And this project before them, this daunting and tall mountain peak that combined all of Dream's understanding and Sophia's processing capabilities, was the perfect way for them to push the limits of their affinity. Even the record thought the same. Sophia has leveled up. Sophia has leveled up. Magic has leveled up. Dream smiled at the notifications for a second before turning back to the ever-growing constellation before him. This'll be fun. In a city about 10,000 miles away, two girls were sitting inside a room. Luna and Iris had arrived in this city only a few days ago, and after meeting their infamous grandfather, they had been locked up in a castle like prisoners. Though it wasn't all that bad. Even this counselor, Raoul, acknowledged them as princesses, so they were treated as such. This was, of course, in regards to everything except the lockup. They were kept inside a villa within the castle, and it had everything they could ever ask for. It was nothing but the utmost luxury, but neither of the girls could find any enjoyment out of it. Iris had also tried to use the bracelet that would connect them with Dream, but for some reason, the connection never went out. They could only chop it down to an enchantment around the villa. So with not only nothing to do, but no hope of talking to Dream, these past few days were spent in depression. But today was different. Only a few hours ago, they had felt something. Neither of them could pinpoint exactly what it was. Though Luna had initially thought that it was her familiar connection with Dream, those thoughts were dashed when a servant gave them a piece of news. High Princess Celine has requested your audience. In an hour, someone will come by to escort you to her chambers. When the servant had announced this news to them, both of the girls had been dumbstruck. Princess Celine? Wasn't that Riddick's wife? Or in other words, their mother? It took a while to process, but eventually they understood what was about to happen. We're going to meet Mother? Iris looked over to Luna, her eyes full of expectation. After they left the forest and entered the world, they came to understand what a mother was, but they also came to understand what they had missed out on. Though they loved their father more than anything, they couldn't help but imagine what it would be like to have a mother. Someone who would tenderly love them and care for them. Someone they could be coddled by. Their dad wasn't exactly the best at those things, being a rough and tough man. So while they were waiting, a million questions passed through their heads. What would she look like? How powerful was she? Was she really a mischievous fox as their dad described? Was she nice? Is she where the connection came from? The girls fantasized about how everything would go. They were scared, excited, curious, nervous, and hopeful. But as they were indulged in their thoughts, they suddenly sensed some ruckus from outside the villa. You think you can keep me away from my daughters? Where are they? My lady, Lord Raoul said. I don't give a damn what he said. Get out of my way, or I'll crush you where you stand. You understood. Damn right. You bastards dare to handle them like this. You're lucky I don't cut your hands off. After that, Luna and Iris heard the door quickly open. Hello? Luna? Iris? The girls felt their hearts stop for a split second. They got up from the bed they were laying on and walked out to the living area. As they got closer, they could feel a connection within them grow stronger between them and the person only a dozen meters away. They could sense the hope and anguish coming from this person, and their eyes began to tear up in emotion as they felt the person on the other end. When they quickly turned the corner, they could see an open door and a fox standing in the middle of the living area. The fox was beautiful. She had snow-white hair that looked almost crystalline. Blue streaks waved in different designs across her fur, and her eyes radiated with a beautiful blue light. What stood out the most, though, were the 5 tails this fox had, as well as the overwhelming power that radiated from her body. It was power they only felt from Class 3s like their dad, except this power exuded majesty and elegance unlike the destructive power their dad radiated. My babies, the fox cried out before transforming into an equally magnificent, beautiful woman. She bore striking resemblance to the girls, only with a bit more maturity. One might even think that they were sisters at first glance. The woman slowly approached them, both parties carefully feeling the connection. As they got closer, the woman's power extended back to the door, closing it shut as to not let them be disturbed. Finally, they met. The woman reached out her hand to both Luna and Iris, wiping the tears that had already started flowing. Mom? Mama? It's me. My babies. It's me. I can't believe it. How much you two have grown. It must have been so hard on you. I'm so sorry. Mama. After feeling the love that could only come from a mother, both girls had realized that this was her. The bond that was created between them even before birth hadn't disappeared even after all those years of being separated. And now, it was finally resurfacing. It deepened even further by the second, and all 3 of them could feel it instinctively in their soul, that this was the family that they had been apart from for so long. Iris was the first to break. She dove into her mother's arms, bawling and clutching her clothes. Luna also began crying, and after her mother pulled her into her arms, she seemed to revert back to a small child, letting out all the pent-up frustration that had accumulated over years. I know, it's all right. Everything's going to be all right. Mom is here now. I'm never letting you two go again. Chapter 97, Space. After about a day, Dream and Sophia had finally finished establishing the first few million cells in the suit. Asterisk sigh asterisk that was difficult. Dream couldn't help but pull up a chair and slouch. In front of him was that same view of the constellation, and it had expanded greatly. He had been active for all 20 hours of this process, and the fatigue had built up. He was tired. We aren't done yet. We still gotta drive this virus. I'll be booting the infection soon. All right. Moments after, Dream could see all the connections turn golden. Sophia began to activate her programs and build the infection. And about 20 minutes later, the first infected cell was connected to the cluster. Success. Launching infection. Soon after, the cluster began to expand rapidly. The edges of the constellation began to reach out, bringing in the cells next to them. Not only that, but patches of cells were sent out over to different areas of the cloud to begin an infection elsewhere. Their efficiency was unrivaled, and all Dream had to do was be the driving force behind this infection, pushing along its intent with his own. Finally, a bit of rest. Dream felt much more relaxed. The pressure on him was lessened by a majority, and he could finally recover a bit. And so, for another 30 hours, a little more than a day, Dream watched as the infection grew. It was rather uneventful, though he got increasingly excited as it got closer to completion. And finally, it finished. Infection complete. The now massive cluster flashed when she spoke. Dream looked up, checking everything out. I like it. So when did we plan to use the orb? After we impart the intelligence. It'll be our last step. I see. How long will it take to build this AI? Shouldn't be more than 10 hours actually. Then let's do this. After giving the okay, Sophia began to condense the cluster of cells. The over 100 billion cells came to condense into almost a liquid. Then, they all began communicating with each other. Signals were passed between all the cells, both electrical and mana. And because so much energy was being passed between them, the cluster began heating the area. Though it was nothing Dream's skill couldn't fix, it showed just how insane this suit already was. So for another 10 hours, Sophia developed this AI. Though it wasn't an AI in a conventional sense, it was both an intelligence and an enchantment, as it would be responsible for the suit and its functions alongside Dream and Sophia. Dream watched this AI slowly grew within the cluster. It was like watching a brain develop. At first, this cluster could only take on the program and be guided by Sophia, but soon, they were trading information. Sophia communicated with this developing AI and used the cognition skill alongside every other skill Dream had to enchant and program it with everything they wanted. As it came together, Dream could feel a connection being made between him and this other intelligence. Suddenly, he began to understand this intelligence much deeper and knew its every thought process. This intelligence also seemed to understand him, though he knew that this was still only a general AI, and it had so sense of wisdom, just like Savant. So although it could seem human, it was merely programmed. Soon, the AI was finished developing, and a rough, manly voice sounded in front of him. My lord, you have earned the passive skill. Acoustic generation? Congratulations. You have earned the second of 11 energy control skills as a Class 2. This achievement will be reflected in a title. You have earned the title. Dot. A title? What title? I don't see anything. When Dream got the notifications, he went into his status to check out this title, but nothing new was there except for his new skill. I didn't sense anything. Maybe there's a glitch in the system. I couldn't imagine the consequences of something like that. This actually did happen before back when you got your thermal fluctuation skill. You got a title, but it also never showed. Oh, well, at least I got the skill. Acoustic generation. But why now? The suit communicated verbally, but it doesn't have speakers, so it needed to use mana to vibrate the air and produce sound, thus giving you the skills. So I can produce and control acoustic energy, or sound. I'm pretty sure I could have gotten this skill a while ago if I tried. Anyway, Mr. Suit spoke to me. Dream cast his consciousness back into his body. In front of him, the silver cloud of cells was flowing with light and energy. Lord. Hello, Suit. How are you? I am doing well, my lord. Though I am aware that I am not yet finished, you are not. We still need to integrate that orb. Sophia? Alongside Mr. Suit over here, I will be integrating it. Go ahead and toss it inside the cloud. Dream nodded and tossed over the orb. It flew through the cloud of silver and stopped midway as if floating. After that, Dream could sense a microscopic hole being drilled into the diamond capsule containing the liquid mana. Sophia was trying to be cautious for fear of ruining the masterpiece they had just completed. Soon, the hole was drilled and a tendril went inside the orb, making contact with the mana. I think we'll be able to do this. I'm inserting mana and I'm able to gain control over it. So here's my plan. I want to enchant the mana inside and then integrate it with all of the cells. It'll greatly boost this suit's capabilities and act as yet another decentralized core. Alright, if you're confident, go ahead. After giving the okay, Sophia began to pull out the mana. Though as she did so, Dream could feel even more pressure on his soul than before. Sorry, it's difficult to contain this. Oh, we can use magic circles. When she said that, runes and circles began appearing all around Dream. They even appeared within the cloud around the orb. Suddenly, much of the pressure was alleviated. Ugh, thanks. That started to hurt for a second. Sure, this'll only take a bit to integrate. When she said that, all the liquid mana had enchantments laid into it. The number of enchantments amounted up to dozens, but compared to the amount the suit was enchanted with, this was nothing. It was mainly just to use the mana as a more powerful fuel source. After that, the mana in the orb was quickly taken out and spread among the cloud. Microdroplets were placed inside each cell beside their core and bonded with it. And since they had Mr. Suit helping, the integration really did go quickly. Only 20 minutes later, it was complete. Congratulations, Mr. Suit is finally complete. And we even have time to spare. Dream stood up, looking at the cloud of silver that was as tall as him. He opened the hatch to the container they were in and stepped out. The cloud followed. Without speaking, Dream reached out his hand. The cloud understood his intent and began to slowly envelop his hand. Then, it moved up his arm and covered the surface of his body, encasing his whole body with itself. Then, it solidified. Shing. The cloud formed a metal layer over him. It looked like he put on a metal bodysuit with nothing to give it detail. It was just a metallic covering that reflected lots of light, making him look like a human mirror. Though Dream wasn't that concerned with aesthetics right now, he had on a huge smile under his blank mask. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. He started laughing like a maniac. Anybody watching this would think that he had gone crazy, that he had officially become a mad scientist. This is amazing. It truly is a masterpiece. Something so revolutionary, something so complex and versatile. And it was created by us. It enhances my strength, improves my speed, and has such a huge supply of mana. Sophia, I dare say that this is the most conceptually advanced piece of technology in this world. Even among the armors that those Class 4s use, I highly doubt that they even approach this suit in terms of capabilities. And once I get materials as strong as theirs, I'll be able to build one that outstrips theirs in every way. I appreciate the kind words, my lord. Okay, calm down first before you turn into a villain, because when you start using the suit, you'll get even more intoxicated. Oh, let's do that. Name your suit first. Oh, Mr. Suit? I guess you never really did have the best naming sense.
Tux.
How about something like Aegis? He's going to be your protector after all. Oh, that works too. Then sure. From now on, Mr. Tux will now be known as Aegis. I'm honored by the name, my lord. Sure. Now let's take you for a test run. The next moment, Dream flew out of the factory and into the sky. Where to go, where to go? Dream was overly eager to test this thing out that he suddenly had a wild idea. Just keep going up. He turned his head up towards the blue sky. You'll be able to. How high? All the way if you want it. Even without the suit, you are capable of surviving the vacuum of space. That's right, Dream was thinking about going to space. And since he knew he could, he didn't hesitate and shot into the sky. Boom. Waves of mana were ejected as Dream accelerated, though even that much was minuscule for him. He quickly accelerated higher and higher, climbing hundreds of meters every second. Sophia tracked and calculated his top speed. Your new top speed is 2,043 miles per hour while moderately consuming mana. Not quite as fast as the State Route 71. You'll need to follow my guide if you want to position yourself correctly while in orbit. We'll also need to do some tests since we're still not sure how mana interacts with us while in a vacuum. Alright, just don't let me float away in space. That won't happen. Alright, we're entering the thermosphere. Things are gonna start heating up. After she said that, Dream could feel an almost searing heat come from above. This was a result of having little to no atmosphere above him, so he was left totally exposed to the star's radiation. Though with this suit and his skills, it had no effect. The surroundings also got darker as he left the blue sky and began entering space. He could see the vast darkness above him as well as the stars that weren't being blocked by the light of day. This is amazing. Dream couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the glorious sight. Not only were the stars beautiful, but when he looked down, he could see the planet. Everything really was different seeing it in person versus on a map. Reaching the edge of the thermosphere. Adjust your angle so we can get into orbit. Dream followed her instructions and followed the path she plotted. After they rose higher, the effects of the planet's gravity decreased by a lot, and it let him push his speeds to even higher levels. So as he adjusted, he was able to get up to orbital velocity like a satellite. And once he was securely in orbit, he stopped accelerating and let himself fly. Haha, this is wild. I still can't believe I'm able to do this. Dream had a hard time wrapping his head around how he was actually in space. It's such a surreal thing. It's something that should have never been possible all his life. But here he was, orbiting the planet. Dream looked down at the continents and oceans in full view. Though as he floated, he suddenly had a sense of fear wash over him. He felt as if he shouldn't be up here, like doing something like this wasn't okay. But he didn't know why. Why couldn't he do something like this? Was flying beyond the planet only reserved for higher beings? Over time, though, Dream had his fears gradually reduced. He forced himself to stay up there and accept the fact that what he was doing was well within his right to do so. He had that power, and it was his alone. The only reason he couldn't was if someone stronger than him could forcibly stop him. Without him knowing, Dream's mind was undergoing changes. A sense of superiority rose in his heart, though it didn't stem from arrogance, but confidence. He was confident because he could do these things. He accomplished this by his own power, and he was beginning to understand how power worked in this new world. Floating there, Dream suddenly looked down at a continent. His vision magnified, and he was able to sense a large column of mana rising from a tiny city on the land. Is that the United Empire, where Luna and Iris are currently at? The amount of humanoids there are astounding, and in turn the mana concentration there is huge, which is producing that column of mana. He nodded. Riddick said that the animals had superior numbers compared to humans, which meant more class 4s as well. There was also that legend he told Dream about when they first met. Supposedly, there's some kind of mana source coming from the ground that the Empire has built a fortress around. It grants is incomprehensible power. Again, supposedly. I have no idea if that's true, but seeing that mana, I'm almost convinced. Would you like to go down there? When Sophia asked, a pathway popped up in his vision. All he had to do was follow the path, and he would drop down from orbit using his insane speeds. Though he hesitated for a bit, he eventually nodded his head. All right, though I only want to make contact. I don't think I'll be able to try anything more than that. After he said that, Dream adjusted his body and shot off along the pathway Sophia plotted. It didn't take long to begin re-entering the atmosphere. Soon, he was burning a hot trail through the sky due to the friction with the air. Sophia was using this as a way to slow him down instead of using mana. Basically, he became a meteorite. Eventually, he got back under the big blue sky, and right under him was the capital city of the United Empire. Dream hovered to about 20,000 feet above the city. I can sense her. Since he had gotten so close, Dream began to sense his connection with Luna. Though it was rather faint, he was able to somewhat pinpoint where she was by tracing the mana. There you are. Chapter 98. So close. There you are. As Dream looked down on the city, he could see where Luna and Iris were. And when he traced the mana connection and strengthened it, Luna was alerted to his presence as well. Dream, is that you? He smiled when he heard that beautiful voice come over the connection. Yes, it's me. How are you two? It's really you. Dream, we're actually not doing that bad. We got here not long ago. Hey, we met our mother. She's real. Of course she's real. It takes two to tango after all. All right, speaking of hows, your dad is alive.
He recovered fully after I saved his ass.
Thank you. Don't mention it. My only regret is not getting there in time to get you two back as well. Dream could feel a wave of emotion from Luna. Their dad's status has probably been the biggest thing on their minds this whole time. To be kept in the dark about something like that must have been soul-tearing. Anyway, I haven't been able to get in contact with Iris. Something happened? Yes. This place seems to block anything from going out. I've even brought out my phone, but nothing happened. Alright. I'll send something down that'll let you guys communicate with me and your father. It'll find you. Okay, thank you. Sure. I actually hadn't intended to be here, but I thought I could stop by. I'm glad I did. But unfortunately, aside from giving you the device, I can't do much more. I don't have the ability to break you two and your mother out. That's all right. It's also too much to ask of you. Besides, I think being here might not be the worst thing anymore. We have our mother now, and we'll be able to make up for lost time. That's good. I'm sending the device down now. Let's see if this works. When he said that, Dream dropped a disc of mithril about the size of his head that he had crafted on the spot. It flew down through the air while totally concealing its presence. Soon, it hit a building and deployed, tracking where Luna was with the AI on board. A villa, huh? You got any windows in that place? No, it's a prison. Well, no matter. We'll just dig. Giving a command, the disc began to dig itself through the walls of the building, sealing it behind itself. Even the enchantments were punched through as the disc easily made its way into the building. Soon, it made contact. I got it. So how does it The device transformed in Luna's hands, turning into two different wristbands. She put one on and gave the other to the confused Iris next to her. Once they did, they suddenly saw an image show up in front of them. Dream? Iris, we can see you? Luna, what's up, Scarlet? The bracelets I gave you will let you call me, your father, or each other. Don't worry about it being blocked by those enchantments around the castle. Wait, Dream, is Dad really okay? See for yourself. Suddenly, another image appeared next to Dream. It was a man sitting in a chair reading a book. Dad, Iris, Luna, Dream? Once Riddick realized what was going on, he shot out of the chair. He stared at his girls, and then Dream, who was standing next to him. I'll say it one more time. Everyone who has this bracelet can call each other. It happens through your mind, so nobody will know or see what you can. Got that, old man? Yes, but how are the girls calling? I'm currently above the United Empire. I dropped them bracelets that wouldn't be hindered by all the enchantments around them. And how did you get over there? I flew into orbit around the planet and decided to stop by. I'll be heading back in a bit. I see. Riddick went quiet. He knew what Dream meant, but he had a hard time picturing it. Though he didn't really care much about that. His attention focused back on his daughters. I'm sorry. No, Dad. You did everything you could. We're just glad you're safe. The girls were about to get up and hug their dad, but they remembered that the images weren't real and just sat back down. I'll let you guys talk alone after one more thing. Luna, if you look down at your bracelet, you'll see that it's bigger. Your bracelet is actually two, and should you decide, you can give it to your mother. This will enable her to call the group, like right now. After he said that, Luna looked down and touched her bracelet. It split in half, and one came off, looking just like the others. Unfortunately, I can't deliver it to her since I don't know her nor where she is. So the next time you meet, you'll have to do it. The connections are always active, and everything is controlled through the mind. So just don't let someone take the bracelet. Other than that, I have nothing more. I'll be heading back out to the spire. So, I'll leave you guys alone. Bye. With that, Dream left the call. He looked down at the house the girls were in. So close, yet so far. Oh, how I loathed this feeling. Dream was suddenly very frustrated. Only 20,000 feet, a distance he could cross in seconds. He had thought about attempting to just go there and snatch them, but no matter what way he looked at it, it seemed impossible. The reason was because of the number of strong signatures in the area. I've never seen such a heavily guarded place. Thousands of Class 3s. And there's even 4 signatures that surpass Class 3 by a whole realm. That's probably a Class 4. I've never sensed one before, and I couldn't imagine trying to fight that anytime soon. Those deep and unfathomable signatures that he sensed were the biggest threat. They had some weird effect on their surroundings. but he could only assume that that was intentional. Not to mention, if people as powerful as them didn't want anyone to sense anything, then they wouldn't. So he could only assume that these four were only the tip of the iceberg. Asterisk psi asterisk whatever. Let's head back. Dream looked to the sky and shot up, heading back into orbit. When he got back to the factory, Dream took off the suit and took a seat. He was still fatigued from making the suit. He had just got caught up in the excitement of finishing it, though that excitement had died down now. Asterisk psi asterisk how are the bots doing? Dream looked over to another section of the workshop where the bots were. There were two piles of material on the ground. One was a pile of raw steel, and the other was enhanced steel. The bots were taking from one and moving to the other, and it looked like they had made great progress. Nearly 170 tons of enhanced steel has been made. I see that, but they've only been enhanced once. If we want anything to match up to Mithril, we'll need to go grade by grade. For that we'll need more machines. Then let's make them now. You'll be exhausted. You're running on low right now. I'll sleep when we finish this. The sooner we can get these enhanced, the better. And I don't want to wait. Very well. Sophia didn't argue and pulled over material. Bars of mithril flew over and began to form themselves into different machines. And to ease his load, Aegis went over and assisted in the construction. Dream was able to see another function of the suit in action. Aegis could turn into a cloud or solid however he wanted, and everything was interconnected. He had his own mana supply and didn't need the help of Dream to enchant or build items. So as Dream constructed, Aegis would go and quickly enchant the items. He would encase an item in the cloud, and the enchantment would be rapidly applied. Aegis could also rapidly construct or deconstruct items and materials. Although the extent of his powers wasn't to Dream's degree, it wasn't exactly that far off with its massive mana pool. It could take things like mithril bars and break it down just like they did when building the suit. It even had the function to take in material and make it a part of its own body to reconstruct itself. So needless to say, the suit was extremely versatile, if not a miniature Dream. It didn't take long for the new bots and machines to be constructed. Dream had built not only another 200 bots, but also modified them to be able to work alongside a specialized machine he built. The huge cauldron-shaped machine was meant to condense huge amounts of mana needed to explode the materials for enhancement, and the bots, as they started to enhance stronger materials, could use the huge cauldron if they themselves were too weak to enhance things. Dream looked over everything as he sat. Once he nodded, the new bots all went to work, grabbing the enhanced steel to enhance it further. We're going to need more silver if we're going to continually use it like this. Deploy more scanners and mining teams. When he said that, his chair rose and took him out of the factory. Once he was over the grassland, Sophia began to rapidly summon out scanners and drones. She also began to bring over tons of steel and construct her own mining teams. In a few hours, Dream had 14 more mining teams in front of him and thousands of scanners lined up. They looked like an army just waiting for their orders. Go. With the word, all the drones and their scanners rose and flew off into the distance. Their destination was wherever they hadn't searched. At the same time, 2 mining teams loaded up and set off. In the past few days, 2 more spots had been found, so they want to go and mine. The rest of the teams also loaded up, but they didn't head out, instead hiding inside the factory. At this point, Dream could barely keep his eyes open, and once the ships all loaded into the factory, he actually dozed off and passed out. When he did, he was about to fall out of the sky, but the servant next to him would never let that happen and quickly encased Dream's body. Take him to this destination. Understood, my lady. Aegis obediently carried out her orders and began flying off. When Dream woke up, he was in his bed inside his dorm. He sat up and noticed that he wasn't really fatigued. He had basically recovered. Did I sleep for a day again? No, only about 15 hours. Oh, okay. As he looked around the area, Dream noticed that the girls weren't there. He shrugged and stood up, stretching out of reflex. I actually did some more modifications while you were asleep. I've integrated grade 7 mithril into your bones. I've also changed some bodily processes and enchantments, so energy output and such are enhanced. All right, how are things at the factory? Everything's handled. Mining teams are doing their job, scanners are scrambling the lands, and all the bots in storage are enhancing materials as we speak. Good. Hopefully we can strengthen that steel more. I want to see how far it can go. So, what now? Dream began running through his list. They were enhancing the materials. They had built Aegis, and resources were coming in by the ton. He began thinking of the girls, but he still couldn't help them. Ugh, I miss their fur. I've never gone so long without petting something. We could just go get you a pet. We can travel around or even go back to the animal continent and find a baby tiger or something. All right, why not? I've never had a tiger as a pet before. As Dream casually made his plans for kidnapping baby animals, Mara and Irina walked into his dorm. Oh, hey guys. Hi. Both had a surprised face as they looked at him, but that soon went away as they went and sat on the couch. So, what did I miss over these past few days? Dream went over and sat with them. Nothing much. I'm slowly getting better at manipulation. Irina took out her cube and began making it fly around her body. It looked effortless. I've also been getting better at it. My sequences have also been getting better. Mara, that's good. Now, the next step for both of you is to be able to handle multiple objects at once. Here, Irina. Dream brought out 6 cubes identical to the one she had and put them on the table in front of them. Do that, but with 2 cubes. All right. Irina looked a bit intimidated, but still picked up another cube. When she attempted to manipulate both, the difficulty was obvious. As she moved one, the other wouldn't do anything. And if she tried to move both, she would end up dropping one. Not so easy now, huh? Once you're able to manipulate 20 cubes all at once, we'll move on to liquids. Same for you, Mara. Why does manipulation have to be so difficult? I just got used to moving this single cube. Irina shouted out towards Dream. He smiled. It really isn't all that difficult.
Watch.
Dream proceeded to take out 40 cubes. Altogether, they spun in random directions around the area. They would flow around the girls and the couch and even between legs. It looked chaotic, but it was very controlled. Both of them looked at the cubes with ridiculous faces. After a bit, Irina just slouched down into the couch looking tired. I don't want to anymore. Come on, you got this. It's not impossible to get down. Just take it one day at a time. I'm sure in a week you'll be able to move around 3 of those cubes. Saying that, he put the cubes away. Irina sighed before putting some cubes in her pockets. She then looked at Dream. By the way, the teacher is wondering where you've been. Good for him. Her. And not good. Are you sure you're getting everything? You haven't studied with us or the class. I'm doing fine. Really? Show me any 3-layer circle. Dream looked at her for a second before bringing out an 87-rune 3-layer circle. It took no time to form. What about 4-layer? I'll show you a 6. After that, Dream held up his hand towards them. In front of it, a circle about 4 feet in diameter appeared. It was filled to the brim with easily 200 runes. After that circle came the others. One circle a bit smaller was laid on top, and on that one was placed 4 more circles in a square formation. The runes counted over 700, and the mana density inside the room noticeably increased just due to that circle. Both girls looked at the sequences with incredulous faces, though Mara was by far more surprised than Irina. How have you made a 6-layer? That's mid-advanced level. I've only barely gotten there. Once you understand the runes and how they interact, it becomes rather easy. You just need to follow the pattern. Plus, I'm an enchanter. I have an easier time writing this stuff, but that's beside the point. The main reason is because of my manipulation techniques. Once you get that down, this stuff comes easily. So keep on working and you'll be able to do this stuff soon. Dream sat back and dissipated the circle, enjoying the weird look the girls were giving him. Chapter 99, Army. The next day, Mara and Irina went on with their schedule. Dream, on the other hand, was focusing on his next project, or projects. Other than getting a pet, we'll do some tests with Flux and see if we can build new weapons. We should also build some combat robots and see if we can use those. All right, let's test this Flux bullet concept first. Dream brought over some mithril and steel and put them on the table in front of him. He was currently in the storage area of the factory. Bots were constantly flying around, enhancing the stacks of materials, and explosions could be constantly heard. Sophia's design for the gun wasn't actually a gun. She planned for this weapon to be integrated with Aegis, though they first needed to test whether this would work. Sophia had run several simulations in the past, so she already knew how she would design this weapon. She took clumps of silver and encased them in steel like a cartridge. She then took this cartridge and put a steel bullet in it. All right, this will be similar to gunpowder bullets, except we have metal for the gunpowder. Now let's test it. Dream raised the bullet in his hand and infused mana, exploding the mithril gunpowder. Boom. What happened? Dream looked ahead, not seeing any bullet holes. Did it not work? I think the propellant was too powerful. It shattered both the cartridge and the bullet. Oh. Dream looked at the cartridge in his hand, which was now in tiny pieces, though he wasn't at all disappointed. Well, we at least know it's powerful. But how powerful? It's definitely more powerful than the railgun. The gunpowder was made with grade 5 mithril, which we have plenty of. I'm interested to see how it would do with grade 6. But we don't have a lot of grade 6. Not to mention how we need better materials to act as the cartridge. That won't be a problem. We have Aegis who's made entirely from grade 7 mithril, so we can use whatever. The biggest problem is the actual bullet. We'll need to enchant it, and it'll also need to be at least grade 5. How much grade 5 do we have? About 9 tons. Oh, then we're fine. How long will it take to make? Well, all we need to do is shape the propellant and bullet. Then we'll enchant the bullet, reinforcing it. Then we fill the propellant to the brim with mana and enchant it so it doesn't dissipate. This'll make it so that we can fire the bullet immediately after taking out. This will give us 1 bullet. It shouldn't take too long, especially with Aegis. I say we can have a stash of 200,000 bullets by tomorrow.
Nice.
I'll get the bots on it. Until then, let's test our robotics. Sophia brought over some steel and mithril, building a human-shaped robot. Its design was sleek and didn't have any moving parts, being run entirely off of mana. Aegis assisted in enchanting the core, and once it was inserted, the robot came to life. Well, to life might be an overstatement. It just stood there awaiting orders like a robot would. Interesting thing was, after power began to run through its magic circuits, Dream felt a small connection through mana being made. Cool robot. Now, why do we need it? So it can fight. Not necessarily for you. But if you're able to gain experience through it, then we can send squads of these things to go and hunt. They'll be able to constantly fight day and night, and you'll just rake in experience. But it's weak. It won't be able to kill anything near what I can. Dream went over to the robot and punched it, easily blowing a hole straight through its chest. I see. Well, even if it couldn't help me with experience, it can help me with information. Why don't we send some squads over to the demons and gather information? We could also assist people on the front lines of the mercenary empire. Wouldn't they be suspicious of some metal humans coming to help them? Well, these metal humans aren't enemies, and it's not like they can trace it back to me. I mean, we don't have to assist them, but why not save some lives while we're out there gathering data? All right, how many do you want to send? How many can we send? We have an overabundance of steel, but not of mithril, so it depends on how strong you want them to be, or how I want them to be designed. We can make them agility-based and equip them with railguns and blades. Don't need a strong defense if they can't touch you. Not that the steel is weak, and the weapons will allow them to kill the majority of mid-class 2 and below, and then we can make their cores out of mithril. It'll save us a lot. Perfect. How's this? Sophia pulled up a schematic. It was another human-shaped robot, but this one has 2 extra pairs of arms on its back. It was equipped with 4 railguns and 6 blades. It would be in its human form while shooting, but if it ever got into close combat, it would stash the railguns and transform into a wild killing machine. Its alternate form even scared Dream a little. It was intimidating, and he wondered if he would be creating the demons instead. But that's exactly what Sophia was going for. She wanted this robot to be an efficient killer with increased functionality. I call it the Reaper MK.1. It has 2 forms and can fight both ranged and melee. It'll have C stats. Along with our weapons, it's the best mobility-based robot that can be mass-produced. It's good. Let me see it. All right. Sophia nodded and began modifying the existing robot in front of them. Soon, it was built just like the schematic, guns, blades, and everything. The robot stood in front of him with its 6 arms, each holding a blade or railgun. Very nice. How many of these can we build? Thousands. Let's build 3,000 then. We'll also build the ships to transport them. Although they can fly, they aren't fast. That's no problem, but we'll need to expand the factory to house everything. Then let's do that. Very well. Aegis. I understand, my lady. After receiving instructions, Aegis moved. He went over to a wall and began digging into the earth. Dream also went over and assisted. It wasn't long before another area was cleaned out. This area by itself was the size of half the factory. Needless to say, it provided them with plenty of space. After sealing the area and walling it up, Dream stood inside the vast metal room. It was easily as big as 3 stadiums, and it went deep into the ground, making the ceiling very high. After constructing the room, Sophia handed out more schematics. She wanted to build an assembly line that utilized bots. Dream understood and began bringing over tons of materials. After building a central core to power everything, he and Aegis began constructing the bots. These bots were designed with construction in mind and had multiple arms as well as lots of strength. They would bring the materials over, which would be handled by a group, and there could be many different groups building at the same time. So after several hours, they had nearly 200 robots, and once they were built, they got to work. A few will work on the bullets while the rest will build the robots. We should have our army in the next 20 hours. As she spoke, Dream could see the groups split up and steel being worked. The building process was slower than him, but they could constantly work and on a larger scale. Everything was also completely controlled by Sophia. Great, I guess it's time for me to head back. Seeing everything getting to work, Dream left the factory and flew back to the spire. It had come time for him to return. Over the next 2 weeks, Dream focused on construction as well as research. The robot army ended up taking more time to build since they needed more than just robots. Everything needed to be sustainable while away since he wouldn't be with the army. All in all, the army consisted of the robots, their weapons, supplies, a logistics force that was capable of repairing, recycling materials, as well as mining for new ones and transportation. Dream also boosted the robot count to 5,000. After that, he began planning out their battlefronts. He definitely wasn't planning on sending them all to the Empire. In fact, he was only going to send 50. These bots were built to be much less intimidating than the Reapers and could interact with people better, though they wouldn't be able to pass for a person since they were still steel androids. The people who interacted with them wouldn't be so freaked out. They would also mainly use swords and spears instead of guns, as to attract less attention. The rest of the army would be sent to the third continent. There they would run operations against demons to not only gather knowledge but cut down on their numbers. Though 5,000 fighters didn't seem like much when going up against possibly millions, these 5,000 would be virtually invincible against anything at or below their level. They could do some serious damage, not to mention how they would work together flawlessly, as well as use their weapons to the highest efficiency. But although Dream had finished with construction, he didn't send them out immediately. That was because he received a call from Riddick. Dream picked up the call while in his healing class. Hello. Boy, it's me. I have 2 things. Go ahead. First, I've contacted Celine. The girls were able to get the bracelet to her. That's great. So, how was it talking to her? Fantastic. Boy, I really can't thank you enough. I mean it. It's nothing. So what was your second piece of news? Dream changed the subject. He was often awkward getting such a heartfelt thanks. I'm being sent over. I got the notice a few hours ago. To the Mercenary Empire? Yes. Apparently there's been multiple Class 3s spotted by scout teams in the Vanguard forces. That's not good. That means that there's definitely a Class 4 in their main base. The higher-ups were thinking the same thing, though that may not have been enough to act. What really got this going was the data you gave me. Since it was so detailed, not only this empire, but the other empires have received and taken it seriously. They're recognizing this threat and are getting ready to do something about it before it grows. Like launch an attack? Yes, they want to set up containment and establish hard information about this. The Spire is even sending out a Class 4, and I'm going to be one of the escorts. Wow, they really are taking it seriously. Indeed. Not only that, but they've specially requested me to try and attain more information, however I got it. They don't know it came from you. Huh. Well, that's some damn good timing. I've recently constructed a small army and was going to send them out to the continent. They were going to be giving me detailed information on these demons. An army? Of what? Robots. Actually, if you want I could show you. You'd have to make sure to keep it a secret though. I can keep secrets. Then do you have time? I do. We don't leave for another 5 days. I can go over now. Then I'll leave my class. I'll meet you at the gate. Very well. With that, they hung up. Dream spoke to Merlin and told him that he was leaving. After hearing that Riddick was asking for him, Merlin didn't keep him and let him go. Dream left the hospital and headed to their meeting point. Old man, boy. They greeted each other at the gate and went through. After exiting the city, they rose to the skies. How fast can you fly? Old man? Not sure. I don't know how you measure speed. Then let's just race. The location will be marked on your bracelet. HM?
Oh,
Dream sent the information to Riddick, who soon saw a blip in his vision. Ready? All right, let's go. With that, both men blasted off through the air. I win. Dream spoke as he stopped above the factory. A few minutes later, Riddick also arrived. He didn't have the happiest face after seeing Dream's smug look. How are you so damn fast, boy? And what's that thing you're wearing? When they started, Riddick was actually faster than him. But when Dream put on Aegis, that changed instantly. Old man, meet Aegis. He's my armor. When he said that, Aegis flowed off his body like a liquid and formed into a humanoid. He bowed to Riddick courteously and spoke with his deep and rough voice like a knight. Good day, Sir Riddick. Good day. Is he alive? No, he's my armor. Though he isn't a living thing, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference just by talking to him. I see. Your armor is very powerful. I'm amazed that you were able to give it such a large mana pool. Riddick looked at Aegis and could sense the mana levels that were higher than Dream's. I used liquid mana and integrated it with his cells. I wouldn't be able to make another one. I'm not going to ask how you got liquid mana. Anyway, you wanted to show me your army? Yes, check this out. Snap. With a flick, the ground below them began to shift. A large metal mouth opened from under the ground like a huge monster. What is that? It's my factory. Follow me. Dream descended with Aegis in tow. Riddick also followed while looking around curiously. When they got in, Riddick was greeted with a huge area and lots of machines. Loud noises were constantly made as steel and other metals were forged. Robots also ran around every which way doing various tasks like pouring molten metal and shaping red-hot steel. What is all this? My factory. A few weeks ago, I began making mining machines that I could send out to gather resources. These are the machines of my world that are used to purify the metals and strengthen them. Amazing. Don't get too impressed. Come with me. Dream walked through and soon got to the storage area. How? As Riddick looked at all the pallets of steel and mithril that towered nearly 100 meters high, he became speechless. I've got a few hundred tons of steel, otherwise known as iron, and a few dozen tons of mithril, otherwise known as silver. This is what the mining teams that I sent out have brought back. You could be considered richer than me with these materials. And is that grade 7 mithril? Riddick walked over to a pallet and picked up an ingot. It is, though that's the highest I've been able to get, for now at least. But never mind that. Come look at this. This is what I wanted to show you. Chapter 100, Preparations. Dream led Riddick over to the other extension of the storage. It took him a while to tear his eyes away from the resources, but when he finally looked over, Riddick was rendered speechless once more. In front of him were rows upon rows of robots. There were also large aircraft around them with their hatches open like they were going to swallow up the robots. This is my army. 5,000 combat robots with C stats. They're capable of various magic similar to mine, and they're equipped with my weapons. Some are more specialized for different purposes like defense or assassination, but that's only about 2,000. The rest are just the default soldier. This is what I was planning on sending to the third continent. It really is an army. How have you made all these? Like you normally would. Forging metal and enchanting. It took 2 weeks, but I've done it. Honestly, the only thing limiting me was materials. I don't have an infinite amount. Otherwise, I would have built several times this. I guess your skill is about building, but this is crazy. Come on, you don't even know what they do yet. Here, try one out. When he said that, Dream activated a bot in the group. Its eyes lit up red and instantly dashed to Riddick. It barely took a second for it to reach Riddick, but the old man wasn't at all slow. He easily reacted and grabbed the blade heading towards his neck. Though right after that blade came, 5 others did as well. They came from different angles, and it wasn't something he could block with 2 hands. But he didn't need to. His shield came out and blocked them. Ting. Dream soon saw a robot pointing all 6 swords at Riddick, but it couldn't move them any closer, rendering it useless against him. Though it's not like he was going to be disappointed about a robot not being able to hurt a Class 3. So, this thing could take on a Class 2 swordsman easily. It's fast and has more arms with more swords, and it's able to use them all flawlessly. Its defense isn't the best, but it's not bad either. though this thing wouldn't have to worry about that since it's fast. And this is only one of 5,000, and I didn't use the gun either. This thing can fight ranged with unparalleled accuracy. All of them can, not to mention their magics. Their versatility is the best. This is what I'm sending to go fight the demons. I'm also sending 50 special bots to go and help out the mercenary empire. Meet Bob 1 to 50. Bob? Riddick looked over and saw 50 robots come out of formation. They landed before them. They obviously don't look human, but they aren't as intimidating as the others. They're also stronger, having C+ stats. They can talk as well. Say hi to Bob.
No.
Hello, Riddick. All 50 Bobs spoke at the same time with a voice that sounded just like a human's. Riddick suddenly felt very unsettled. Yeah, they don't sound the best like this, but if you were to just meet one out in public and disregarded the machine appearance, it wouldn't be any different than a person. And this is their leader, Bob 1. Sir. The Bob at the front of the formation stepped out. This one looked and felt different from the others. Bob 1 is a bit stronger than them and acts as the head. If there's any talking to be done with leadership, Bob 1 is the one who speaks. I know. How about you take them with you when you go over? They'll be an additional escort force. Take them with me? That's crazy. No, it's not. They never get tired and can work all hours of the day. They can communicate flawlessly, and they're rather strong. I was sending them over to the front line of the Empire anyway. So when you arrive, you can just have whatever commander give them orders and operations. Treat them like normal soldiers. How can we trust that they can do things properly? They aren't even alive. Well, 1, they still have an intelligence programmed into them. 2, they're constantly monitored by Sophia. I'm sure you at least trust Sophia, right? She can monitor them from far away? How do you think you're able to talk to the girls? Yes, she can. So, what do you think? One question. Shoot, why don't you just get involved? You can come with me and fight instead of sending these out. I don't plan to associate with the Spire, so you'll come with me as a student, though that might be hard to pass off since you're already so powerful, but it would work. What about attracting attention? It's a problem, but not one that should stop you from getting out there. I know you've been running under the radar with us since you got here, but it's time to stop hiding. I mean, who's going to do anything to you? Your mana levels are approaching A, and despite not being class 3, you're easily as powerful as 1. I can only imagine what's going to happen when you do reach class 3. But point is, you're not going to be easily targeted. What about my technology? Everyone's going to wonder about where it comes from and how I build it. The class 4s are also a possibility. If one craves the knowledge I have, then I'll be in trouble. I think you underestimate the integrity of our class 4s. Look, there's always going to be someone more powerful than you, but you can't let that deter you from gaining power yourself. Have you thought about if one takes a liking to you and maybe takes you as a student? Then you'd be set for life. But if you're just going to stay in here and build things, then you'll never progress. I wasn't planning on staying in here all the time. I'm preparing. The demons are getting stronger, and I need gear that'll keep up. Plus, you wanted me to go to the school, and I'm glad I did. But I must say that it's taken up a lot of my time. Then leave with me. You can go fight the demons. And if you really want, take this stuff with you. I'm sure you have a machine to do that. Dream went quiet for a minute. He knew he wasn't totally prepared. He could build more devices, gather more materials, enhance his materials, and he still wanted his pet. But he knew that he had already sharpened his axe for a long time. He had his armor and even his new flux bullets. His body had also been optimized by Sophia even further, and he was beginning to reach a bottleneck. But gaining power would solve that issue. Though he was worried about someone stronger coming after him, he knew the chances weren't that high. He had plenty of ways that he could fight, and he also still had one's contingency that should be able to get him out of that kind of situation. The more he thought about it, the better fighting these demons sounded. As he imagined what it would be like, he even got a little excited, but he quickly calmed down and decided on what he would do. All right, I'll go, but there's one thing I want if I'm going to go. What's that? Alchemy. I want the knowledge that the Spire has. I can do that. Anything else? No. I'm sure my 2 friends will be disappointed. But oh well, you said we leave in 5 days? Yes. I'll let the Academy know you're leaving and that you'll be coming with me. I'll also get you on the escort list. Maybe you should tell your higher-ups that I'll provide transportation for this escort. My ships can go as fast as me if not faster, and we won't have to waste energy. It'll get us across empires easily. Plus, I don't want to have to take as long as you guys would. You understand that we have our own items for transportation too, right? Though they aren't as complicated as any of these ships, they're still fast. Can they fly without constant mana input? No, we need to input mana as we fly. Well, mine can fly by themselves without help. That ship over there? It could get to the Empire in 2 hours by itself. I'll bring it up to them, but you better make sure it works if they agree. I don't make defective products. This'll only impress them. You wanted me to get out there, so that's what I'm doing.
Fine.
Then it's settled. I'll send the bots out tonight, and they'll begin gathering information. You go talk to them and get things figured out. I'll also be wrapping things up. Sure. Are you coming back with me? No, I've got things to work on here. Then I'll leave. 5 days. I'll keep you updated.
Thanks.
With that, Riddick left back to the spire. Dream stood in front of his mechanical army and thought for a bit. Did I make the wrong choice? I don't think so. You've grown your foundations, so it's time to start harvesting. And I've already begun working on how to make the factory mobile, or at least a good way to transport things. Other than that, the only thing we haven't done is make some grade 8 mithril, though we are getting pretty far with steel, which is proving to actually have more potential than silver. Really? Yes, at the same level, steel can hold a bit more mana and is stronger. It's just that the process to enhance steel is longer and harder. The best steel we have if using grades is grade 5. This grade 5 steel is almost at the level of grade 6 mithril, though it's less plentiful. I see. Well, let's start prepping to move. I doubt we're going to be coming back here after we leave. And get these guys going. Okay. After he said that, the army of robots spurred to life and began boarding their ships. It wasn't long before they then took off to their destinations. I guess we're going to be doing this earlier than I thought. Hopefully things go well. Over the next 5 days, Dream just prepared to leave. The first and only people he spoke to were Mara and Arena. He explained how he was being taken by Riddick to the mercenary empire to go fight some battles. He didn't give himself any other excuses and just put the truth out there, hoping they would just accept it. Especially Mara. He was worried most about her, and he hoped this explanation was good enough. Other than that, he spent the rest of his time doing last-minute things, the most important of which was figuring out how to move his resources. He definitely couldn't put all that metal into his inventory, but he still wanted to have access to everything. So they decided to just bring the factory along, though in a different way than one would normally imagine. Dream decided to go over the top and make sure that he had access to the factory from anywhere in the world. And sure, he could make it into a flying fortress, but that would be noticeable, and the power required to maintain its flight was ridiculous. He honestly wasn't sure if he built it, so he decided on something else. A space station. If it were in space, Dream could get to it in as little as 40 minutes from anywhere in the world. All he had to do was fly into space and intercept its orbit. Not only that, but nobody would know it was there. The only problem was getting his resources up there, though even this was solvable. So on the third day, Dream was enacting his solution. We got everything? Dream spoke while overlooking a vast area. In front of him were nearly 20 rockets, all of which were primed and ready for launch. These 20 rockets carried all of his resources as well as the machines. Not only that, but Dream and Sophia specially designed some robots and structures that would be used to construct the base up in space. If it were before when Dream launched that very first rocket, he would never have been able to pull something like this off. But Dream now has much more mana, better skills, and knowledge. So he was able to summon and construct everything necessary within 3 days. Everything is ready. On your mark. All right.
Begin countdown.
10, 9, 8. Sophia began the startup process. All 20 rockets began to ignite and fire their boosters. 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Boom. With a word, all 20 rockets went full power. A massive shockwave was released under all the millions of pounds of force being delivered by the boosters. Soon, the rockets were up in the sky. He could see 20 different trails of fire being created and disappearing into the void. In a matter of minutes, he could no longer see them. Good. Within the next day, everything will be constructed and the base will be operational. All we need to do now is modify the transport ships. Dream nodded. The main downfall of this plan was that the transport ships used to carry resources needed to be upgraded to be able to get to space and back. Though they could do it, Dream would have to use the majority of his high-grade silver for the cores. It made him hurt, but it was a necessary cost. Dream looked down at all the transport ships next to the launch site. He was going to do this now, and then he would be ready. The mithril was even prepared beforehand. So he did. Dream went down and began enchanting the cores. He also retrofitted the ships so they could handle space and such. In only a few hours, everything was complete. Dream sent them off and went through his list. Weapons, armor, resources, army, knowledge. All check. Well, I still need to get those books from the old man. But I'm not worried about that. Alchemy will be interesting. It may provide more insight into the nature of mana. Maybe. Speaking of, how are you liking the master sequencing book? After Riddick gave his news to Dream, he let Sophia crack open the master-level sequencing book. She was very excited when he did and began another round of thorough research. It's great. They began to touch on three-dimensional magic circles, though the only upside to it is the ability to store more information in sequences. Though the real kicker is how they begin to realize the existence of flux. Really? I'm surprised. Yeah, but it's not in the way we discovered it. They discovered it by actually controlling it through powerful sequences. Basically, they were trying to come up with a way to combat enemy weapons. One way was to suck out its mana, but it would only regenerate it. So they began to dig deeper and concluded that if you had a strong enough circle, you could strip away the weapon's power to regenerate. In other words, it's flux. It took lots of mana and preparation, needing catalysts to pull off as well, but it was possible. So they found a way to control flux. That's impressive. It is. But the power needed is at least A-level mana for light effects. So the method was deemed unrealistic, especially in combat. But I think I found a way to use their method except over time. If things work out well, it could really improve our ability to enhance materials.